Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 1. Jiangbei City. Tengkong Community. A one-bedroom, one living room, warmly decorated living room. Jiang Chuan sat on the sofa, playing a real-life simulation game that is popular all over the world. Life simulation games are based on reality and constantly simulate one's life, allowing oneself to reach the peak of life. Jiang Chuan has been playing for 3 years. After simulating tens of thousands of times, today he finally sat on the throne of the world's richest man. Jiang Chuan looked at himself, who was ranked first on the rich list, on his mobile phone, feeling happy and extremely satisfied. Jiang Chuan is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage and was admitted to a key university through his own efforts. After graduating from university, he was ambitious and wanted to start his own business, but he had no resources and no connections. Reality slapped him hard, making him understand that it is impossible for ordinary people to get ahead. After failing in his business, Jiang Chuan went to work in a small company and became an ordinary office worker, working from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. and often being exploited by his boss. 3 years ago, he discovered this game, which could satisfy all his fantasies. From then on, he was obsessed with it and got the greatest satisfaction until today. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the world's richest man in life simulation games. The sincere gratitude system is being activated. Ding! The sincere gratitude system is activated successfully. Ding! The novice gift package needs to be activated. Please get the sincere gratitude of 10 opposite sexes as soon as possible. The task time limit is half an hour. Friendly reminder, this opportunity is not to be missed. Jiang Chuan was immersed in YY, and the crisp prompt sound of the system sounded in his mind. System. Jiang Chuan muttered to himself, his eyes widened, and his eyes flashed with excitement and excitement. He seemed to have thought of something, and then asked excitedly, Tongzi, explain your specific role. Okay, host. This system is called the sincere thanks system. As long as the host gets sincere thanks from others and reaches a certain amount, he can get the opportunity to extract. The extraction opportunity allows the host to extract anything from the game. The system heard Jiang Chuan's inquiry and answered the other party as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan heard this, and an indescribable joy and expectation surged in his heart. This means that he has the opportunity to get everything in the game and bring it back to the real world. This is simply a dreamlike opportunity. Tongzi, what does sincere thanks mean? Jiang Chuan frowned, looked at the task issued by the system, and said aloud. The meaning is very simple. The other party only needs to thank the host from the bottom of his heart. The voice of the system quickly answered Jiang Chuan. I see, this should be simple. Jiang Chuan heard the explanation of the system and laughed. He obviously had an idea in his mind. Jiang Chuan opened Douyin as soon as possible. He decisively clicked into the dance area. He didn't watch those big anchors. After all, they have capital operations behind them. They look down on his small rewards and may not get sincere thanks. Only by rewarding these unknown small anchors can you get sincere thanks. I hope I can really withdraw everything from the game, otherwise I will lose a lot this time. Jiang Chuan looked at the recharge platform in front of him, smiled bitterly and said, and finally recharged 20,000 yuan. This 20,000 yuan is all his property that he has saved for 3 years. After using it, there are only a few hundred yuan in his bank card. This time Jiang Chuan can be said to be desperate. Jiang Chuan came to the room of the cutest female anchor named Zixi. This female anchor looks really good, but there are too few viewers, only dozens of people, and there is no reward, just a free little love. Say thank you, I will reward you a Douyin number 1. Although Jiang Chuan has watched the live broadcast, he has never rewarded anyone. His level is only level 1, and he spoke decisively. Brother, are you kidding me? A level 1 rookie said he would give the anchor a Douyin account number 1. Brother, if you want to show off in front of these little anchors, you should at least be a level 20 boss like me. After Jiang Chuan gave a level 1 account his comment, he was soon ridiculed by others in the live broadcast room. Jiang Chuan didn't care about the ridicule at all, and asked again, "Say thank you, and give you a reward." XIXI looked at Jiang Chuan's comment the cutest, wondering if Jiang Chuan really gave a reward? Or was he just trying to make her happy? But she thought that she had never received a reward from Douyin account number 1, so she finally said thank you. Congratulations to the host for completing a sincere thank you, and there are still 9 more to complete the task. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chuan's mind soon. Host, don't believe this idiot, he's just trying to make you happy, it's impossible to give a reward. That's right, Anchor, he gave you a reward on Douyin number 1, I'll eat shit live. Pington 13 gave a reward on Douyin no 1. Jiang Chuan just glanced at the comments in the live broadcast room, rewarded a Douyin number 1 without hesitation, and then left the live broadcast room directly. Thank you boss for the Douyin no 1. Zixi was the cutest. She didn't expect Jiang Chuan to really reward Douyin number 1, and shouted excitedly. When she wanted to ask Jiang Chuan what dance she wanted to watch, she found that Jiang Chuan had left, and she was immediately disappointed. Is the brother who was going to eat shit live just now here? Brother, I'm looking forward to you eating shit. What happened in the live broadcast room later, Jiang Chuan didn't know, he had already come to another live broadcast room. Say thank you, and reward you Douyin no 1. Thank you. Your thank you is not sincere, you don't deserve my reward. Jiang Chuan looked at the second female anchor's thank you and found that she had not completed the task. He left with this sentence coldly. Ha, a liar. Female anchor, he really knows how to give rewards. Just now, another female anchor said thank you and really got Douyin number 1. Ah! The second female anchor heard the words of the fans and screamed in regret. Say thank you, and you will be rewarded with a Douyin number 1. Jiang Chuan came to the room of the third female anchor and left this sentence. Thank you. In half an hour, Jiang Chuan successfully received the thanks of 10 opposite sexes and successfully completed the novice task. Jiang Chuan also reached the reward level of 30 in half an hour, and at the same time got the title of Thank You Brother. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the novice gift package and obtaining 3 extraction opportunities. Please choose carefully. When Jiang Chuan completed his mission, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Jiang Chuan became excited when he heard this. He decisively opened the life simulation game and found that there was indeed an extraction button in his game. At this moment, he was ecstatic. All this was actually true. Chapter 2. Tianxia Group can be extracted. Hundreds of billions of assets can be extracted. Bugatti Sound of the Night can be extracted. Jiangbei Tenglong number 1 Villa can be extracted. Tangong number 1 Villa can be extracted, can be extracted. Promise Manor in the United States can be extracted. Pacific Whale Island can be extracted. Game Physical Fitness can be extracted. Jiang Chuan looked at the things in the game and wanted to extract them all, but thought that there were only 3 chances. He extracted Tianxia Group without hesitation. This is the first group in the game world, a company that has created trillions of assets. The company involves many businesses, high-tech, energy, aerospace, financial investment. Congratulations to the host for the successful extraction. The system voice sounded in Jiang Chuan's mind. Jiang Chuan heard the system voice and immediately opened Douyin to search for Tianxia Group. Soon he found that Tianxia Group did appear. Tianxia Group was founded 10 years ago by a mysterious figure. In just 10 years, it broke the myth and became the world's #1 group. At the same time, the mysterious figure occupied all the shares of Tianxia Group. Lu Yang, the president of Tianxia Group, also appeared in the real world. Tongzi, will these game characters of Tianxia Group also appear in the real world? Will they have no impact on the real world? How loyal are they to me? Yes, host, the important figures of Tianxia Group will appear in the real world. As for the others, they are all recruited 10 years ago. These important figures are 100% loyal to the host and will not betray the host. At the same time, the appearance of Tianxia Group and important figures is very reasonable and will not affect the real world. The system quickly answered Jiang Chuan's question. That's good. Jiang Chuan knew that loyalty was not a problem and that it would not affect the real world, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Withdraw hundreds of billions of assets. Jiang Chuan knew that the system could really extract everything in the game, and he was a little nervous, but he still took a deep breath and clicked the confirmation button without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for the successful withdrawal. As the system prompt sounded, Jiang Chuan's mobile phone also received a bank transfer message. ICBC card received, 100 billion Chinese currency. Seeing this message, Jiang Chuan's heartbeat accelerated instantly and his breathing became rapid. At this moment, he understood that he had become a real rich man. Woohoo takes off. Jiang Chuan jumped up excitedly, his face full of joy. He never dreamed that he would have such a huge fortune one day. At this moment, he felt that the whole world was cheering for him. However, the surprise was not over yet. Jiang Chuan decided to continue to extract items in the game. He entered the game again and chose to extract the Jiangbei Tenglong No. 1 villa in the game world. Congratulations to the host for the successful extraction. The system prompt sounded again, and the detailed information of the villa emerged in Jiang Chuan's mind. This villa is the top luxury house in the entire Jiangbei city and is worth a fortune. Not only that, the system also delivered the villa's property certificate and keys to him. The transfer of Jiangbei City Tenglong No. 1 villa has been successful. The system sounded, and Jiang Chuan became more and more excited. He never thought that he would be able to get the wealth in the game world one day. At this moment, he seemed to be in a dreamlike world, and everything seemed so unreal. When the system announced that the villas had been successfully transferred, Jiang Chuan's heart was full of emotion. He knew that from this moment on, his life would change dramatically. Jiang Chuan looked at the house deeds and keys in front of him, and felt the heavy hundreds of billions of assets in his mobile phone, and his heart was extremely satisfied. This night, he was destined to be sleepless. The night gradually faded, an array of golden sunlight sprinkled into the room through the gaps in the curtains. After a sleepless night, Jiang Chuan finally felt a little sleepy. Just as he was about to close his eyes and have a good sleep, his mobile phone suddenly rang. He lazily picked up the phone and saw the caller number of the bald boss on the screen. "Bald, why are you calling so early in the morning? Don't you know that I'm going to sleep?" Jiang Chuan answered the phone impatiently, his tone full of dissatisfaction and anger. "Jiang Chuan, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you want to quit?" The bald boss was obviously startled by Jiang Chuan's address, but he quickly came to his senses and roared in a deafening voice. "Are you in menopause? Can you keep your voice down? Baldy, I have good news for you. From now on, you are fired by me." Jiang Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mocking smile. He answered fearlessly. Jiang Chuan said after that, he decisively hung up the phone. He had had enough of the long-term exploitation and oppression of this bald boss, and now with the huge wealth in the game, he no longer had to endure this unfair treatment. He decided to enjoy his life, no longer work for others, but make his own decisions. Jiang Chuan actually dared to hang up his phone. The bald boss widened his eyes and stared at the phone in his hand in disbelief. Anger surged in his heart instantly. He widened his eyes, slammed the table fiercely, and roared, "Jiang Chuan, you are dead. Don't even think about getting this month's salary." He never thought that Jiang Chuan, who had always obeyed him and accepted his fate, dared to contradict him so openly. The bald boss gritted his teeth and secretly made up his mind that no matter how Jiang Chuan pleaded and begged afterwards, he would never let Jiang Chuan stay in the company again. This time, even Jesus couldn't keep him, he said it himself. After Jiang Chuan decisively hung up the phone, he turned off his phone without hesitation to avoid being disturbed by anything. He wanted to have a good rest and relax completely. On this day, he slept particularly sweetly, as if all the fatigue and pressure were thrown away. In the early morning, Jiang Chuan slowly opened his eyes and felt refreshed. He reached out to pick up the phone and turned it on, but was surprised to find dozens of missed calls. These calls were all from a note number called Silly Son. Seeing the dozens of calls from this note, Jiang Chuan couldn't help laughing. He knew who this person was and why the other party called so many times. Silly son, what are you calling Dad for? Do you miss me? Jiang Chuan asked in a teasing tone. Jiang Chuan, are you crazy? You actually hung up the bald man's phone. The bald man has fired you. Shenhao is Jiang Chuan's only friend in the company. He said anxiously, his voice full of disbelief and anger. It's okay, silly son. I'm glad you called your dad so many times today. Jiang Chuan said earnestly. You're really crazy. You're still so relaxed at this point. Baldy has said that even if you beg him on your knees, he won't let you go back to work. Shenhao heard Jiang Chuan's tone and lowered his voice to tell Jiang Chuan the fact. Don't worry, silly son, I fired Baldy. I'm a little hungry now. Why don't I treat you to a midnight snack and beer, and we can meet and talk? Jiang Chuan replied with a relaxed smile. Okay, wait for me. Shenhao knew that Jiang Chuan's decision could not be changed. He didn't know what happened. He said this and quickly left the rental house and came to a night market. Chapter 3. Shenhao came to the old place and saw Jiang Chuan sitting in front of a lively and prosperous night snack stall, enjoying the delicious barbecue with relish, drinking cold beer with big gulps, and his face was filled with an extremely happy expression. Hey, silly son, here you are. Come and sit down, I have ordered your favorite big kidney for you. Jiang Chuan greeted Shenhao with a smile on his face. His sturdy figure and tall stature made people look at him sideways. Old Jiang, it's already this time, how can you still have the mood to eat? You were fired by that bald guy, what should you do about the rent next month? Shenhao walked to the table and sat down slowly, but his heart was full of worries. Shenhao knew that Jiang Chuan chose to rent a house in Tengkong community for the convenience of work, but the rent there was not cheap. You have to think about your future life carefully, he said to Jiang Chuan earnestly. Facing his friend's concern, Jiang Chuan smiled and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm not short of money now, so I don't have to worry about the rent. Not short of money? Shenhao widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chuan in confusion. He knew clearly that Jiang Chuan was an orphan who was raised by a homeless man since childhood and had no family background or connections. He asked, Did you win the lottery? My family found me. They are now dead, but they left me a rich legacy. So, I'm not short of money now. Jiang Chuan shook his head and didn't tell the other party that he had obtained the system. After all, he still understood the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. He lied to Shenhao and said. Ah! Shenhao was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Jiang Chuan with disbelief. Ah, what? You should also resign tomorrow. Jiang Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of smile. Haven't you always wanted to have your own game club? Dad will open one for you. Jiang Chuan looked at Shenhao's extremely shocked look and couldn't help but chuckle. He knew what this meant to Shenhao, so he decided to help him realize this dream. Old Jiang, how much did you drink? Why did you suddenly start talking nonsense? Shenhao didn't believe what Jiang Chuan said. After all, it was too unbelievable. So he looked at Jiang Chuan with suspicion and asked. Jiang Chuan smiled helplessly, then shook his head. indicating that he was not drunk. But Jiang Hao was still skeptical and thought that Jiang Chuan might just be joking. Jiang Chuan knew that Jiang Hao would not easily believe what he said, so he smiled bitterly, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened another mobile banking interface, and handed the phone to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao took the phone in doubt, and when he saw the balance displayed on the screen, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and widened his eyes in astonishment. You really have an inheritance? You are also a rich second generation. He couldn't believe what he saw. The countless zeros made him fall into extreme shock. He stuttered and looked at Jiang Chuan and asked. Faced with such a huge shock, Jiang Hao's heart was full of doubts and confusion. I just knew it yesterday, do you believe it now? Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Hao's shocked expression and smiled at him. I believe it. Dad, I will rely on you to support me in the future. Jiang Hao looked at the balance in his mobile phone and believed it completely. Being able to have such wealth and not being arrested proves that Jiang Chuan really inherited an inheritance. Jiang Hao came to Jiang Chuan without hesitation, knelt down decisively, and asked for support. These young people are really playing. Fuck. This young man's father is too young. Jiang Hao's sassy operation immediately attracted a lot of discussion from the people around him. Brother, please get up quickly, it's embarrassing. Jiang Chuan also noticed the strange looks and voices around him, and whispered to Jiang Hao with his face covered. Okay. Jiang Hao scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and seemed to be aware of the strange looks of the people around him. His rough face instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. But soon, as the wine went down his throat, the atmosphere between the two was no longer awkward, but full of heroic spirit. What did you ask me to come here for? Just as Jiang Hao and Jiang Chuan were drinking happily, an impatient voice suddenly came into their ears. Jiang Hao looked over and saw a tall and beautiful girl standing in front of him. She was Jiang Hao's girlfriend Tang Shui. Zioxiu, you are finally here. Come and sit here, I specially ordered your favorite barbecue for you. At this time, Jiang Hao's face was already red, but when he saw Tang Shui coming, he immediately showed a diligent smile. Jiang Chuan on the side, however, disdained Jiang Hao's behavior. He secretly despised in his heart, dog liquor. I don't like eating barbecue now, don't you know? And don't call me out in this situation in the future. Tang Shui glanced at the barbecue on the table, with a look of contempt in her eyes, especially when she saw Jiang Chuan sitting there, she was even more disdainful. But she knew that Jiang Chuan was an orphan and would never have a future in his life. She felt unlucky when she saw such a person. Jiang Chuan naturally noticed Tang Shui's contemptuous look, but he didn't care. He knew that Tang Shui had always looked down on his identity as an orphan. If it weren't for her being the girlfriend of his eldest son, he would never stay with her. Shui, why are you here? And who are these two men? As the voice sounded, before Jiang Hao could explain, he saw a man wearing expensive brand clothes and with an arrogant and unruly look walking towards this side. He looked up and down at Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hao with a provocative look, and then questioned Tang Shui. Brother Yang, they are all my distant cousins, and they came to see me this time. When Tang Shui heard Yang Yang's voice, a shy smile immediately appeared on her face. She walked quickly to Yang Yang's side, tenderly held his arm, and explained softly with her flesh bombs constantly hitting his arm. Shui, what did you say? And who is this man, what is your relationship? Jiang Hao heard Tang Shui's words, his eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Yang beside Tang Shui angrily, stood up, and questioned loudly. You are the boyfriend who is entangled with Shui, right? Since we met today, I warn you, don't come to disturb my girlfriend in the future, otherwise I will make you look good. Yang Yang heard Jiang Hao's address to Tang Shui, and instantly knew the other party's identity. He immediately hugged Tang Shui to swear sovereignty, staring at Jiang Hao with cold eyes and said this. What did you say? Tang Shui, you're cheating on me. Zhang Hao heard Yang Yang's words, his eyes widened, and he stared at Tang Shui angrily and roared. His voice was full of disbelief and anger, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. He couldn't accept this fact. He was so good to Tang Shui, and spent all the money from work on her, but he didn't expect the woman in front of him to betray him. Are you worthy of me cheating on you? You are just a dog for me. Look at yourself, you are wearing cheap goods, can you compare with brother Yang? Tang Shui heard Zhang Hao roaring at him, her eyes were frivolous, and a contemptuous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her words were like a sharp blade, deeply hurting Zhang Hao's heart. He felt that his dignity was completely trampled on, and Tang Shui's contempt made him furious. Zhang Hao clenched his fists tightly, his whole body trembling slightly. He resisted the pain and anger in his heart, but the anger in his eyes became more and more intense. Are you going to do it, big son? If something goes wrong, Dad will take responsibility. A smile appeared on Jiang Chuan's lips. In fact, he didn't expect Tang Shui to cheat on Zhang Hao. You know, he knew that Zhang Hao treated Tang Shui very well and would hand over his salary every month, but he ended up raising such a vain woman. I'm going to beat you two dogs to death today. Zhang Hao heard Jiang Chuan's words, thought of the string of enviable numbers in Jiang Chuan's mobile phone, and realized that Jiang Chuan's identity was different, which was enough to calm everything. He angrily raised the chair beside him and smashed it directly at Yang Yang in front of him. Jiang Chuan watched Zhang Hao do it and chose to help without hesitation. Although there were more than a dozen people on the other side, Jiang Chuan was not afraid at all. He flexibly shuttled among the crowd, and every move was accurate and fierce. Zhang Hao was like an angry lion, waving the chair in his hand continuously, beating Yang Yang and others without any ability to fight back. The two cooperated tacitly, and within just a few minutes, Yang Yang and others had fallen to the ground. Wow wow wow! Not long after, the alarm sounded, and several police cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. The police quickly got out of the car and took everyone into the police car. You two damn guys, I will make you regret it. Yang Yang's head was covered in blood at this moment, and he looked very miserable. Before getting in the car, he angrily threatened Jiang Chuan and Zhang Hao. Chapter 4. Brother, are you really okay? That guy's background should be extraordinary. Zhang Hao was sitting in the police car and regretted it at this moment. His body was tense, his hands tightly grasped the seat, his eyes were full of anxiety and fear, and his voice was trembling because of nervousness. He looked at Jiang Chuan, who was calm beside him, and couldn't help but feel doubts and worries in his heart. Jiang Chuan didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter, and still looked leisurely and comfortable, as if this matter was not worth mentioning at all. Don't worry, I can solve it. Jiang Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, turned his head to look at Zhang Hao, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He patted Zhang Hao's shoulder gently, trying to make him relax. Shut up, do you think this is your private car? At this time, the young policeman in the car heard the conversation between Zhang Hao and Jiang Chuan. His face suddenly became gloomy, glared at them fiercely, and shouted loudly. Jiang Chuan heard the words of the police uncle and quickly shut his mouth with an embarrassed smile on his face. He knew that his behavior just now was a bit inappropriate, so he quickly apologized to the police and promised not to talk anymore. The police car slowly stopped, and Jiang Chuan saw that the police station was close at hand. He turned his head to look at the police uncle beside him, and asked with a smile, "Uncle Police, I should be able to make a phone call, right?" The young police heard Jiang Chuan's words, his eyes swept over the simple clothes of the two people, and then looked at Zhang Hao, who looked nervous, and secretly guessed that they might want to call their families for help. Considering this, he nodded and agreed, "You call." "Thank you, Uncle Police." Jiang Chuan thanked the young policeman and made a call directly in front of the two people. Beep. Beep. After a few busy tones, the call was connected. Mr. Jiang, is there anything you want to call me for? The person who spoke was named Lu Yang, the president of Tianxia Group. At this time, he was preparing to take a break, but after seeing the caller ID of his private mobile phone, he immediately answered the phone and asked respectfully. Old Lu, I have a problem at Jiangbei police station. Please find someone to handle it for me. Jiang Chuan said with a smile and a relaxed tone. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will solve it as soon as possible. Lu Yang quickly agreed. When he learned that Jiang Chuan was arrested at Jiangbei police station, his face instantly became ugly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yang did not dare to delay and quickly contacted Chen Liang, the general manager of Jiangbei Tianxia Group branch. Chen Liang was handling work and was very surprised to receive a call from Lu Yang. You know, Lu Yang has a very high status in Tianxia Group. It can be said that he is under one person and above 10,000 people. If he can get Lu Yang's attention, he may be able to realize his long-cherished wish to become a senior executive of Tianxia Group head office. Hello, Mr. Lu, you are still awake so late, what do you want to talk to me about? Chen Liang asked respectfully. He knew that Lu Yang must have something important to call at this time, so he did not dare to neglect it at all. Chen Liang, we have a very important guest named Jiang Chuan in Tianxia Group. He is in Jiangbei police station. You should go and deal with him. Lu Yang's voice sounded a little anxious and angry. I understand, Mr. Lu. Let me handle this matter. Chen Liang immediately understood what Lu Yang meant. He knew that this guest was of great significance to the company and must be handled properly. Okay. Lu Yang was still very confident in Chen Liang's ability and believed that he could handle this matter well. After Chen Liang hung up the phone, he took action immediately. He first contacted a director of Jiangbei City, hoping to solve the problem through official channels. Director Lin, did I disturb your rest? Chen Liang asked with a chuckle. No, is there anything Mr. Chen wants to talk to me about? Director Lin responded politely. Director Lin, a guest named Jiang Chuan from our Tianxia Group head office was arrested by your Jiangbei police station. I want to know what happened. Chen Liang stated his purpose straight to the point. Oh? Jiang Chuan? I don't know the details, I'll call you to ask. But since you are a VIP of Tianxia Group, we will treat you with caution. Director Lin said that he would find out the truth as soon as possible. Chen Liang felt relieved and waited for Director Lin's call. Director Lin, thank you for your help. Chen Liang said with a chuckle. It's okay, give me 10 minutes. Director Lin also replied with a smile. In 10 minutes, Director Lin already knew the whole story, and his face was a little solemn. He called Chen Liang immediately. Mr. Chen, I already know what happened. This time, it was quite troublesome. Jiang Chuan and Yang Yang of Yang Group had some conflicts and fought each other. It was not easy for us to handle this matter. So Mr. Chen needs you to make it clear with Yang Group. As long as it is clear, we will release the person as soon as possible. Okay, Director Lin, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible. After Chen Liang learned about the incident, he knew that this matter was insignificant, so he contacted Yang Sanfa, the head of Yang Group, as soon as possible. Yang Sanfa looked at Mr. Chen of Tianxia Group calling him and answered the phone as soon as possible. Yang Sanfa knew the power of Tianxia Group, which was definitely not something that their Yang Group could provoke. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will go over and deal with this matter right away. Yang Sanfa was so frightened when he learned that his prodigal son had provoked the VIP of Tianxia Group that he turned pale and rushed to Jiangbei police station immediately. Yang Sanfa came to Jiangbei police station and severely taught Yang Yang a lesson in front of Jiang Chuan and others, and at the same time begged for Jiang Chuan and others' forgiveness. Jiang Chuan saw that Yang Sanfa's attitude was good, but he did not accept it immediately, but looked at his good brothers around him. Old Jiang, let's forget about this matter, let's go back and continue drinking. Jiang Hao watched Jiang Chuan solve it so easily, and Yang Sanfa apologized in person, and he didn't plan to pursue the other party. It's not worth it to deepen the conflict between each other for a woman who cheated on him. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yang Sanfa said gratefully as he saw Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hao forgiving them. Yang Sanfa even respectfully took out a check for 1 million and handed it to Jiang Hao, with the purpose of apologizing. Take it. Jiang Chuan looked at Yang Sanfa, who was so sensible, and said to Jiang Hao beside him with a smile. Jiang Hao took the check handed over by the other party in a dreamlike manner. It was the first time for him to encounter such a situation. He beat the other party, and the other party apologized to him with a smile and gave him money. At this moment, Jiang Hao understood what power was. The Jiangbei police station saw that both parties had dealt with it, and told each other that they could leave as soon as possible. Thank you, gentlemen. If you need Yang in the future, just ask. Yang Sanfa said gratefully. He planned to send the two away but was rejected. He could only take his prodigal son home with him. As for the prodigal son's friends, let them all get out. Chapter 5. Jiang Chuan and Jiang Hao returned to the night snack shop again. No one disturbed them this time. Under the influence of alcohol, Jiang Hao talked about how good he had been to Tang Shui over the years and how he met all of Tang Shui's requirements, but love ultimately lost to reality. Jiang Hao was just an ordinary farmer's son, and his parents had been dealing with the land all their lives. Jiang Hao's studies were not very good, and he barely passed the college entrance examination. Now they are very proud of working in a big city. Jiang Hao is very talented in games. It was Jiang Hao who led Jiang Chuan into the simulation game. Without Jiang Hao leading him to play the life simulation game, Jiang Chuan might not be able to awaken the system in this life, so he was still very grateful to Jiang Hao in his heart. One night, the two drank a lot of wine, Jiang Hao said a lot, and Jiang Chuan just listened quietly. The dawn was about to appear. He looked at Jiang Hao, who had fallen on the table, and shook his head helplessly. After paying, he found the nearest hotel and opened two of the best rooms. After Jiang Chuan settled Jiang Hao, he went back to the room and fell asleep. Beep. Beep. The phone kept ringing, and finally woke up Jiang Hao, who was sleeping. Jiang Hao answered the phone in a daze, and a roar of a lion came into his ears. Jiang Hao, you idiot, do you want to be fired by me like Jiang Chuan? I give you 10 minutes to get to the company. If you don't get to the company within 10 minutes, you get out. Jiang Hao heard the angry voice of the bald boss, and he sobered up a lot. Looking at the check in his hand, thinking that Jiang Chuan is no longer the same as before, he was furious. Bald, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. From now on, get out of here. I won't serve you from today. Snap. Jiang Hao hung up the phone and decisively blocked the bald boss, feeling relieved. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Hao was immersed in the joy of firing his boss at this moment. Suddenly, he heard the phone ring again. He frowned, thinking that his boss was still haunting him. He picked up the phone and looked at the notes in the phone. He hesitated for a while and answered the call. Jiang Hao, Yang Yang doesn't want me anymore. Let's make up. Let's continue to be together. I swear I will treat you well this time and won't treat you as a spare tire. Tang Shui cried and begged Jiang Hao to get back together. Tears rolled down like beads with broken strings, dripping on the ground, splashing tears. Her voice was full of despair and helplessness, as if she had lost all hope and courage. Ha ha ha. Tang Shui, remember this for me. There is only one betrayal and countless times. Since you have betrayed me once, do you think I will still want you, a slut? Jiang Hao laughed at himself when he heard Tang Shui's words. His eyes were full of indifference and determination. He would never be deceived by Tang Shui's sweet words again. Beep. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he did not give Tang Shui any chance to explain and directly hung up the phone decisively. Tang Shui watched Jiang Hao hang up the phone and kept calling Jiang Hao, begging for forgiveness, but Jiang Hao hung up the phone mercilessly and blocked her directly. Hey! Jiang Hao looked at the mobile phone without any movement and exhaled a breath of turbid air softly. His eyes were scattered, and his eyes looked down at the city below from a high place. His eyes became confused, and there was no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness on his face. Ding dong! Jiang Hao maintained this state for 2 hours, and the doorbell rang, bringing him back to his senses. You are so slow to open the door? There is a beautiful woman in the golden house. Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Hao coming to knock on the door, and couldn't help but joked. No, just thinking about something. Jiang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Jiang Chuan's joke. Although the sadness in his eyes was very shallow, it was still captured by Jiang Chuan. Old Jiang, things have already happened. We have to learn to look forward. The scenery ahead is better, and there will be better girls who will appreciate you. Jiang Chuan comforted Jiang Hao softly. Go to the magic city. Jiang Chuan heard that Jiang Hao was going to leave Jiangbei and move to another city to continue living. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile, and he softly said a city. The magic city. Jiang Hao looked at Jiang Chuan in confusion, his eyes full of doubts and puzzlement. He knew that the magic city was one of the top cities in China, and it was also known as the richest place in China. It can be said that every inch of land there is worth a lot of money. For ordinary people, it is not easy to survive there, let alone any development opportunities. Well, have you forgotten? I promised to give you a game club. The place has been chosen, in the Magic City. You can go to the Magic City to take over the game club at any time, and I will have someone transfer the game club to your name at that time. Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Hao, with a firm light flashing in his eyes, he said seriously. Lao Jiang, we have known each other for 3 years, and I know your strength in the field of games. Jiang Chuan stepped in front of Jiang Hao, stretched out his hand and gently patted the other's shoulder, and said with a smile, Now I give this pen to you. It's up to you to draw your own future. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, Jiang Hao felt warm in his heart, his eyes were moist, and tears were rolling in his eyes, as if they would roll down in the next second. Hey, don't play any sensational routines with me. Although the company can be transferred to you, you have to give me dividends every year, otherwise I won't agree. Jiang Chuan noticed the tears flashing in Jiang Hao's eyes, and quickly put on a mercenary look and said to him. I understand. But Lao Jiang, thank you so much for trusting me and giving me such a rare opportunity. Jiang Hao laughed when he heard Jiang Chuan's frivolous words. His expression became serious and he said to Jiang Chuan in a serious tone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving sincere thanks once. If the host receives sincere thanks 99 times again, he will get a chance to withdraw. The system prompt sounded in Jiang Chuan's mind. He was stunned for a moment, and his heart was filled with joy. As soon as Jiang Hao finished speaking, he bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan, and Jiang Chuan hurriedly moved aside and said sincerely, Lao Jiang, these are all the rewards you deserve. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have achieved everything I have today. Lao Jiang, what do you mean by this? After hearing this, Jiang Hao asked with a puzzled look on his face. There is no special meaning, I just think that the fate between us is very wonderful. Look, when are you leaving for Shanghai? I will help you book the ticket. When you get there, just contact this number, he will arrange everything for you. Jiang Chuan smiled and replied. After that, Jiang Chuan sent a mobile phone number to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao waved his hand and declined Jiang Chuan's kindness, saying that he could buy the ticket himself. Then, he showed Jiang Chuan the check in his hand and said happily, Old Jiang, don't bother you about the ticket. I plan to go back home to visit my family first, and then leave. At that time, I won't say goodbye to you. If you come to Shanghai in the future, remember to come to me, I will treat you to a meal. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded, and the two left the hotel, had lunch, and went their separate ways. Chapter 6. Jiang Chuan and Shenhao parted ways. He wandered alone in the city. He was very conflicted, not knowing whether he should go home. Jiang Chuan was abandoned at a garbage station when he was young, but fortunately he was picked up by a homeless man and grew up. 3 years ago, Jiang Chuan failed in his business and owed tens of thousands of yuan. His father knew about this and took out all his money to pay Jiang Chuan back. Jiang Chuan was unwilling to use his father's pension money, so the two had a big fight. Jiang Chuan and his father had not contacted each other for 3 years. In 3 years, Jiang Chuan actually thought about going home to see his father. But he had accomplished nothing, so he didn't go back to see his father after all. "You fucking old man, did I tell you that this garbage dump will belong to our beggar gang in the future, and you can't come here in the future, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you." Jiang Chuan was worried and unknowingly came to the garbage dump where he was abandoned since childhood, and suddenly heard a young man cursing. Jiang Chuan looked over at the sound and saw several people in ragged clothes holding wooden sticks and hitting an old man. The old man tried his best to protect his head to avoid being hit by them. "Stop it!" Jiang Chuan looked at the beaten old man and thought of his father. He couldn't help but feel angry and shouted coldly. Jiang Chuan's voice reached the ears of the beggars. The beggars, who were only 16 or 17 years old, looked at Jiang Chuan instantly. Seeing Jiang Chuan's height of 1.8 meters, handsome appearance, gentle temperament, and looked like a student, they immediately stared at Jiang Chuan fiercely and roared, "Where did you come from, little white face? Get out of here quickly, otherwise I will beat you too." "Dad!" Jiang Chuan ignored their threats and approached the group of young beggars step by step. When he saw the old man who was beaten with bruises and reds, he released terrible anger in his eyes, and the gentle temperament on his body disappeared in an instant. A cold breath came out of Jiang Chuan's body. "I want you dead." Jiang Chuan looked at the group of young beggars like an angry beast, and his cold voice made them shudder. The group of young beggars were stared at by Jiang Chuan, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back, looking at Jiang Chuan in horror, wanting to leave. "What are you afraid of? He is only one person, and we have 4 people with weapons. Let's go up and deal with him together. If he calls the police, we will all be in trouble." The leading young beggar looked at Jiang Chuan with a ferocious face, and said viciously to the other 3 beggars around him. "That's right, he is only one person, let's deal with him together. I don't want to be caught, just knock him out." The words of the leading teenager worked, and the 4 young beggars looked at Jiang Chuan fiercely, and the wooden sticks in their hands became more powerful. The next moment, with the leading teenager taking the initiative to attack, the other teenagers did not lag behind and rushed towards Jiang Chuan. "Get out of here!" Jiang Chuan roared, without dodging or evading. He knew that in street fights, there was no way out as long as he was afraid. He endured the pain and grabbed the leading boy's stick, and kicked him out with his long legs. "Ah!" The leading boy was kicked out and screamed in pain. "You guys go to hell!" The pain in his hand made Jiang Chuan's eyes red, and he looked even more terrifying. He was not afraid of the stick on his body, and he directly grasped the stick and hit a boy hard. 2 minutes. Although Jiang Chuan was beaten more than a dozen times, the group of boys was even worse, lying on the ground wailing in pain. "Second brother, stop it!" Jiang Chuan looked at the young brats lying on the ground wailing and was not going to let them go. When Jiang Chuan was going to continue to fight and teach them a lifelong lesson, his father's voice came to his ears from behind. "Dad!" Jiang Chuan heard his father's words, and his anger had weakened a lot. He turned his head and looked at his embarrassed father, unwillingly dropped the stick in his hand, and his red eyes also dissipated a little. He quickly came to his father's side and supported him. "Hold me over." The father saw that Jiang Chuan's anger had dissipated, and he was very happy to see his second son. he ordered Jiang Chuan without question. Okay, Dad. Jiang Chuan did not dare to refute his father, and supported his father and walked over. I'm sorry, we were wrong, don't hit us. Old man. No, no, no. Uncle, this place is your territory from now on, we dare not come over, please let us go. The four young men were completely scared by Jiang Chuan, looking at their father and Jiang Chuan. Chuan came over, got up with difficulty, knelt down and kowtowed, asking for forgiveness, hoping that Jiang Chuan would let them go. Jiang Chuan just stared at the group of young beggars indifferently without saying anything. This time you were the first to hit the old man, and you were the first to hit Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan was also self-defense. But your injuries are serious after all, you can keep this money for your own medical treatment, and the conflict between us will end here. The old man looked at the young beggars kneeling on the ground and naturally felt compassion. He stared at the four people and slowly said this, then left all the money on his body here, and told Jiang Chuan to take him away from here. This. The four young beggars looked at the old man and Jiang Chuan who were leaving, and looked at the thousands of Chinese yuan that the old man put in front of them. They were completely stunned. They didn't expect that after beating the old man, they were defeated by Jiang Chuan in the end. The old man not only let them go, but also gave them money for treatment. Brother, what should we do next? The four young men looked at each other, and finally their eyes fell on the leading boy. Take the money away, we will go to see the injury and eat something good at the same time. We will remember this favor and will definitely repay this old man in the future. The leading boy looked at the old man and Jiang Chuan who had disappeared, and said this to the other three. Great! Today I can have a full meal again. The three boys saw that the leading boy was willing to accept the money, and the other three laughed happily, so that the pain in their bodies was also reduced a lot. Dad, I'll take you to the hospital. Jiang Chuan looked at his father, who was limping and walking, feeling uncomfortable, and said this to his father forcefully. You don't need to go to the hospital to waste money for this minor injury. I can recover by myself in a few days. Why do you want to go home today? After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the old man waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to go to the hospital, and then looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile and asked with a smile. Dad knew that Jiang Bei had a very stubborn and strong character, which was exactly the same as when he was young. He would never admit his mistakes. Dad, I was wrong 3 years ago. I came back this time to take care of you and see you to the end of your life. Jiang Chuan looked at his increasingly old father, thinking that he was still picking up rags at the age of 60, and that he was beaten up by a group of young people today. He was so upset that he said this in a hoarse voice. When Dad heard Jiang Chuan's apology, his eyes widened and his expression was surprised, but soon he smiled with relief. He didn't say much, but patted Jiang Chuan on the shoulder. There is no overnight hatred between father and son. With Jiang Chuan's apology, the contradictions and estrangements between the two stubborn people disappeared with the wind, and they returned to the home that looked shabby but had lived in for decades. Chapter 7. Dad, how come this home hasn't changed in all these years? Jiang Chuan and his dad returned to the suburbs not far from the garbage dump, which is also called a slum by people in the city. Most of the people living here are from the lower class of Jiangbei City, and some young people who come to big cities to work hard. They live here just because the rent is cheap enough and it is not very far from the city. As long as there is a place to live, what changes are needed? After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the dad thought that Jiang Chuan had been away for a few years and despised his doghouse. He glared at him and said indifferently, "You are right." Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed after hearing his dad's words. What's wrong with Dad? After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he found that his dad looked at him strangely. He couldn't help but touch his face, and found that there was nothing, so he asked in confusion. Second brother, you have changed in 3 years. You used to not agree with what I said, but only refuted me. It seems that you have suffered a lot in these 3 years. The dad said with a chuckle without hiding anything. Jiang Chuan felt even worse after hearing what his father said. His character had always been very strong, whether to his father or to outsiders, so he had suffered a lot over the years and offended some people. It was indeed a hardship, but it was sweet after all. Jiang Chuan smiled and replied after hearing what his father said. The father did not ask too much, as long as the second son lived well. How long will you stay this time? The father looked at Jiang Chuan beside him and asked with a chuckle. As long as there is nothing wrong, I can stay with you all the time. I told you that I came back this time to take care of you in your old age. I have bought a new house. Let's move there together when the time comes. Jiang Chuan also laughed when he heard his father's question. Well, you can stay as long as you want. As for going to your new home, forget it. You will get married and have children in the future, so I won't bother you. I live in a good place here. The father smiled and nodded, without asking Jiang Chuan about the specific situation, as long as the second son did not commit any illegal or criminal acts. Dad, I'm back. Jiang Chuan was going to persuade his father to move in with him, so that he could take better care of him. However, at this moment, a pleasant voice suddenly reached the ears of the father and son. The voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of nature, which made people feel relaxed and happy. As the voice fell, a young and beautiful figure slowly appeared at the door. She was wearing a school uniform, with a slim figure, exuding a pure breath, like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. Second brother, you are home. The girl saw Jiang Chuan's figure and shouted in surprise. Little sister, school is over. You are getting more and more beautiful. Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao who entered the house and praised her generously. Lin Xiaoxiao was also an orphan picked up by her father. She was the youngest, only 16 years old this year, and just read the first year of high school. Second brother, you are getting more and more handsome. Lin Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Chuan's praise and laughed happily. However, when she laughed, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly frowned, but soon recovered her expression and continued to laugh happily. Jiang Chuan still caught all of this. Dad, what's wrong with you? Lin Xiaoxiao also turned her eyes to her father and found that his body was bruised and swollen. She immediately asked with concern. I thought you only had your second brother in your eyes. Dad looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with resentment, obviously jealous. Dad, are you jealous of me too? My little sister and I haven't seen each other for a few years. It's okay for you to say hello first. Jiang Chuan heard his father's words, looked at his expression, and smiled helplessly. He knew that Lin Xiaoxiao was his father's treasure, and Lin Xiaoxiao was the only one among the 3 orphans picked up by his father who had his father's surname. The reason why Jiang Chuan didn't take his father's surname was because the jade pendant Jiang Chuan wore had the other person's name engraved on it, so his father named him according to the name on the jade pendant for convenience. The father didn't say anything, but just glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely. Don't worry, little sister, Dad is fine. Dad promised me that after we finish eating, we will go to the hospital together. Jiang Chuan smiled and looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, and whispered to her. What do you mean? When the father heard Jiang Chuan's words, he was about to refute, and then he heard Lin Xiaoxiao's words, that's good. The father glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely again, and the threat was self-evident. Dad, you are not convenient today, you just sit here. Little sister, come and help me, I will cook by myself. Jiang Chuan smiled and didn't care, said to Lin Xiaoxiao, and the two entered the kitchen. Dad watched Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao enter the kitchen together, smiled and didn't say much, sitting there with a look of enjoyment. Little sister, what happened to you? After Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao entered the kitchen together, Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao solemnly and asked softly. Lin Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Chuan's words, her face suddenly changed, and quickly recovered her expression, chuckled and said, second brother, I'm fine. Jiang Chuan didn't answer, but looked at Lin Xiaoxiao deeply, and took advantage of the other party's inattention, and directly opened the other party's sleeves. He saw that Lin Xiaoxiao's arms were bruised, and these injuries were still very new, obviously recently appeared. Ah! Lin Xiaoxiao didn't expect Jiang Chuan to suddenly open her sleeve, so that she pulled her wound and couldn't help but scream. What's wrong? Dad heard Lin Xiaoxiao's voice, asked with concern, and planned to get up and go into the kitchen to take a look. Dad, I'm fine, I accidentally bumped into it, you just sit down, my second brother and I will be able to cook the meal soon. Lin Xiaoxiao heard Dad's voice, her face changed drastically, and she said to Dad. Dad, it's really okay, don't worry. Jiang Chuan knew that Dad would not be worried, so he immediately spoke up and told him not to worry. Then you pay attention. Dad heard what the two said, and finally did not enter the kitchen. Hey! Lin Xiaoxiao was relieved when she saw that Dad didn't come over. What happened? Jiang Chuan lowered his voice, his eyes gradually became cold, and asked Lin Xiaoxiao. Brother, I was bullied by my classmates at school. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel wronged when she heard Jiang Chuan's words. She was just a little girl after all. She hugged Jiang Chuan and sobbed softly. I know. I will go to school with you tomorrow and seek justice for you. Jiang Chuan patted Lin Xiaoxiao's back and comforted her softly. Chapter 8. Forget about my second brother. Those who bullied me have rich and powerful families. We can't afford to offend them. I just want to leave this school. Lin Xiaoxiao stopped crying when she learned that Jiang Chuan would accompany her to school. She looked at Jiang Chuan with red eyes and shook her head. Jiang Chuan heard what Lin Xiaoxiao said, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao deeply and said seriously, Xiaoxiao, do you believe me? Of course I believe in my second brother. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded seriously and answered affirmatively. Since you believe in my second brother, let my second brother handle this matter. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Jiang Chuan smiled confidently, which made Lin Xiaoxiao feel relieved. Your injury also needs to be treated. Dad also needs to be treated. Let's go to the hospital together. When your injuries are treated, we will have dinner outside. Jiang Chuan rubbed Lin Xiaoxiao's head and said to her with a smile. I listen to my second brother. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. She believed that her second brother would not harm her. Because her second brother has been protecting her since she was a child. Dad, my little sister said to celebrate my return home, let's go to the hospital for treatment first and have dinner together outside. Jiang Chuan walked out of the kitchen and smiled at his father who was lying on GEU. Okay. Dad looked at Lin Xiaoxiao and also looked at him, and agreed. The three drove to Jiangbei City Hospital. It was already afternoon at this time, and the experts had gone off work. The injuries of Dad and little sister were not serious. Jiang Chuan made 2 appointments and let Dad and Lin Xiaoxiao receive treatment together. Where is Xiaoxiao? Dad's injury was not serious. He treated it simply and went home to change the dressing frequently. He would be able to recover in about a month. Dad came out and saw that only Jiang Chuan was sitting outside waiting for him, frowning and asked. My little sister went to the toilet and will be back soon. Dad, please sit for a while. Jiang Chuan said to Dad with a smile, asking him not to worry. Okay. Dad did not notice anything unusual and nodded with a smile. 10 minutes later. Lin Xiaoxiao also came back after receiving treatment. Dad, I'm going to the toilet. Little sister, you accompany me. Jiang Chuan said to his father with a smile. Lazy people pee a lot. Dad curled his lips and said impatiently when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. Jiang Chuan was used to his father's sharp tongue but soft heart. He smiled and asked the hospital about the medicines Lin Xiaoxiao needed to use. After buying them, he found his father and others. Xiaoxiao, what do you want to eat? Second brother will treat you. After Jiang Chuan came back, he looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile and asked. Dad didn't say anything, and his eyes fell on his only daughter. Dad, second brother, let's go to a barbecue buffet. It's been a long time since I had a barbecue buffet. Lin Xiaoxiao noticed that both of them were looking at her, and she said it without much thought. Jiang Chuan understood that Lin Xiaoxiao was saving money for him, and sighed in his heart. He knew that this little sister was very sensible and did not need her family to worry about her. But Jiang Chuan now had the ability and strength to give his family a better life. He was not as sensible as his little sister. Instead, he lived happily every day. Okay. Jiang Chuan did not say much and agreed with his father. The family happily ate a barbecue meal, and the meal cost 200 yuan. This was a high consumption for the old father who picked up rags, and he felt a pain in his heart when he paid the bill. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Jiang Chuan was going to pay the bill, and the father said directly that he was the elder and it was natural for him to pay. After the three of them returned home, the father and Jiang Chuan slept in the same room. The little sister slept alone in a room. Jiang Chuan watched the father fall asleep, and he came to the outside of Lin Xiaoxiao's room and knocked on the door. What's wrong with the old man? Lin Xiaoxiao's voice reached Jiang Chuan's ears. Little sister, I'm the second brother, I have something to ask you, come out. Jiang Chuan heard that the little sister had not fallen asleep yet, and spoke to her softly. Okay, second brother, wait for me. Lin Xiaoxiao heard that her second brother was looking for her, wiped away her tears, put on her clothes and walked out of the room. Jiang Chuan saw that Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red, and realized that Lin Xiaoxiao was crying again, so he sighed. Xiaoxiao, come out with your second brother for a while. Jiang Chuan said to Lin Xiaoxiao, and the two walked out of the room and came outside. Little sister, take a look at the balance inside. Jiang Chuan opened his mobile banking, and Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the balance inside, looking at Jiang Chuan in shock. For a moment, she wanted to speak but couldn't. Little sister, my second brother is really capable of protecting you now, and he is also capable of making you live a better life. So you don't need to live cautiously, you can be happy. Life. In the future, the second brother will still protect you as before. Jiang Chuan promised Lin Xiaoxiao seriously and solemnly. I know, brother Chuan. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the countless zeros in Jiang Chuan's mobile phone. She knew that Jiang Chuan had really succeeded in these years, and that he was telling the truth. She laughed happily. Lin Xiaoxiao, tears flowed from her eyes again while she was laughing. Jiang Chuan just walked to Lin Xiaoxiao's side, hugged her head, let her cry, let her vent her emotions. Hey! Inside the room, the old man who had already lain down to sleep also saw this scene. He sighed and made a decision in his heart. The old man had noticed the abnormality of the little sister since she entered the number 1 middle school in the city half a year ago. He knew that the people who bullied the little sister were either rich or noble, and he had no way to deal with it. He also planned to let the little sister transfer to another school privately, but the school disagreed, and the old man had no way to deal with it. The old man also thought about calling the police to solve the problem, but he was worried that there was no evidence and he could not punish those who hurt the little sister, so he did not dare to act rashly. Daddy was actually prepared for the worst, which was to make the people who bullied my little sister disappear. Daddy had already planned that Jiang Chuan would go home and become very good. If Jiang Chuan could really solve Lin Xiaoxiao's problem, he would not do it. At that time, he would leave here with Jiang Chuan and go to Jiang Chuan's new home. He did not do it for himself, but for Lin Xiaoxiao to have a better future. After all, the slums were too messy, and my little sister was very unsafe when she came back several times. Have a good rest today, I will accompany you to school tomorrow. Okay, second brother. After Lin Xiaoxiao vented her emotions, she felt sleepy and said to Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the balance of Jiang Chuan's money and realized that Jiang Chuan could really solve her problem. Her mood instantly improved. She answered sweetly and went back to her room to sleep. Give me the contact information of the person in charge of the Jiangbei branch. I need you to do something tomorrow. Call me. Jiang Chuan sent a message to Lu Yong and returned to his room to sleep, to prevent his father from waking up and discovering something unusual. When Jiang Chuan returned to the room, his father's snoring was loud enough to shake the sky. Chapter 9. The next day, Lin Xiaoxiao got up early and prepared to go to school. Dad, I will accompany my little sister to school today. Breakfast is on the table. You can eat it yourself when the time comes. Jiang Chuan said loudly to his father, who had just woken up in the room. Okay. Dad replied that he would stay at home and not go out today, and wait quietly for the result. Hello, sir, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao came to the gate of number 1 middle school, and he was stopped by the security guard. Little sister, you go in first, I will come in later. Jiang Chuan did not conflict with the security guard in front of him, and smiled at Lin Xiaoxiao. Okay, second brother. Lin Xiaoxiao saw the balance in Jiang Chuan's mobile phone, and her mood became much better, and the whole person became cheerful and confident. I was stopped outside the door of number 1 middle school, and asked their school leaders to come and pick me up. Jiang Chuan called Chen Liang directly, with a low tone and a bit of coldness. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Chen Liang had learned Jiang Chuan's true identity from Lu Yong yesterday. Knowing that Jiang Chuan was the big boss behind the Tianxia group, he immediately said respectfully. Principal Qin, a big shot from our Tianxia group is going to your school. He is blocked outside the school at the moment, and you need to go and pick him up in person. This big shot is going to give you financial support. Chen Liang called the principal of the number 1 middle school in the city directly. The principal of the number 1 middle school in the city frowned when he heard what Chen Liang said. A group leader asked him to receive him in person. He was an official staff. When he learned that the other party was going to provide 200 million yuan, Principal Qin's fat face immediately showed a smile and replied, Mr. Chen, don't worry. I will definitely receive this big shot in person. Sorry to bother Principal Qin. Chen Liang heard Principal Qin's happy voice and said with a smile. The two hung up the phone. Principal Qin came to the school gate as soon as possible. Seeing that only Jiang Chuan was standing outside the gate, he greeted him with a smile and asked, Excuse me, sir, are you from Tianxia Group? You are. Jiang Chuan looked at Principal Qin, who was almost as fat as a ball, and asked in confusion. I am the principal of number 1 middle school, Qin Ming. I don't know your last name, sir. Hello, Principal Qin, my last name is Jiang. I may need to trouble you for something when I come to your school this time. Jiang Chuan couldn't help but be surprised when he knew that the fat middle-aged man in front of him was actually the principal of number 1 middle school in the city, and said with a smile. Mr. Jiang, what's the trouble? You are going to give us 200 million yuan, not to mention one thing, 10 things are fine. Principal Qin's fat face was full of smiles, and he looked at Jiang Chuan and said. Principal Qin, as long as I am satisfied with this matter, I will immediately let Tianxia Group give you 200 million yuan. Jiang Chuan also looked at Principal Qin with a smile on his face and said. Let's talk inside. Principal Qin looked at the young Jiang Chuan and said nothing more. The two entered number 1 middle school together, talking and laughing all the way. Jiang Chuan also directly told Principal Qin the purpose of coming here, that is, his sister was bullied, and he came here just to ask for justice. Jiang Chuan did not need Principal Qin to do anything more, just call these students to his office. I wonder who your sister is, Mr. Jiang. Lin Xiaoxiao. Jiang Chuan said a name directly without hiding it, and looked at Principal Qin deeply. Principal Qin couldn't help shrinking his eyes when he heard the name Lin Xiaoxiao. He didn't expect that Lin Xiaoxiao actually had a brother who worked in Tianxia Group. Principal Qin, have you heard of my sister's name? Or do you know who is bullying my sister? Jiang Chuan looked at Principal Qin with a smile. Principal Qin couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp and weak in his heart when he was stared at by Jiang Chuan. I did hear about this matter, but those students are special, and I can't do anything about it. Principal Qin was stared at by Jiang Chuan, which hit his heart directly. It was the first time he felt such a terrible look from a young man, and he said it without any concealment. It's okay, just ask them to come over, I'll chat with them. Jiang Chuan smiled and looked at Principal Qin, waiting for him to make a decision. Okay. Principal Qin looked at Jiang Chuan, and for some reason, he thought Jiang Chuan could deal with these bad apples that he couldn't offend, so he agreed. Principal Qin immediately contacted Lin Xiaoxiao's class teacher and asked Lin Xiaoxiao to come to the principal's office. Lin Xiaoxiao respectfully called Principal Qin. Principal Qin asked Lin Xiaoxiao if she was one of those school bullies. Lin Xiaoxiao trembled in fear when she heard their names, but fortunately Jiang Chuan patted Lin Xiaoxiao looking at each other encouragingly. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded to indicate that it was them. 10 minutes later, several boys dressed in colorful clothes, who looked like gangsters. And several girls dressed in fancy clothes, who looked like little gangsters, came here. Fatty Qin, why did you call us here? The leading young man dyed his hair silver, looked at Principal Qin with an arrogant look and asked impatiently. Stinky bitch, why are you here? Are you here to complain to Fatty Qin and plan to expel us? Stinky bitch, ask Fatty Qin if he has the ability to expel us. The several girls standing also noticed that Lin Xiaoxiao next to Jiang Chuan directly insulted her, and even 2 girls were ready to fight in the principal's office. Jiang Chuan looked at this scene, his face became more and more indifferent, his eyes released a cold chill, and Principal Qin's face became even uglier. Being called Fatty Qin by several students made him lose face. Pa! Jiang Chuan found that Lin Xiaoxiao was trembling with fear at this moment. Looking at the 2 girls who were walking towards them, he stopped them directly and slapped them on the face without hesitation. Damn you, you dare to hit me, do you know who I am? You dare to hit my girlfriend, do you want to die? Jiang Chuan's move directly stirred up a hornet's nest. The men and women looked at him coldly, and even a few boys attacked him. Jiang Chuan smiled coldly at this scene and wrestled with them directly in the principal's office. Although Jiang Chuan was also beaten, his cruelty scared the group of students, and the group of students were quickly subdued by Jiang Chuan on the ground. Your name is Guo Baokan, right? Jiangbei Guo Group, Jiangbei Top 10 Entrepreneurs Guo Jian is your father, right? Jiang Chuan looked at the white-haired man who was knocked to the ground and sneered at him. Damn you, since you know who my father is, I advise you to let me go immediately, otherwise I will have someone kill you. Guo Baokan felt Jiang Chuan stepping on his back, making him unable to move, and he growled angrily. Threatening me? I'll give you 2 choices, to kill you or to cripple you. Jiang Chuan laughed in anger when he heard Guo Baokan's threat. He increased the strength of his foot, glanced coldly at everyone in the principal's office, and said this sentence indifferently. Chapter 10. What do you mean? Do you dare to kill us? Or cripple us? A purple-haired boy laughed disdainfully after hearing Jiang Chuan's words. His background is not simple either. His father is the head of the censorate in a main urban district of Jiangbei City. You can only be played to death. Jiang Chuan heard the purple-haired boy's words, looked at him coldly, and issued an execution order coldly. You, what do you mean? The purple-haired boy heard this and looked at Jiang Chuan warily. His body also retreated involuntarily, fearing that Jiang Chuan would suddenly go berserk and attack him. Zhang Xiaohu, 3 years ago, because of an argument with a classmate, he called in social people to brutally kill his classmate, and his father Zhang Zhenhua helped him to settle the matter. 2 years ago, he raped a girl who had just turned 12 years old, causing her death. A year ago, because his pet was kicked by someone, he called in social people to beat the other person into a vegetable. Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Xiaohu's actions and laughed at him with disdain. Hiss! The friends around Zhang Xiaohu heard what Jiang Chuan said and looked at Zhang Xiaohu's livid face. They understood that all this was true. They didn't expect that the gentle Zhang Xiaohu could be so violent, and these friends stayed away from him. Zhang Xiaohu ignored his friends, looked at Jiang Chuan with a ferocious face, his eyes full of murderous intent, and asked coldly, "How could you know these things? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. What do you think you will be charged with for doing these things without your father's support?" Jiang Chuan saw Zhang Xiaohu sneer at his murderous intention, and said this coldly to Zhang Xiaohu. "What?" Zhang Xiaohu heard this and looked at Jiang Chuan with wide eyes, understanding what he was going to do. "Who is Zhang Xiaohu? Please leave with us and cooperate with the investigation." Zhang Xiaohu was about to say more, but several policemen came here and took Zhang Xiaohu away. He. It's your turn. Do you want to kill or cripple me?" Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was taken away and smiled coldly, and his eyes looked at the other students in the office. All the students who were targeted by Jiang Chuan shuddered and looked at Jiang Chuan with fear in their eyes. "I can't stand it, I want to leave." A male student couldn't stand the pressure in the office, so he broke out of the office first. Other students watched this scene and planned to follow suit, but when they heard Jiang Chuan's words, they stopped decisively. The person who left is called Gao Yu. 3 years ago, he beat 3 students in school, causing them to be severely disabled. Afterwards, he threatened the parents of the students with money, and the matter was left unresolved. 2 years ago, he was involved in a fight outside the school and was punched. Afterwards, he paid someone to beat the other person to disability. A year ago, he bullied students for fun in school, causing a girl to jump off the building and commit suicide because she couldn't stand the humiliation. Jiang Chuan told all the students and Principal Qin what Gao Yu had done over the years. "What do you think Gao Yu will do if his family has no money?" Jiang Chuan looked at the students with a devilish smile and asked softly. "You can do it now. Gao's group can go bankrupt." Jiang Chuan said this in front of all the students. When these students heard this, they naturally didn't believe Jiang Chuan. The Gao group behind Gao Yu is one of the top 100 groups in Jiangbei City. Among these students, the family wealth is second only to Guo Baokan. "Okay, Mr. Zhang." After Lu Yang received the order, he opened fire. Attacking Gao group from multiple sides, all partners began to cancel cooperation one after another, and the entire Gao group was in chaos in half an hour. The shares of Gao group fell, and they fell very quickly. Gao group was exposed for tax evasion. In half an hour, the students in the office and Principal Qin watched the things that were constantly exposed on Douyin and realized that Jiang Chuan really did it. In half an hour, Gao group was on the verge of bankruptcy, and it was only a step away from real bankruptcy. The game continues, play to death or play to death. Jiang Chuan dealt with 2 people and looked at the group of students with a smile. The students were completely scared when they saw Jiang Chuan's smile. One of the girls finally couldn't stand it anymore and knelt on the ground and begged, "Brother, I was wrong. Please let me go and let my family go. I won't dare to bully Lin Xiao anymore. No, I won't dare to bully anyone." "That's right, brother. We were wrong. Please let us go." This group of unruly and arrogant students looked at the energy, knowing that they were vulnerable in front of Jiang Chuan. Even their parents behind them were like this time they kicked the iron plate. "Don't admit your mistake, this game is not over yet." Xie Beifeng, 3 years ago, because of a joke made by a classmate, someone actually took out one of his kidneys. 2 years ago, someone accidentally touched him slightly, and he actually sent someone to forcibly cut the other person's tendons. You said your father lost his job, and the things that happened in these years were exposed. What will happen to you? Jiang Chuan looked at the group of girls and laughed coldly. Xie Beifeng collapsed to the ground when she heard what Jiang Chuan said, and her eyes lost color. The police quickly took the other party away and asked her to cooperate with the inspection. The students in the office looked at Jiang Chuan at this moment and felt that the other party was a demon from hell, and they trembled at this moment. Their fate is now in the hands of the other party. The game continues. Jiang Chuan laughed coldly, looking at the group of students. Facing Jiang Chuan's eyes, none of the students dared to look directly at him, and they all turned their eyes away or closed their eyes directly. Gong Sang Xiang. Zhou Yumei. Jiang Chuan could expose their deeds by saying a name, so that none of them had any secrets. Of the dozen students who bullied Lin Xiaoxiao, only 3 were now staying in Principal Qin's office. As for the others, they were all taken away. The things they had committed were enough to make them stay in there for the rest of their lives to repent. Congratulations on entering the crippled project. Jiang Chuan also let go of Guo Baokan at this moment. Guo Baokan just stood aside honestly, not daring to speak, looking at Jiang Chuan with fear. At this moment, he and the other 2 girls entered the finals and came to the crippled project. What is the crippled project? Guo Baokan and the other 2 girls' families are business people, but when they heard and saw Jiang Chuan's phone call, which made other students' families go bankrupt, he couldn't help asking. You will know soon. Jiang Chuan just smiled coldly. They soon learned through their mobile phones that their own company had been attacked, and when they were about to go bankrupt, the other party stopped. You 3 should be thankful that you are sensible in doing things, and your family is also sensible in doing things. This is a lesson, you won't be so lucky next time. Jiang Chuan sneered at the 3 people and told them to get out. Xiao Xiao, you can go back to study hard and strive to become a useful person in this society. Jiang Chuan's eyes finally fell on Lin Xiao Xiao, and he said this with a chuckle. I will, second brother. Lin Xiao Xiao witnessed Jiang Chuan's several phone calls and solved this group of people, and her admiration for Jiang Chuan reached its peak. Hearing that Jiang Chuan wanted her to become a useful person in society, she nodded solemnly and left. Thank you, Principal Qin, the 200 million from Tianxia Group will be transferred soon, and I will leave first. Mr. Jiang, I'll see you off. Principal Qin respectfully saw off the mysterious boss Jiang Chuan. Chapter 11. Jiang Chuan left school and returned to his home in the slums with a heavy heart. As soon as he got home, he saw his father standing quietly at the door, as if waiting for something. Before Jiang Chuan could say hello, his father's low voice came into his ears. Boy, is the matter resolved? Jiang Chuan's heart was shocked, and he stared at his father with wide eyes, and said in disbelief, Dad, do you know what happened to my little sister? There was obviously some anger in his tone, and his eyes flashed with anger, questioning his father. I know. The father seemed to have expected Jiang Chuan to have such a reaction, nodded calmly, and said slowly. Why? Jiang Chuan's eyes became sharper, staring at his father closely, and asked with gritted teeth. I went to school after I knew about these things, but the school had no way to deal with this matter. And you should also know that the backgrounds of those people are not simple. If I deal with this matter through official channels, not only will I not be able to help Xiao Xiao, but it may put her in a more dangerous situation. Dad took a deep look at Jiang Chuan, knowing his temper. After a moment of silence, he decided to tell the truth. What are you going to do? Jiang Chuan clenched his fists, his body trembled slightly, and after a long silence, he asked. I had planned to make them disappear forever, but I didn't expect you to come back suddenly. I heard your conversation with Xiao Xiao and was going to see if you could solve this problem. If not, I can only deal with it in my own way. Dad sighed softly, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Jiang Chuan was shocked after hearing this. He didn't expect that Dad had already made this preparation. Fortunately, he came back in time, otherwise if Dad really did this, there would be no turning back. Don't worry, Dad. I've solved the problem. Those people paid the price they deserved, and Xiao Xiao can continue to go to school happily. After Jiang Chuan knew his father's decision, he told him to relax, saying that he had already dealt with the matter. Okay. Dad believed in Jiang Chuan very much, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Dad, this place is not good for my little sister's future. Let's move. Jiang Chuan looked at his father and said this to him. Jiang Chuan knew that his little sister was often harassed by some gangsters, which made him very worried. He felt that such an environment was not conducive to his little sister's growth and future development, so he decided to propose to his father to move. Okay. Dad heard Jiang Chuan's suggestion to move and agreed without hesitation. Okay. Jiang Chuan widened his eyes and looked at his father in surprise. He thought his father would refuse or hesitate, but he didn't expect him to agree so quickly. Dad, you agreed? Jiang Chuan said in disbelief, and he even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Jiang Chuan was pleasantly surprised. He originally thought that his father would stubbornly insist on staying in this place. After all, his father once said that he would never move in his life. He often said that a golden nest or a silver nest is not as good as his own doghouse. Even if this place is shabby, it is still his home. And his father has been used to staying in this place. He once said that he would die here even if he died. But now, his father has changed his mind, which makes Jiang Chuan feel surprised and relieved. He understands that although his father is stubborn, he still chooses to give in for the sake of his family's better life. Dad. Let's pack up and leave here quickly. Jiang Chuan is worried that his father will regret it, and he can't wait to urge him. The father looked at Jiang Chuan's excited expression, and then looked at his dilapidated house. Finally, he sighed and packed up all the things he needed to take away. The two of them prepared to leave here directly. Jiang Chuan watched his father pack up the things he needed to take away. These things were not many. Jiang Chuan also made a phone call and called a private car to come here to pick them up. Excuse me, are you the gentleman from 6682? Yes, it's me. Let's go. Jiang Chuan helped his father into the car and said to the driver with a smile. Sir, are you sure we want to go to Tenglong community? The driver looked at Jiang Chuan, who was wearing ordinary clothes, and his father, who was mending and looked sloppy, through the mirror and couldn't help asking. Well, just take us there. Jiang Chuan didn't care about the driver's surprise and said to him calmly. Okay, please sit down. The driver didn't say anything more and drove directly out of the slums and came to Tenglong community. Second brother, you said to change a place, is this the place? Although the father didn't know the status of Tenglong community, but looking at the rows of single-family villas in front of him, he also knew that this was the legendary rich area, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Chuan beside him and asked. Well, Dad, this will be our new home in the future. I told you, I have risen in these years, and I don't have to live a hard life in the future. Jiang Chuan saw his father's shocked expression, smiled and nodded, and led his father to enter the Tenglong community. When the father heard Jiang Chuan's words, he didn't react for a while, but numbly followed Jiang Chuan to the gate. Stop, outsiders are prohibited from entering the community. Jiang Chuan and his father came to the gate of the community, and two security guards came out and stopped the two. The father saw that they were stopped, glanced at Jiang Chuan, and found that Jiang Chuan's face was calm. He knew that Jiang Chuan could handle it, so he didn't say much. I am the owner of Villa number 1, my name is Zhang Lu, you should have my information and photos here. Jiang Chuan looked at the two security guards who intercepted them outside. He didn't say much, after all, this was their duty. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. When the two young security guards heard that Jiang Chuan was the owner of Villa number 1, they looked at Jiang Chuan, who was as young as them, in shock. They also knew that Villa No. 1 had changed its owner, and they also knew the other party's surname. As for the specific name and the other party's appearance, they didn't know. After all, this was the owner's secret. Under normal circumstances, they could not view the messages left by the owner, unless it was the case today. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Jiang, I didn't recognize you for a while, it's our fault." A security guard read Jiang Chuan's message and immediately realized that Jiang Chuan was indeed the owner of Villa No. 1. He walked out quickly and bowed deeply to Jiang Chuan to express his apology. "It's okay, I just came here too, it's normal that you don't recognize me. This is my father, and he will live here in the future. My sister will also live in this place. Please register his identity information." Jiang Chuan looked at the security guard's sincere apology, chuckled and said that he would not pursue them, but asked them to help register the news for his father and sister. "Mr. Jiang, this is what we should do. Uncle, please come with me to register your information." The two security guards invited the two to the security booth and quickly registered the information of the old man and the younger sister. A security guard personally took Jiang Chuan and the old man to Villa No. 1. Chapter 12. Jiang Chuan and his father were also stunned when they saw Villa No. 1 in front of them. Jiang Chuan looked calm. After all, he knew Villa No. 1 in the game world and lived in it. But even so, when he saw this luxurious villa again, he couldn't help being shocked. "Second brother, do we really live here?" Dad looked at Jiang Chuan and asked in shock. The villa in front of him has 4 floors and covers a huge area, like a small palace. "Yes, Dad, let's go in and take a look." Jiang Chuan heard what his father said and said to him with a smile. Jiang Chuan opened the heavy solid wood door in front of him. The solid wood door was carved with exquisite patterns, which made people feel a sense of luxury. "Okay." Dad followed Jiang Chuan into the villa with difficulty. There is a large yard in the villa, which is full of various exotic flowers and plants, and there is a small fountain, giving people a sense of tranquility and peace. The villa has a unique architectural style, adopts modern design concepts, and incorporates classical elements, which looks both fashionable and elegant. Walking into the villa, the first thing that comes into view is a spacious and bright living room. A gorgeous chandelier hangs on the ceiling of the living room, several precious calligraphy and paintings hang on the walls, and the floor is covered with high-end carpets, making people feel as if they are in a palace. On one side of the living room is an open kitchen, which is equipped with various advanced kitchen utensils and equipment to meet different cooking needs. Next to the kitchen is a dining room with a large round table that can accommodate more than a dozen people dining at the same time. The second and third floors of the villa are equipped with functional areas such as bedrooms, study rooms, and entertainment rooms. Each room is decorated very exquisitely, making people feel extremely comfortable. The fourth floor of the villa is an open-air balcony, where you can enjoy beautiful scenery and hold various party activities. In general, Villa No. 1 is very perfect in terms of appearance and internal facilities. It not only reflects the owner's taste and status, but also makes people feel the warmth and comfort of home. "Dad, are you satisfied with this Villa No. 1? Jiang Chuan took his father to visit the entire villa, smiled and looked at his father and asked. "More than satisfied, I never thought in my life that I could live in such a nice house." Dad was still very excited. "As long as you are satisfied, this will be our new home in the future. When my eldest brother comes back from the army, our family can live here forever." Jiang Chuan was relieved to see his father satisfied. "Dad, you pick a room first. I will pick up my younger sister in person in the evening and let her choose a room," Jiang Chuan said to his father with a smile. "Okay." Dad also agreed and chose a bedroom on the second floor. After Jiang Chuan saw his father had chosen, he turned on his mobile phone without hesitation and transferred a full $1 million to his father's account. This Dad widened his eyes and stared at the transfer record on the mobile phone screen with a look of astonishment. Second brother, did you transfer this to me? What have you done in these years? How do you have so much money and buy such a nice villa? The old man took a deep breath and finally asked the question that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Dad, I founded Tianxia Group, and I am the big boss behind Tianxia Group. Jiang Chuan smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence and pride in his eyes. What? You are the big boss behind the world's #1 group, Tianxia Group. The old man was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He stared at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. After a long time, he came back to his senses. Tianxia Group was founded 10 years ago. How old were you at that time? You were not even an adult, right? The old man's voice was a little trembling. He really couldn't imagine that the second brother had such an amazing achievement. He knew that when the old man was 25 years old, he was just a naughty monkey and liked to fight and make trouble. He didn't know that the other party founded Tianxia Group and was still the big boss behind Tianxia Group. Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded, and could only lie to his father. Dad, I founded Tianxia Group when I was 15 years old, but I did some bad things in disguise to avoid attracting attention. After all, at that time, I didn't know that Tianxia Group would develop so well and become the world's #1 group. After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the father nodded slightly after a moment of silence, but deep in his heart, he still couldn't accept the fact in front of him, his second son actually became the big boss of Tianxia Group. And this is true, it was too incredible for him to adapt for a while. Jiang Chuan did not say much, but quickly dialed Lu Yang's video call and turned the phone screen to his father. As the screen was connected, Lu Yang's figure appeared in Jiang Chuan's phone. Lu Yang is a man who looks quite shrewd. He is about 30 years old and exudes a sense of competence and decisiveness. His eyes are sharp and firm, and he seems to have unique insights into everything. Old Lu, this is my old father. He doesn't believe that I am the big boss of Tianxia Group. I need you to testify for me. Jiang Chuan did not appear in the video screen, Lu Yang just heard his voice. Hello, uncle. I am the president of Tianxia Group. You can call me Xiao Lu. I can testify for General Manager Zhang. He is the big boss of our Tianxia Group and the only person in power in our Tianxia Group. Lu Yang understood what Jiang Chuan meant, and looking at the old father in front of him, he also proved Jiang Chuan's identity. The old father looked at Lu Yang in front of him. Although he did not pay attention to the business aspect, Lu Yang's figure often appeared on TV, and he also knew Lu Yang's identity. Seeing his son actually called Lu Yang to testify, he understood that Jiang Chuan's identity was true. Lu Yang and Jiang Chuan hung up the video call, and the old man quickly digested this fact. An hour later, the old man finally digested this fact that was enough to shock him for a lifetime, and suddenly the old man laughed, ha 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 ha. Dad, what's wrong with you? Jiang Chuan looked at his father and suddenly laughed, and asked him with a worried look. I'm happy, I didn't expect that Tianxia Group was actually my son's. The old man looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile on his face and said happily. That's good. Jiang Chuan looked at his father and accepted this fact, and he was relieved in his heart, and laughed with his father. After the old man knew Jiang Chuan's identity, he did not reject enjoying life. After all, who would be willing to live a hard life and live in a slum if they could enjoy a better life? Starting today. The old man understood that his life and the lives of his family would undergo earth-shaking changes. Chapter 13. After accepting this fact, the old man told Jiang Chuan about his dream. He wanted to travel around the world, go out more often, and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of China. Over the years, the old man has suffered for his 3 children. Now that the second child has made progress, he naturally wants to go out and see. Okay, Dad, I support you. Wait until my younger sister comes back and tell her about this. As long as my younger sister agrees, you can go out and take a look. It doesn't matter how much money you spend at that time. My son has money now. Jiang Chuan heard the dream that his father said and agreed without hesitation. All the wealth he has is for his family to enjoy life. Since his father has the dream of traveling around the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland, he will not stop him, but will fully support his father. Dad has been too tired these years, and it would be good to go out and relax more. Okay. The old man already knew Jiang Chuan's true identity, and he was not polite to his eldest son at all, and said with a smile. Dad can't stay idle. Now that he has moved to a new home, he plans to show off his cooking skills. Let's have fun together today. Dad looked at the empty refrigerator and thought about the fact that he had just moved in. He didn't say much and planned to go out to buy food. Dad, there's no need to go out to buy food. I'll order it online. We can drink some today. There's good wine in the villa. Okay. Dad's eyes lit up when he heard about the good wine, and he smiled and agreed. Jiang Chuan bought all kinds of fruits, vegetables, and meat he needed online, and Dad went into the kitchen to work. Jiang Chuan sat in the living room, without anything to do, and began to study the system. Tongzi, is there only one chance to sincerely thank everyone? Jiang Chuan asked the system his own question. No, host, everyone has one chance to sincerely thank each person a day. The next day, the chance to sincerely thank will be refreshed. At that time, if the same person sincerely thanks the host can still stack the thanking opportunities, and finally reach the number of times to obtain the extraction opportunity. The system also answered Jiang Chuan's question. Jiang Chuan also understood. A person can only thank him sincerely once a day. Thanking him twice will have no effect. The next day, the same person continues to thank him, and he can still get an additional thank you opportunity. Tongzi, can I get a chance to withdraw if I get 98 sincere thanks again? Will I get a chance to withdraw if I get 100 sincere thanks every time in the future? Jiang Chuan also received a sincere thank you from Mu Xiao Xiao, so there are still 98 times. At the same time, he also asked whether there are specific standards for sincere thanks to get a chance to withdraw. Yes, host. There are still 98 sincere thanks. The host can get an extraction opportunity. As for how many sincere thanks can get an extraction opportunity? The system also has corresponding standards. The more extraction times the host gets, the more corresponding sincere thanks. I will explain to the host briefly. This time, the host needs to get 100 sincere thanks to get an extraction opportunity. The next time, the host needs to get 500 sincere thanks to get an extraction opportunity. The next time, the host needs to get 1000 sincere thanks to get an extraction opportunity, and so on. I understand. Jiang Chuan heard the system's explanation to him and understood that sincere thanks would continue to accumulate. At the end, it might be difficult to get the number of extractions. Don't think so much. Get an extraction opportunity first. Jiang Chuan thoroughly understood the system. He did not continue to ask more questions, but prepared to get an extraction opportunity as soon as possible. How to get sincere thanks? Jiang Chuan is very experienced. Money can make the devil work. Internet celebrities on major platforms, as long as they get rewards, are natural gratitude pools. Jiang Chuan opened Douyin without hesitation. Looking at the recharge platform in front of him, he frowned directly because he could only recharge 50,000 yuan at most. He called Douyin officials without hesitation, hoping that the other party could give him more recharge options. Douyin officials knew Jiang Chuan's request but did not agree directly. Douyin officials detected that although Jiang Chuan's account had recharges, the recharge amount was only tens of thousands of yuan, which was not enough for them to open more recharge options. 50,000 yuan recharge successful. 50,000 yuan recharge successful. 50,000 yuan recharge successful. Jiang Chuan understood what Douyin officials meant, and he told the other party to wait for him. Jiang Chuan began to operate continuously, constantly recharging 50,000 yuan. In half an hour, Jiang Chuan recharged 100 times, and Jiang Chuan recharged a total of 5 million yuan. Only after clicking for 100 times in a row, Jiang Chuan's fingers began to ache. Now you can open more recharge options for me. Jiang Chuan called Duyan again, just for a recharge option. Jiang Chuan naturally didn't want Lu Yang to greet Duyan's senior management. Okay, sir, we will increase your recharge amount to 1 million yuan. Duyan officials learned from the background that Jiang Chuan had directly recharged 5 million yuan in just half an hour. They understood that Jiang Chuan was eligible to open a higher recharge option, and directly recharged Jiang Chuan's account to 1 million yuan in the background. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chuan smiled and hung up the phone, opened the recharge background again, and looked at the recharge channel of 1 million yuan in the background, and he smiled. Successfully recharged 1 million yuan. Successfully recharged 1 million yuan. Successfully recharged 1 million yuan. Jiang Chuan started the inhumane recharge again. It took an hour, and finally Duyan account recharged 100 million Chinese yuan, and Duyan currency reached 1 billion. Jiang Chuan looked at the 1 billion Duyan coins in his account and laughed. I haven't seen you for a long time, say thank you to me and give me 10 Duyan no 1s. Jiang Chuan came to the female anchor who was sincerely thanked at the beginning. Jiang Chuan still remembered her name, Zixi the cutest. This is a soft and cute girl with a very good figure. Thank you. Zixi the cutest is just a small anchor who is not famous. When he saw the big brother who gave him Duyan number 1 a few days ago, he came to his live broadcast room again to ask for thanks. Zixi the cutest said thank you without hesitation. Pingdan Shizan gave the anchor 10 Duyan no 1s. Thank you big brother for Duyan no 1. Thank you big brother. Zixi the cutest looked at the Duyan number 1 rewarded by Pingdan Shizan and became completely excited. He kept thanking Jiang Chuan, but at this moment Jiang Chuan heard the system prompt and left Zixi the cutest live broadcast room. Chapter 14. Host, say thank you and I'll give you 10 Duyan no 1s. Jiang Chuan came to the live broadcast room of the other 9 female hosts again. They looked at Jiang Chuan's account name and recognized him immediately. He was the thank you brother who asked for thanks and gave them rewards some time ago. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The 9 hosts knew Jiang Chuan's quirks and knew that as long as they thanked him, they would get rewards from Jiang Chuan. Each host thanked him sincerely without hesitation. Pingdan 13 rewards the host with 10 Duyan no 1s. Pingdan 13 rewards the host with 10 Duyan no 1s. Pingdan 13 rewards the host with 10 Duyan no 1s. Jiang Chuan received sincere thanks and decisively rewarded each female host with 10 Duyan no 1s. He once again received crazy thanks from these female hosts, but the thanks later had no effect. There are still 88 thanks to go. Jiang Chuan looked at his sincere thanks reaching 12, and there were 88 to go, and he laughed happily. Female anchor, say thank you to me, and I will reward you with 10 Duyan no 1s. Jiang Chuan looked for lucky players again and entered the room of a female anchor. Looking at the female anchor in front of him, called Lao Wang the most beautiful, she was indeed very good looking, but there were only 10 people watching, and they were all free love, and no one rewarded gifts. Thank you. Lao Wang the cutest had also heard of the name of Brother Thank You during this period. When he saw Brother Thank You coming to his live broadcast room and saying this, Lao Wang the cutest said it sincerely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a sincere thank you once. Pingdan 13 rewarded the anchor with 10 Duyan no 1s. Jiang Chuan heard that the thank you was added once more, and rewarded 10 Duyan no 1s without hesitation. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother Pingdan. Lao Wang was the cutest. Seeing Jiang Chuan really rewarded 10 Duyan accounts, he laughed happily instantly. With 10 Duyan accounts, she could earn 5,000 yuan, which was her monthly income. Jiang Chuan smiled and left the live broadcast room again. Thank you, brother, have set out. Brothers and sisters, whenever you meet someone who asks you to say thank you must say thank you. As long as you say thank you can get 10 yuan accounts. The sister upstairs is right. I have already got 10 yuan accounts. What? I envy you so much. I wonder if brother thank you can come to my live broadcast room. That's great. Brother thank you has also come to my live broadcast room. Brother thank you has also rewarded me with 10 yuan accounts. These small anchors also entered the group chat as soon as possible and told everyone the news, asking them to welcome brother thank you. Some anchors were very excited to receive Jiang Chuan's reward, some anchors were looking forward to it without receiving any reward, and some anchors were in despair. This female anchor was also a girl. She saw Jiang Chuan enter her anchor room and said something decisively, but Jiang Chuan did not give any reward. The reason was very simple. This female anchor was not sincerely thanking. He did not get the system's prompt and turned around and left the other anchor room without hesitation. In half an hour, Jiang Chuan rewarded dozens of female anchors. He also received 48 thanks. Now he has 50 thanks left to get another chance to withdraw. Look at other anchors. Jiang Chuan looked at the beauties for half an hour and was also ready to look at the male anchors. He decisively chose the game section, which had the most male anchors. Jiang Chuan came to the game section and saw a game anchor named My Name is a Strong Man who smiled and entered the other party's live broadcast room. The male anchor named Menon is a guy who looks like a skinny monkey. When he saw Jiang Chuan coming to the live broadcast room, he shouted excitedly, "Welcome to Xie brother. Xie brother, please don't talk. I know the rules. Thank you." The male anchor named Menon was also in the group. When he saw Jiang Chuan coming to the live broadcast room, he spoke excitedly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a sincere thank you. Jiang Chuan was very satisfied to see that the anchor named Menon was so motivated. Pingdan Shizan gave the anchor 20 yuan no 1s. Keep working hard next time. Okay, thank you brother. I will definitely work harder to thank you next time. My name is Menon. Seeing Jiang Chuan reward 20 yuan no 1s, he did not hide his excitement on his face and answered with his hands and feet. My name is Menon, brothers and sisters, thank you brother for coming to the game section. The brothers in the game section are ready to welcome the arrival of thank you brother. My name is Menon, thank you brother for giving me gave 20 yuan accounts. This is because I didn't say anything to brother Xie, but thanked him first. Maybe brother Xie thought I was smart and gave me 10 more yuan accounts. So the brothers who want to get more rewards can try this method. Thanks for my suggestion, brother Xie. If you enter my live broadcast room, I will definitely try it. Thank you very much, brother Xie. I really got 20 yuan accounts according to your method. Oh my god, I'm completely envious. Suddenly, I feel that 10 yuan accounts are not good enough. Don't be Versailles, we haven't received any rewards from brothers yet. An hour has passed, and Jiang Chuan has received 100 sincere thanks and obtained the opportunity to withdraw from the game. He saw that his reward level has reached level 73, and there are only 2 levels left to the highest level 75. He continued to reward without hesitation and directly rewarded 20 million. Jiang Chuan successfully won the title of level 75 god. Ding ding ding. Jiang Chuan reached the level of the 75th level super rich, and Douyin officials called him immediately. Thank you, brother. Ba ba ba. Mr. Jiang, we are Douyin officials. You have reached the super rich level set by Douyin through consumption. You can customize your exclusive gifts. Do you want to customize any gifts? Douyin officials stated the purpose of the call. Customized gifts? You can decide. Jiang Chuan smiled and had no idea about customizing gifts. He directly told Douyin officials that they could do it as they saw fit. Well, we won't bother Mr. Jiang. The Douyin official staff heard Jiang Chuan's words and replied with a smile, and hung up the phone. In fact, they also knew that these super rich people didn't have too many ideas about customizing gifts, and they called just to show respect. Jiang Chuan became a super rich Douyin in one day. The most important thing is that Jiang Chuan gave rewards to more than 90 anchors in one day. These anchors were both male and female. Jiang Chuan's reputation spread throughout the Douyin live broadcast room. All the anchors were looking forward to Jiang Chuan entering their anchor rooms and giving them rewards. Chapter 15. Bugatti Sound of the Night, Extractable. Rolls-Royce Fantasy Dragon, Extractable. Thousands of acres of oil fields, extractable. Super Bodyguard Dragon Soul, extractable. Tan Palace No. 1 Villa, extractable, extractable. Promise Manor in the United States, extractable. Pacific Whale Island, extractable. Game Physical Fitness, extractable. Jiang Chuan opened the game again, looking at all the things that can be extracted. He still couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Jiang Chuan wanted to get all the things inside, but there was only one chance to extract. After thinking about it again and again, Jiang Chuan finally decided to extract Bugatti Sound of the Night. This is his favorite sports car, and it is also the only sports car in the world, a unique existence. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Bugatti Night Sound. The vehicle has been placed in the parking garage of the villa. Jiang Chuan heard the prompt of the system and became excited. He quickly came to the parking garage. Jiang Chuan came to the parking garage of the villa, and his eyes fell on the unique Bugatti Night Sound. It was parked there quietly, like a sleeping beast. The exterior design of this car is very unique. The black body shines with mysterious light, as if it is integrated with the darkness. The lines are smooth and dynamic, and every detail exudes extreme luxury and exquisite craftsmanship. In the front part, the huge air intake grille and sharp headlights are combined into a majestic face, giving people a strong visual impact. On the side of the body, the low posture and exaggerated wheel design show its excellent performance and sense of speed. At the rear part, the exquisite tail light group and the double-sided 4-outlet exhaust layout add a sense of dominance. Walking into the car, you can feel a strong luxurious atmosphere. The seats are wrapped in high-grade leather material, which is soft and comfortable to touch. The dashboard and center console are equipped with large-size LCD screens, which display clearly and intuitively. The steering wheel, gear lever, and other parts are also made of high-end materials with excellent texture. The interior space is spacious and can provide a comfortable driving experience. This Bugatti Night Sound is not only a car, but also a work of art. Its existence makes people feel endless charm and shock, and has become a symbol of wealth and status. Standing in front of it, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but sigh, this is the real top car. Old friend, I can finally use you for real. Jiang Chuan looked at the Bugatti Night Sound in front of him and laughed happily. Although this car is often driven in the game world, he has never driven it in real life. He can't wait to drive it for a ride. Second brother, where have you been? It's almost time, go pick up Xiao Xiao. Dad saw that it was almost time and the younger sister was about to finish school. He found that Jiang Chuan had left the living room and called directly. Okay, Dad, I'll be there right away. Jiang Chuan heard what his father said and agreed with a smile. He opened the car door without hesitation and sat in the driver's seat. Buzz buzz buzz. Jiang Chuan stepped lightly, and the pleasant sound waves made him even more excited. He drove the Bugatti Noir in front of him directly, left the villa, left the community and came to the city. As soon as the Bugatti Noir driven by Jiang Chuan appeared on the street, it immediately attracted the attention of countless people. They looked at this high-tech vehicle and took out their mobile phones to take pictures or post videos. Jiangbei City, a super handsome supercar appeared. Jiangbei City, a top boss drove a supercar with the license plate of Jiang A888888 to blow up the street, attracting countless people's attention. Countless videos were posted on Douyin, and soon these videos became popular. Oh my god, this supercar is the Bugatti Noctilucent. I remember that a mysterious rich man spent 130 million Chinese yuan to buy it a year ago. I always thought it was bought by a foreign rich man, but I didn't expect it to be bought by a rich man in China. Brother above, what you said is not true, right? 130 million Chinese yuan for a car. I can testify that this car was indeed sold for 130 million. I also participated in the auction at the beginning, but it was too expensive, so I gave up. Fuck, Principal Wang actually spoke out in person, it must be true. 130 million for a car, subverted my cognition. Is there any brother who knows who this car belongs to? As long as he privately tells me who this car belongs to, I am willing to give him 100,000 yuan. Of course, I can also give him 100,000 yuan if he tells me where the car is. Principal Wang continued to speak out. Principal Wang's identity is not simple, the son of the richest man 5 years ago. Since 5 years ago, Tianxia Group has become the first enterprise in China and has taken off this title. But Principal Wang's father is not simple either, and has always occupied the second place on the list of China's richest people. Principal Wang, I will follow this car immediately and tell you when the time comes. That's right, Principal Wang, I will definitely make this 100,000 yuan. Netizens heard what Principal Wang said and joked with him. Jiang Chuan drove the Bugatti Night Sound and quickly arrived at the number 1 middle school in the city. When Jiang Chuan's Bugatti Night Sound stopped here, the car suddenly became a beautiful landscape, and countless students stopped and stood aside to look at it. Even some brave young girls came to the front of the car and knocked on the window, wanting to know who was in the car, and it would be best if they could get the contact information. Jiang Chuan looked at this scene indifferently and didn't care at all. Brother, I'm out. Where are you? Lin Xiaoxiao walked out of the school gate and kept looking around. She saw many people gathered at the place where Bugatti Noir was. She didn't keep her eyes, but continued to look for Jiang Chuan. I'll come to pick you up. Jiang Chuan smiled and opened the car door directly. At this moment, all the young girls looked at Jiang Chuan. So handsome. This little brother is handsome and rich. He is my favorite. I'll get on first. After Jiang Chuan came out, although he was dressed ordinary, he looked handsome, and the most important thing was that he was blessed by Bugatti Noir. These young girls couldn't sit still and quickly came to Jiang Chuan, wanting to meet him. Jiang Chuan saw their thoughts at a glance, decisively rejected all the young girls, and found Lin Xiaoxiao. Go home. Jiang Chuan brought Lin Xiaoxiao to Bugatti Noir. Brother, is this your car? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the super sports car in front of her and asked Jiang Chuan in shock. Well, let's get in the car and go home. There are too many people here. Dad is waiting for us to eat. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Lin Xiaoxiao. After the two got in the car, Jiang Chuan just honked the horn and the crowd dispersed directly. He started the engine, and the Bugatti Noctimo sped away like an arrow from a string, leaving behind a group of envious and jealous young girls. Chapter 16. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to Tenglong community. She looked at the luxurious villa in front of her, glanced at the supercar beside her, and thought of the balance that Jiang Chuan showed her. She was still shocked. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaoxiao also accepted all this. Her tolerance obviously exceeded that of her father. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao returned to the villa. Her father made a sumptuous dinner. Jiang Chuan also took out the good wine in the villa, and the father and son enjoyed it. After eating and drinking, the father also told Lin Xiaoxiao that he was going to go out for a walk and see the beautiful mountains and rivers of the motherland. Lin Xiaoxiao knew about this and agreed without hesitation. Dad has worked hard for so many years, and the second brother is now capable. Dad wants to go out and relax, and their children naturally agree. Dad, if you don't have money, just call me directly, and I will transfer it to you when the time comes. Jiang Chuan learned that his father was going to leave the next day, and he immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He transferred another 9 million to his father, making a whole 10 million. You've transferred enough money. I can't spend it all. The old man smiled and shook his head. Looking at the balance in his phone, he was worried and said with a wry smile. It's okay. Buy whatever you want and eat whatever you want. I'm not short of money now. Jiang Chuan knew his father's frugal character and smiled and said to him, don't save money for him, just eat and spend, and live happily. The old man left the villa directly the next day. He didn't buy a plane, but bought a train ticket randomly. In his words, he would not set a destination for the trip, and would go wherever he arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao refused Jiang Chuan's kindness to send her to school. After all, Jiang Chuan's car was too eye-catching. She didn't want to be watched by countless people again, so she chose to go to school by car. Jiang Chuan knew Lin Xiaoxiao's idea, and didn't force her to go to school. He stayed alone in the villa. Looking at the huge villa, he was the only one, and he felt lonely. Old Lu, have you found the person I asked you to find? Jiang Chuan called Lu Yang immediately. Boss Jiang has found the person, and he should be there. Lu Yang helped Jiang Chuan find a top chef and a cleaning lady. The chef and the cleaning lady Lu Yang found soon arrived at the villa. Jiang Chuan trusted the people Lu Yang found and asked them to stay there and do their respective duties. Tongzi, you need to get 500 sincere thanks this time to get the chance to extract, right? Jiang Chuan was completely bored and asked Tongzi. Yes, host, you need to get 500 sincere thanks to get the chance to extract. Jiang Chuan knew the specific number, opened Douyin, and found that there were not many anchors who started live broadcasting during the day. He was disappointed. He rewarded more than 30 anchors and received more than 30 sincere thanks. It seems that we need to find a way to quickly get thanks. Jiang Chuan closed Douyin, frowned and said softly. Jiang Chuan just closed Douyin, and some of the anchors on Douyin received tips from brothers Yes Yet. They resisted the sleepiness and turned on the anchor immediately, but did not receive tips from Jiang Chuan, and closed the live broadcast room again in disappointment. I remember there was a chicken game. Jiang Chuan suddenly thought of a chicken game, where 100 people played together every time. As long as everyone said a sincere thank you to him, he only needed to play 5 times to get another chance to withdraw. He did it right away. Jiang Chuan downloaded the chicken mobile game immediately, and he entered the game and played it. Brothers on the plane, just say thank you to me sincerely, and contact me when the time comes, and I will give each of you 500 yuan. Jiang Chuan opened all the game channels immediately, and he said to everyone. Is this guy sick? He's still thanking sincerely. Can I thank your father? Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Since you thanked his father, I'll thank his mother. Other people in the chicken game heard Jiang Chuan's words and couldn't help laughing, constantly greeting his family. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of idiots, I'm your father. Jiang Chuan is not a good man. When the other party greeted his family, he decisively attacked and sprayed the other party, without any mercy. For a while, all channels were filled with swearing wars. Most people heard the swearing war and decisively closed all channels and opened the team channel, not wanting to hear Jiang Chuan's kind greetings. A bunch of sons, what's wrong? Keep spraying. Let's see who is more powerful. Sons, why don't you talk? Come out and continue the battle 300 rounds. Jiang Chuan looked at all the channels and no one spoke, just like a winner who kept shouting. It was just that everyone closed all the channels and had no idea what Jiang Chuan was going to say next. It seems that this method doesn't work. Jiang Chuan's chicken eating skills were too poor, and he was quickly killed by others. He frowned and felt that this method didn't work. When he was about to quit the game, he suddenly heard a voice of thanks from all the channels. Thank you, Brother Pingdon 13. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a sincere thanks. Brother, I'll wait for you outside. When you add me as a friend, I'll transfer money to you. When Jiang Chuan saw that he was killed, he was actually surprised, and immediately smiled and said to him, "Okay, Brother Pingdon 13, I'll quit the game right away, wait for me." The person who thanked Jiang Chuan answered excitedly after hearing Jiang Chuan's words, and answered Jiang Chuan immediately. Jiang Chuan quit the game, and the person who thanked him immediately added his game. "Thank you brother, is it really you?" After the two added friends in the game, Jiang Chuan pulled the other party into the team room, and the friend who thanked him asked excitedly. The friend who thanked Jiang Chuan was a small anchor in the chicken-eating section of Douyin. He knew the legend of "Thank you brother." When he entered the game, he also heard Jiang Chuan asking them to say thank you. At that time, he did not take it seriously, but was obsessed with playing games. The chicken-eating anchor suddenly thought of "Thank you brother," so he thanked Pingdon Shizhen immediately to verify whether it was really "Thank you brother." He did not expect Jiang Chuan to take the initiative to add him as a friend. The anchor instantly understood that this big brother was really a Douyin rich man, and quit the game without hesitation and joined Jiang Chuan. "Are you a Douyin anchor?" When Jiang Chuan heard what the other party said, he thought of something and asked with a smile. "Yes, thank you, brother. You rewarded me yesterday. I didn't expect to meet you again today." "Well, is your Douyin account the name of your game?" "Douyin's number 1 Steel Gun King, I will go to Douyin to reward you with 20 Douyin no 1s." The Steel Gun King answered Jiang Chuan excitedly, and then Jiang Chuan directly agreed to reward him with Douyin number 1. "Thank you, brother. Actually, thank you, brother. If you want to be thanked, I can help you." When the Steel Gun King heard that Jiang Chuan was going to continue to reward him with Douyin number 1, he became more excited and told his purpose this time. "Help me get thanked? Tell me." When Jiang Chuan heard this, he couldn't help but brighten up and asked with a smile. Chapter 17. Brother 13, as long as you can get thanks, are you willing to give everyone 500 yuan? Gun King asked with a chuckle. This is a small thing, the premise must be sincerely thanked. Jiang Chuan heard the words of Gun King and said with a chuckle. As long as Brother 13, if you are really willing to give everyone 500 yuan, I can arrange for someone to thank you specifically. Gun King heard Jiang Chuan's words and patted his chest to guarantee. Tell me about your plan. Jiang Chuan laughed when he heard the affirmation of Gun King and asked about his plan. Brother 13, you should know that I am a small anchor. Although I only have hundreds of thousands of fans, my fans are all hardcore fans. As long as I tell them in the group to play games with me, as long as I sincerely thank you, I can get 500 yuan. I believe many people are willing to play a game with you. Gun King quickly said his plan, which is to use his own network of relationships. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The host is detected to be cheating, so I hereby warn you. If the host wants to get sincere thanks through other games, he must match players and create a room to play games together. The sincere thanks he gets will not be counted in the standard. Tongzi also detected that Jiang Chuan was planning to cheat, so he issued a warning. This method is really good, but I have a condition. You can't build a room by yourself. You need to match together to enter the game. Then you can give me sincere thanks. Are you sure about that? Jiang Chuan got the system's warning and immediately stated his conditions. Brother 13, this is also okay. I will let everyone match with us. But we may only have a dozen people in a game, and we can get at most a dozen thanks. It's okay. Anyway, you can quit this game. You can quit and re-enter the game. Jiang Chuan laughed happily when he heard that there were more than a dozen thanks in a few minutes. Gun King, you are very good. I will send you the WeChat ID when the time comes. You can contact me on WeChat at that time. I will reward you with 20 Duyan number 1 accounts first. Jiang Chuan was very satisfied with the arrangement of Gun King and gave affirmation. Thank you, Brother 13. I will definitely serve you well and let you get more thanks. Gun King did not expect Jiang Chuan to reward him with 10 more Duyan number 1 accounts. This is an extra 500 yuan. He thanked Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan sent his WeChat private message to Gun King. He quit the game immediately and went directly to Duyan. He found the number 1 Gun King on Duyan through search and went directly to the other party's live broadcast room. After Jiang Chuan entered the live broadcast room, he saw that his exclusive gift was actually ready. As Jiang Chuan rewarded an exclusive gift, a magical picture suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room of the King of Steel Guns. A fairy figure with a fairy spirit, wearing a white robe, a jade crown on his head, and auspicious clouds under his feet appeared in the center of the screen. Then the fairy figure waved his hand, and countless golden petals fell from his hands. The whole live broadcast room was instantly shrouded in golden light, as if entering the fairyland. In the golden light, a huge font slowly emerged, "Congratulations to the anchor for receiving the reward from Pingdon 13. This scene stunned the King of Steel Guns and his fans. They had never seen such a shocking special effects scene. Fuck, what kind of exclusive gift is this? It's so beautiful. The King of Steel Guns is so awesome. He actually got the exclusive gift reward from Brothers Yes Yet. How much is this exclusive gift from Brother 13? When everyone came out of their shock, the King of Steel Guns had not asked Jiang Chuan yet, but his fans couldn't sit still and asked how much the gift cost. It's not much, just 50,000 yuan. Jiang Chuan commented calmly. 66,666, we don't know much about the super rich. 50,000 yuan is just not much money. Shizhen Shenhao, you are so impressive this time. I hope I can become Shizhen Shenhao one day. The fans of King of Guns looked at Jiang Chuan's comments and felt a strong sense of Versailles. Thank you for the exclusive gift from Shizhen. Since Shizhen is here, Shizhen can testify. Shizhen and I are going to give my fans a benefit. That is, as long as my fans are matched with me and Shizhen in PUBG every day, they can get a reward of 500 yuan from Shizhen if they sincerely thank Shizhen once. Of course, each person can only get one time. King of Guns also took advantage of Jiang Chuan's presence in the live broadcast room and directly said to the thousands of fans in the live broadcast room. "Si said. Big 13, is what King of Guns said true? Big 13, I am an old fan of King of Guns, this opportunity must be left to me. Big 13, can you really get 500 yuan just by playing a game with you every day and thanking you once?" King of Guns fans were completely excited, and kept commenting, asking about the authenticity of this matter. Jiang Chuan also saw King of Guns' little thoughts, but Jiang Chuan didn't care. As long as the other party could bring him enough gratitude, he would share a wave of his own traffic to attract more fans, and he wouldn't mind. That's right, as long as King of Guns fans can enjoy this benefit, everyone has one chance every day, as long as they match with me in the chicken game, then they can all look for King of Guns. Jiang Chuan didn't expose King of Guns, and smiled and commented. King of Guns was relieved when he saw that Jiang Chuan didn't expose him, and the smile on his face became more intense. He understood that Jiang Chuan admitted his little thoughts. You know, when the Gun King said that only his fans could enjoy this opportunity, he regretted it a little. Fortunately, Jiang Chuan was generous enough and didn't say much. Big Brother 13, when does this opportunity start? I have downloaded the chicken game. Big Brother 13, I'm waiting for you in the game. Please match me up. I want these 500 yuan so much. Big Brother 13, how long will this opportunity last? Seeing Jiang Chuan admit it personally, the Gun King's fans were immediately excited and entered the game directly waiting for the Gun King and Jiang Chuan to enter the game. Okay, I'll enter the game right away. As for this opportunity, it's valid for life. I remind you that everyone has only one chance a day. Whoever dares to come twice a day will never be able to enjoy this opportunity for life. Jiang Chuan reminded the Gun King's fans in advance. Okay, 500 yuan is enough. The Gun King's fans knew that there was only one chance, but they were also satisfied when they thought that they could get 500 yuan just by thanking him once, and they happily agreed. Brothers, when I say one in the group, you will enter the game with us and open all voice channels at that time. Gun King and Jiang Chuan teamed up together, and Gun King said loudly to all fans in the live broadcast room. 10. 9. 1. Everyone can enter the game together. As Gun King's voice fell, all fans matched together and entered the game. Chapter 18. The family members of the Steel Spear Army, please say something. The Steel Spear King and Jiang Chuan entered the game, and he spoke with obvious nervousness. He was worried that his method would be useless, and he would completely offend Jiang Chuan, and then his journey would come to an end. Steel Spear Army number 1 reports to you. Steel Spear Army number 2 reports to you. Steel Spear Army number 3 reports to you. Steel Spear Army number 20 reports to you. When the Steel Spear King heard that there were 20 members of the Steel Spear Army with them, he breathed a sigh of relief and realized that this method was feasible, so he said to Jiang Chuan, Boss 13, the members of the Steel Spear Army are ready and will thank you at any time. Jiang Chuan did not expect the Steel Spear King to say such a second-year sentence, and the corners of his mouth could not help but twitch. The second-year character engraved in his bones also awakened and said lightly, Let's start. Fuck, brothers, are you acting in the game world? I'm going to the Steel Spear Army, and I'm still the God Army. Are you conducting a commander and soldier exercise? You're going to make me laugh to death. Some water troops in all channels also spoke up, and they couldn't help but mock. Shut up, everyone. Don't affect the performance of our Steel Gun Army. Steel Gun King saw that someone came in to interrupt when the Thanksgiving was about to begin. He roared angrily. Fuck, brother, are you going to go to war with us? Brother, since you want to go to war, I will satisfy you today. I am your father, my good son. A bunch of idiots playing the game of leaders and soldiers in the game world, you are really talented. The water armies of various game worlds concentrated on firing at the Steel Gun King. In an instant, the Steel Gun King was drowned by the overwhelming insults, and the Steel Gun King had no time to respond. Fuck, brothers, they actually bullied the Steel Gun King, blast them. You dare to bully the Steel Gun King just to make things difficult for me. The world's number 1 troll requests to fight. When the people of the Steel Gun Army reacted, they all supported the Steel Gun King. For a time, countless insults rang out in all channels. Jiang Chuan frowned when he heard the abuse from all channels, and his face became ugly. Did he come here to listen to these? He came here to listen to others thanks to him. Shut up, everyone. Jiang Chuan's breath sank into his dantian, and his cold voice overwhelmed the abuse, and everyone couldn't help but stop abusing. Shut up, the 13th boss has spoken, the families of the Steel Spear Army, don't make any noise. The Steel Spear King didn't expect Jiang Chuan's words to be so powerful, and everyone stopped abusing. He was the first to react, worried that the families of the Steel Spear Army would insult Jiang Chuan and ruin their own wealth, so he decisively reminded them. Damn it, you are nothing, you tell us to shut up? I'm your father. That's right, you don't know how to live or die, I'm XXX. The fans reacted and besieged Jiang Chuan. Shut up now, it's my turn to perform. I will end the battle as soon as possible and welcome your thanks. Jiang Chuan said to the family members of the Steel Gun Army. Beep beep, beep beep. Jiang Chuan opened fire directly, cursing without any dirty words, exposing all the shortcomings of others, and making people stunned. Fuck, the firepower of the 13th boss is too strong, surpassing more than 20 of us. It turns out that the super rich can also curse, but the super rich's cursing is too advanced. I will also learn more in the future, learn the super rich's cursing methods, so that everyone has nothing to say. The Steel Gun King and the family members of the Steel Gun Army watched Jiang Chuan open fire, fighting countless people alone. Later, the entire channel was only Jiang Chuan's voice. They were numb and full of admiration for Jiang Chuan. Who else? Jiang Chuan looked at all the channels and no one continued to speak, and asked who else but me. Big 13 is awesome. Big 13 is the eternal god. Big 13, I want to learn from you. The family members of the Steel Gun King and the Steel Gun Army saw that no one responded to the challenge, and they all complimented him. Ahem. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Jiang Chuan coughed softly after hearing the compliments, and said modestly. Okay, fighting is fighting making trouble, but thanking is not a joke. You guys start. Jiang Chuan coughed a few more times to let everyone understand the purpose of this time. The world's #1 troll sincerely thanks Ping Dan 13. I am de Bao Bao sincerely thanks Ping Dan 13. The people of the Steel Gun Army also understood the purpose of this time, and they all expressed their gratitude to Jiang Chuan. Everyone's gratitude came from the heart, and everyone was sincere. Sincere admiration. Okay, thank you all the family members of the Steel Gun Army. You have worked hard this time. After you go out, everyone will find the Steel Gun King to receive 1,000 yuan. Jiang Chuan looked at the extra 20 sincere thanks, and the smile on his mouth could not be suppressed. He doubled the reward directly. Thank you, Boss 13. Dad 13, you are the best to me. Grandpa 13, I like you too much. I will come to thank you again tomorrow. The family members of the Steel Gun Army knew that the reward was doubled, and everyone thanked them more happily. Okay, see you tomorrow, brothers. Jiang Chuan received the thanks and decisively quit the game. I transferred a sum of money to you. In the future, the rewards of the Steel Gun Army families will be handed over to you. You can hire someone. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. I will pay the salary. If you have no money in the future, you can just contact me. Jiang Chuan transferred 1 million to the other party. After all, he could only transfer 1 million at most in a day, so Jiang Chuan asked the Steel Gun King to send his bank card to him and prepare to transfer more. Okay, Boss 13. Gun King looked at the 1 million transferred by Jiang Chuan and planned to transfer more to him. He was very excited. He did not intend to take the money. He was more determined to follow Boss 13. As long as he worked for Boss 13, he believed that there would be many benefits. 100 million. Gun King couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw the 100 million in his mobile bank account. Fortunately, reason overcame greed and he was more respectful to Jiang Chuan. Boss 13, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task you assigned. Gun King patted his chest and promised. Well, let's start the second round right away. Jiang Chuan just nodded calmly, so that he could start the second group of people to thank. Okay, Boss 13. Gun King heard this and made arrangements immediately. Fuck, insulting others, block my account. Jiang Chuan was completely angry when he saw his account was officially blocked. Big Boss 13, the brothers are ready and waiting for you. Gun King saw that Jiang Chuan did not come in, and immediately chatted with him respectfully. My account was blocked by the official, wait for me to deal with it. Ah. Big Boss, I have extra accounts, do you want me to give you one? Gun King saw that Jiang Chuan's account was blocked, and immediately asked a question. No, I will deal with it soon. Jiang Chuan replied with a wry smile. He also wanted to change his account, but the system was too dog. The system can only bind one account and one code name, which means that Jiang Chuan uses other accounts and codes. Even if he receives sincere thanks, the system will not count them, so Jiang Chuan can only use his own account and code name. Old Lu, my game account has been blocked by a game room under Sunteng Company. Now contact Sunteng Company immediately to acquire this game room. I am in a hurry. Jiang Chuan contacted Lu Yang as soon as possible and asked him to contact Sunteng Company as quickly as possible to prepare for the acquisition. Chapter 19. Ah! Lu Yang screamed in shock when he heard Jiang Chuan's plan to acquire a game studio under Sunteng. Hey? Is there a problem? Jiang Chuan frowned and asked directly when he heard Lu Yang scream. Mr. Jiang, there is no problem. It's just that we own 30% of Sunteng's shares, and we are the second largest shareholder of Sunteng, so there is no need to acquire this game studio. Lu Yang noticed the displeasure in Jiang Chuan's tone and immediately explained bitterly. Ah! Jiang Chuan heard this and it was his turn to be shocked this time. He didn't expect that he actually owned shares of Sunteng and was the second largest shareholder of Sunteng. He also planned to directly acquire this game studio. Doesn't this mean spending his own money to buy his own game studio? That's fine. You call the person in charge of this game studio in advance to communicate, and then give me the other party's phone number, and I will contact him personally. Jiang Chuan knew that he was the second largest shareholder of Sunteng Company, so there was no need for acquisition. He directly instructed Lu Yang to contact the other party's person in charge to communicate, and he called the other party personally. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I will deal with this matter immediately. Lu Yang also answered immediately, and after hanging up the phone, he directly contacted Mr. Mu of the game studio. Mr. Mu knew Lu Yang's identity, the president of Tianxia Group, and also one of the proxy shareholders of their Sunteng Company. Mr. Lu, I don't know what you want to call me for. Mr. Mu answered Lu Yang's phone immediately and asked respectfully. A big shot will call you later. You should agree to whatever he says. Do you understand? Okay, Mr. Lu, what is the name of this big shot? Mr. Mu heard Lu Yang's words and immediately answered respectfully, and at the same time wanted to know the other party's name. Just call him Young Master Jiang. You don't need too much for other things. I understand, Mr. Lu. 3 minutes after Mr. Mu and Lu Yang hung up the phone, Jiang Chuan called Mr. Mu in person. You are Mr. Mu, right? Old Lu should have called you. Yes, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Lu has called me. Do you have any instructions? Mr. Mu received Jiang Chuan's call and heard that Jiang Chuan was relatively young, but when he heard Jiang Chuan addressing Lu Yang, his tone became more respectful. Nothing, I'm just playing a chicken-eating game made by your game studio, and your staff banned my account. Can you help me solve it? Jiang Chuan also directly told Mr. Mu the purpose of the call. Ah! Mr. Mu couldn't help but be stunned when he heard what Jiang Chuan needed him to solve. He thought that this mysterious Mr. Jiang might need to do something very difficult to find him, but he didn't expect it was just a trivial matter. Are there any difficulties? Jiang Chuan frowned slightly when he heard Mr. Mu's tone, and his tone became a little colder. No difficulties, Mr. Jiang, I will deal with this matter immediately. Mr. Mu heard the indifference in Jiang Chuan's tone and replied immediately. He did not hang up the phone. He called his confidant as soon as possible and asked him to unblock the Pingdon 13 account as soon as possible and not to block this account again in the future. Mr. Jiang, the matter has been handled. Please see if you can log into your account. Mr. Mu said to Jiang Chuan respectfully. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mu. Jiang Chuan smiled with satisfaction when he saw that he could log into his account again, and the two hung up the phone. Mr. Mu also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chuan hang up the phone. This mysterious Mr. Jiang had an erratic attitude and made him feel scary when he came into contact with him. Fortunately, it was over. His back was full of sweat at this moment, and he was obviously scared. Big 13, you're here. Gun King saw Jiang Chuan come online, and immediately pulled him into the team, saying excitedly. Well, let the official handle the account, which took some time. Let's get started. Jiang Chuan smiled and said casually to Gun King. Fuck, the official unblocked Big 13 during his disappearance. Big 13 is so efficient. In just 10 minutes, Big 13's banned account was out of the small black room. This processing speed is not even available to those top anchors. As expected of one of the richest people on Douyin, as expected of Big 13. Gun King was broadcasting at the moment, and his fans in the broadcast room naturally heard Jiang Chuan's words and called. He made his own comments and admired Jiang Chuan's efficiency in handling the situation. When the King of Steel Guns heard Jiang Chuan's words, he was also shocked. He decisively chose to believe it and didn't say much. It's ready to start. The family members in the group who haven't received the reward yet, get ready. Officially start. The King of Steel Guns watched Jiang Chuan enter the room, and immediately told the family members in the group who haven't received the reward yet to get ready for the start. With the word falling, the brothers in the group entered the game one after another. After all, there were too few brothers who entered the game together this time, only a dozen people. Fortunately, the efficiency was relatively high this time. Jiang Chuan received the thanks from these family members before the plane appeared. It's just that 3 people were not honest enough in thanking him this time. Jiang Chuan didn't get the system's prompt, and he directly told the King of Steel Guns that these 3 people could not get the reward. Gun King, why did everyone else get the reward, but the 3 of us didn't? That's right, Gun King, do you have any inside information? We also expressed our gratitude, so why didn't we get 500 yuan? Gun King, do you believe me when I expose these things? The 3 guys who didn't get the 500 yuan reward went straight to Gun King's group and started making trouble. Gun King knew about this and told Jiang Chuan about it as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan didn't say much and asked Gun King to drag him into the other party's group. Get out, if you want to be exposed, just try it. I said you didn't meet the standard, so you didn't meet the standard. If you don't accept it, you can get out of the group directly. Jiang Chuan said 2 sentences directly, ignoring their threats and asking them to get out. The 3 guys who didn't get the reward didn't dare to say anything more when they saw Jiang Chuan being so strong. They all knew that Jiang Chuan was a real rich man. They didn't dare to say a word and left the group directly, leaving in disgrace. I'll say it again, if you want to get rewards, you must express your gratitude sincerely. I can tell whether the other party is sincere in expressing their gratitude. Jiang Chuan left this message in the group, telling everyone to continue sending cars, and the family members who did not receive rewards should continue to enter the game together. Chapter 20. Jiang Chuan played for a whole day, and the game was forced offline. This forced offline was a national requirement, so Jiang Chuan naturally wouldn't say much. He now received 500 thanks, and he left the game contentedly, telling the brothers in the group who didn't get the reward that they should continue to work hard every day, and the brothers who got the reward could enter the game again tomorrow to get the reward. Rolls-Royce Fantasy Dragon, available for extraction. Boeing 747-400 Private Jet, available for extraction. Dream Dragon Private Cruise, available for extraction. 1,000-acre oil field, available for extraction. A South African gold mine, available for extraction. A South African natural diamond mine, available for extraction. Super Bodyguard Dragon Soul, available for extraction. Tan Palace No. 1 Villa, available for extraction, available for extraction. Promise Manor in the United States, available for extraction. Pacific Whale Island, available for extraction. Game Physical Fitness, available for extraction. Jiang Chuan opened the game interface and looked at the things that could be extracted. He didn't know how to choose for a moment. He now has the world's number 1 group. Hundreds of billions of assets. The only sports car in the world. A true winner in life, a person who is heading to the top of the world. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the physical fitness of the game. Jiang Chuan finally chose physical fitness. Although his physical fitness is not bad, the physical fitness of the game is stronger. That is the physical fitness of the world's strongest soldier. With the successful extraction, Jiang Chuan felt a warm force surge in his heart. His body began to undergo a wonderful transformation, as if it was injected with endless vitality and energy. His originally slightly thin figure gradually became strong and solid, with clear muscle lines and full of power. The 8 abdominal muscles on the abdomen are clearly visible, showing a strong core strength. His skin has also changed from the original white to a strong and healthy bronze color, exuding a charming luster. At the same time, Jiang Chuan's face has also undergone subtle changes. His facial features have become more three-dimensional, his contours have become tougher, revealing a resolute and courageous temperament. His eyes became sharp and firm, as if he could see through everything. The whole person exudes a strong masculine charm, which makes people fall for him. Jiang Chuan also noticed the changes in himself and was very satisfied with this change. "Brother, I'm back." After Jiang Chuan looked at his body and was immersed in joy, he suddenly heard the voice of his younger sister. He hurried downstairs and saw Lin Xiaoxiao carrying a school bag and just returned home from school. "Wow! Brother, how did you become so handsome today? Did you have plastic surgery?" As soon as Lin Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chuan, she was amazed by his handsome appearance and couldn't help asking in surprise. Before Jiang Chuan accepted the game quality, he was also a handsome boy, but now his appearance has changed dramatically. The original handsome appearance has become exceptionally outstanding at this moment, and his height has reached 1.8 meters, with a tall and slender figure. His facial features are full of three-dimensional sense, deep eyes, straight nose, delicate lips, and every part is particularly charming. His facial contours are clear and distinct, and the lines are smooth and natural, showing a unique charm and temperament. Although he is still wearing simple and plain clothes, this can't cover up the nobleness emanating from him. "When is my brother not handsome?" Jiang Chuan heard Lin Xiaoxiao's compliment and said with a narcissistic smile. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her narcissistic second brother and couldn't help shaking her head without saying anything more. "Uncle Chang, it's time to eat," Jiang Chuan said to the chef Chang Bo, who was busy in the kitchen. "Okay, young master." Chang Bo heard Jiang Chuan's words and brought out the prepared meals. "Brother, who are they?" Lin Xiaoxiao also saw that there were more people in the villa at this moment. Jiang Chuan also introduced these invited people to Lin Xiaoxiao, including the chef Chang Bo, the housekeeper Xiao Bo, and Aunt Zhou who cleaned the house. "Oh." After Jiang Chuan's explanation, Lin Xiaoxiao also knew their identities. "Let's sit down and eat together. We don't have so many rules here. Let's eat together in the future. It will be more lively." Jiang Chuan watched Uncle Chang bring up all the food, glanced at Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chang, Aunt Zhou, and the other invited people, and said something to them. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Chang, and Aunt Zhou naturally refused the invitation of the host family. In the end, it was Jiang Chuan who forced everyone to eat together. During the meal, everyone got along well. Lin Xiaoxiao was also very sweet and kept picking up food for everyone. The meal was over quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao returned to her room and planned to finish her homework. Jiang Chuan also returned to her room and prepared to continue to thank her. "Lao Gang, do you want to live broadcast tonight? I will give you some exclusive gifts." Jiang Chuan did not plan to play games at night. He was going to enter the Douyin live broadcast room to watch the live broadcast and accept some thanks. "Big Boss 13, I will start the live broadcast immediately." King Gangqiang had just finished his meal at this moment. When he heard the message from Jiang Chuan, he replied respectfully at the first time. King Gangqiang started the live broadcast at the first time, and soon many fans poured into the live broadcast room. "Gangzi, are the benefits you talked about with Big Boss 13 valid for all fans, including new fans?" "Gangzi, do you still play games at night? I have to work during the day and can't play games. I also want to make 500 yuan. Gangzi, can you help ask Big Boss 13 if he plays games? Gang Qiangwang was on the hot search today. After all, Jiang Chuan has brought his own traffic these days. In particular, Jiang Chuan actually gave Gang Qiangwang's fans a huge benefit. As long as they played games with Jiang Chuan and said thank you, they could get 500 yuan. In just one day, Gang Qiangwang's fans reached 500,000. As things continue to ferment, his fans will only increase. Welcome to the arrival of the 13th brother. Gang Qiangwang watched Jiang Chuan enter the live broadcast room, and the screen was full of Fairy King special effects, telling everyone that Jiang Chuan was coming. Thank you for the exclusive gift from the 13th brother. Thank you for the exclusive gift from the 13th brother. Thank you for the exclusive gift from the 13th brother. Lao Gang, you performed well today, and keep working hard tomorrow. Jiang Chuan rewarded 10 exclusive gifts, which cost a total of 500,000 yuan. He did not feel any pain, left this sentence, and left Gang Qiangwang's live broadcast room directly. Fuck, what special effects are these? They're so pretty. Steel Gun King? Have you become the concubine of the 13th boss? Steel Gun King, didn't you sell your art before? Have you fallen for money now? Steel Gun King, have you fallen? Why don't you give me this overwhelming wealth? Jiang Chuan left, and countless comments popped up in his live broadcast room. Chapter 21. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Zixi Cute still opened the live broadcast at the specified time. She saw Jiang Chuan came to the live broadcast room with a full screen of special effects. Seeing Jiang Chuan at level 75, she also understood that this was the exclusive special effect of the super rich. She shouted excitedly. Very motivated. Jiang Chuan just came to Zixi Cute's live broadcast room and received sincere thanks from the other party. He commented with satisfaction. Pingdon 13, rewarded an exclusive gift, the Immortal King came to the 9th world. Jiang Chuan rewarded Zixi Cute with an exclusive gift without hesitation. This. Zixi Cute looked at the exclusive gift Jiang Chuan rewarded and was stunned. All the thousands of words turned into continuous thanks. I'm leaving first. I'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Chuan smiled and left his comment and left the other party's live broadcast room. In an hour, Jiang Chuan rewarded hundreds of anchors. This time he directly spent tens of millions of oceans and also received hundreds of sincere thanks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 150 sincere thanks. It will take another 850 sincere thanks to get the extraction opportunity. It seems that it is impossible to get the extraction opportunity today. After watching the talents of these anchors, I will take a rest. Jiang Chuan heard the prompt of the system and realized that it would be more and more difficult to get the opportunity to extract the game in the future. He was not in a hurry to leave directly after receiving the thanks, but to look at the talents of these anchors and prepare to appreciate them. Jiang Chuan has rewarded the dance anchor and the game anchor, and now he plans to see the singing anchor. Welcome 13 Big Brother to the anchor room. A female anchor named Duyan's number 1 singer saw Jiang Chuan coming to her live broadcast room and became excited instantly. She had heard of the new rich man, thank you brother, and she could get rewards as long as she said thank you to him. The reason why Jiang Chuan came to the other party's anchor room was that he saw the other party's tag, and the number of fans of this anchor was not small, reaching more than 1 million. Thank you 13 Big Brother. Duyan's number 1 singer was very sensible, and the second sentence was a direct and sincere thank you. Pingdon 13 rewards the anchor, and an immortal king will come to the 9th world. Jiang Chuan was not vague and decisively rewarded an exclusive gift. Thank you, Brother 13. I wish you a smooth sailing day, a clean official, 3 sails and 5 leaps to create great fortune, 4 seasons of wealth, friends from all corners of the world, 6 smooth sailing and more money, 7 stars shining brightly and prosperous luck, 8 directions of treasure piled up into a mountain, 9 sons passed the imperial examinations and passed on to future generations, and 10 perfect in the world. The first singer of Douyin directly thanked him with a jingle. Good talent. Jiang Chuan couldn't help laughing when he heard the words of the first singer of Douyin. He left his comment again and rewarded 5 exclusive gifts again. The first singer of Douyin saw Jiang Chuan's reward again, and thanked him more vigorously, hoping that Jiang Chuan could reward more. Jiang Chuan did not continue to reward, but moved to other live broadcast rooms. One night, Jiang Chuan visited 300 anchor rooms. There are big anchors and small anchors in these anchor rooms, no matter what type of anchors. No matter whether it is a big anchor or a small anchor, everyone's face is filled with joy when they see Jiang Chuan's arrival. In the end, he sincerely expressed his gratitude, which made him harvest full of sincere gratitude. Jiang Chuan closed Douyin with satisfaction. The anchors who did not receive rewards looked lost, and the anchors who received rewards had happy smiles on their faces. Today is another day full of harvest. Ding ding ding. The next day, the sun had already shone into the room. Jiang Chuan was lying in the room and snoring, with no intention of getting up at all. He was too tired to visit the live broadcast room yesterday. Today, he wanted to have a good rest. Suddenly, he heard the ringing of the mobile phone, and his face was obviously a little unhappy. Tell me, what's the matter? Jiang Chuan's attitude was not friendly, and he scolded directly and coldly. Hey, Jiang's son, I haven't seen him for a few years. Has his temper gotten worse? A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone and reached Jiang Chuan's ears. Damn son, why are you calling me? Have you returned to Jiangbei City? Jiang Chuan heard the teasing voice and instantly recognized who the other party was. He couldn't help but asked with a smile. The owner on the other end of the phone was Su Jie, a local from Jiangbei City. The two met in the first year of high school. At that time, they were both famous gangsters in number 13 middle school. It's just that Su Jie's family is rich, and Jiang Chuan is an orphan. Su Jie always travels with a group of younger brothers, and Jiang Chuan is alone, but no one dares to provoke him, because his ferocity is earned by his own punches and kicks. Su Jie knew Jiang Chuan's ruthlessness at first, and the two of them kept to themselves. One day, Su Jie's younger brother provoked Jiang Chuan and was severely beaten by Jiang Chuan, so a conflict broke out between the two. Su Jie brought more than a dozen younger brothers to teach Jiang Chuan a lesson. Jiang Chuan was not afraid of Su Jie and his more than a dozen younger brothers. He beat Su Jie and his brothers with one punch. That time, Jiang Chuan lay in bed for a month and couldn't get out of bed. That time, Su Jie lay in bed for 3 months. It was also because of that time that Jiang Chuan was almost forced to be sent to reform by Su Jie's family. Fortunately, Su Jie stopped it in time. At the same time, the two of them did not know each other, but became good brothers. After the two were discharged from the hospital, Su Jie also came to Jiang Chuan's class to go to school together, and the two of them became the two school bullies of number 13 middle school. When he graduated from high school, Su Jie was arranged by his family to study abroad, and there was no news. Jiang Chuan also read a second-tier university, and only had real confidence until he got the system. Yes, it's been 7 years. I'm back in Jiangbei City. I thought of you right after I came back. I just happened to hold a classmate banquet today. I'm the first to invite you. You must come to dinner when the time comes. Su Jie said to Jiang Chuan with a happy smile. Although the two hadn't seen each other for 7 years, they often kept in touch, so the relationship between them did not fade at all, but became better. You son of a bitch has asked in person, so I will naturally do you a favor. Tell me the time and place, and I will definitely rush over. Jiang Chuan heard that Su Jie had held a classmate reunion right after he came back. Although he was reluctant to attend, he thought that this was a classmate reunion held by Su Jie, and finally decided to attend. In these years, Jiang Chuan has not contacted any classmates, and the relationship between them is very weak. Well, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangbei Hotel, remember to come at that time, I have prepared a surprise for you. Sujia said with a happy smile, and after hanging up the phone, he began to contact other classmates to participate in this classmate reunion. Chapter 22. Jiang Chuan and Sujia ended the call, and he continued to sleep. He was too sleepy, after all, he had only slept for 2 hours. It seems that today I can only delay earning thanks. Jiang Chuan heard the alarm ringing, and seeing that it was already 5 o'clock, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. Jiang Chuan drove his night sound directly to the underground parking lot of Jiangbei Hotel, parked the car and came to the hotel. Old Su, where are you now? I'm already at the door of the hotel. Jiang Chuan only knew a Jiangbei Hotel, and he didn't know the specific location, so he could only call Sujia to ask. Ah! I'm also at the door of the hotel, why didn't I see you? Sujia asked in shock when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. Jiang Chuan naturally heard Sujia's voice, and he looked over in the direction of the voice. He saw a young man wearing branded clothes, thick eyebrows, big eyes, handsome looks, and outstanding temperament standing there, attracting the attention of people around him. Son of a bitch! Jiang Chuan hung up the phone, his mouth slightly raised, and looked at Sujia with a faint smile. Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan hanging up the phone, his face blank, confused, ready to call to ask if something happened. Just then, he heard the familiar voice. He looked up suddenly, his eyes widened, and looked at the handsome guy opposite him in shock. He soon found that this handsome guy actually had some of Jiang Chuan's features, but he was different, so he couldn't believe his eyes. You are Jiang, son? He asked hesitantly. Why, you can't recognize your father after 7 years? Jiang Chuan looked at Sujia's shocked expression, couldn't help laughing, and teased. Fuck! After hearing what Jiang Chuan said, Sujia couldn't help but swear, you've changed so much. You're even more handsome than me, this is unreal. Tell me honestly, did you go to Korea for plastic surgery? He used to be more handsome than Jiang Chuan, but now he's even more handsome than him, and he still feels a little bit dissatisfied. Get lost! Jiang Chuan could tell that Sujia was joking and couldn't help but laugh and curse. Aren't the others here yet? Jiang Chuan and Sujia didn't say anything more about their looks, after all, it was normal to have changed after not seeing each other for a few years. The two changed the topic and continued to chat, and asked with a smile. Well, everyone is on the way. This time I invited a special guest for you. Sujia smiled and nodded to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan asked in confusion after hearing what Sujia said, but Sujia kept it a secret, so he wasn't in a hurry, and he would know the answer eventually. 10 minutes later, a red BMW sedan stopped at the door of the hotel. Then, a sweet-looking woman got out of the car. She was wearing a white dress, tall and perfect, with long black hair draped over her shoulders, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. Sujia looked at the woman, his eyes were straight, his mouth slightly opened, as if he had forgotten to breathe. Jiang Chuan followed Sujia's gaze and was attracted by the beauty of the woman, but he quickly regained his composure. Looking at the woman in front of him, Jiang Chuan understood why Sujia would hold a class reunion. This guy was completely drunkard's intention, but wanted to take the opportunity to get close to this beautiful woman. Jiang Chuan actually knew this beautiful young woman a long time ago. Her name is Jo Kexin, she was the school belle in their high school and also their classmate. Jo Kexin is not only beautiful, but also gentle and kind, and is deeply loved by her classmates. At the same time, she is also the object of Sujia's secret love. It is said that Jo Kexin is still single, no wonder Sujia's first thing after returning to China is to hold a class reunion. Ms. Mu, welcome to your school. You are getting prettier after not seeing you for so many years. Sujia looked at Zhou Kexin who had arrived, and greeted her with excitement, smiling and trying to shake hands with her. Are you Sujia? Zhou Kexin heard Sujia's words, and saw that Sujia in front of her had not changed much since high school, and was still handsome. The only change was that he was a little more mature. She knew that the person who was holding the class reunion today was Sujia, and she also smiled and called out, and the two shook hands to the point. Who is this? Zhou Kexin's eyes shifted to Sujia's side, and when she saw Jiang Chuan's appearance, her eyes couldn't help but light up, and she asked Sujia a question. Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan and saw that he actually attracted Zhou Kexin, and pouted his lips, but still introduced him to Zhou Kexin. He is Lao Jiang, Jiang Chuan. Is it him? Zhou Kexin heard that this handsome guy was actually Jiang Chuan, although she was shocked by his appearance. Why did the appearance change? But thinking of today's technological means, Zhou Kexin's eyes turned a little cold when looking at Jiang Chuan, and she kept him at a distance, obviously looking down on Jiang Chuan. She directly asked Sujia where the private room for dinner was, and she went there first. Sujia also noticed something unusual, and smiled and told Zhou Kexin the name of the private room, and then saw the other party go to the private room alone. Old Jiang, what's the situation? Did you offend the school beauty Mu? After Zhou Kexin left, Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan in confusion. In the past 7 years, although the two had contacted, they mostly talked about daily life. Jiang Chuan didn't say many things, and Sujia naturally didn't know. It's okay, the other party may look down on me. Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's inquiry and laughed indifferently. He still remembered that it was 3 years ago. Jiang Chuan failed in his business and came to the small company where he resigned. At that time, Zhou Kexin had just returned to Jiangbei City to start a business, and he was sent to Zhou Kexin's small company to discuss business. The two also met for the first time after graduating from high school. At that time, Zhou Kexin was the company's boss, and Jiang Chuan was just a small employee of the company. The status of the two was very different, so Zhou Kexin naturally looked down on the other party. Until now, Zhou Kexin still thinks that Jiang Chuan is just a small employee of the company who resigned, so she has always looked down on him. Fuck, look down on you? Why does she do that? I'll go talk to her. Sujia was instantly furious when he heard this. Although he had a crush on Zhou Kexin and liked her very much. But for Sujia, brothers are like brothers, and women are like clothes. Sujia has never been careless in treating brothers, so the relationship between the two has always been good. It's okay, I don't take it to heart. You are the protagonist today, so you can't lose your manners. Jiang Chuan looked at the furious Sujia and said with a smile. He understood that Sujia was still exactly the same as 7 years ago, and the brotherly relationship between the two had not changed at all, which was enough. Okay. Sujia heard Jiang Chuan's words, looked at each other deeply, and didn't say much. The two continued to stay outside, waiting for the arrival of other classmates. Chapter 23. Classmates arrived one after another, and Sujia also enthusiastically told everyone to go to the Liuliu Dashun box first. Classmates are almost here, it's time to go in. Although Jiang Chuan didn't care about the classmates in the class, he knew that the classmates who arrived were almost all here, so he smiled and said to Sujia beside him. Don't worry, there is another heavyweight guest. Sujia heard Jiang Chuan's words, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and a cunning flashed in his eyes, as if there was a secret hidden in his heart, asking him not to worry for the time being. Time passed by minute, Jiang Chuan waited impatiently, muttering in his heart, who is this mysterious guest? Why is it so mysterious? Just when he was thinking about it, a slight sound of footsteps came, and then a figure appeared at the door of the hotel. It was a young and charming woman, and her appearance seemed to light up the whole room. She was dressed in fashionable clothes and a pair of Balenciaga high heels, exuding elegance and confidence with every step. Her appearance was breathtakingly exquisite, and her big eyes sparkled with bright light, full of agility and charm. Her glance and smile revealed a charming charm that made people fall in love with her. Her figure was slender, and the perfect tailoring showed her perfect curves. Her existence was like a beautiful painting, which could leave a deep impression on people at a glance. Old Su. The woman's voice was crisp and pleasant, like the sound of nature. She smiled and greeted Su Jie, revealing kindness and familiarity in her eyes. Old Jiang, long time no see. The woman turned her eyes to Jiang Chuan with a gentle smile in her eyes. Qing Cheng, long time no see. Su Jie looked at Mu Qing Cheng in front of him, and a feeling of joy surged in his heart. Mu Qing Cheng actually recognized them at a glance, which made him feel very relieved. Jiang Chuan was also shocked by Mu Qingcheng's beauty, and for a moment he didn't know how to speak. His eyes were full of amazement and admiration, staring at her blankly, as if attracted by her beauty. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng who had arrived, and couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect that old Su invited her over. Mu Qingcheng and the others were very familiar with each other. Jiang Chuan and Su Jie were the school bullies of number 3 middle school, and so was Mu Qingcheng in front of him. Today, the 3 school bullies of number 3 middle school were all present. Jiang Chuan's thoughts returned to high school. At that time, Mu Qingcheng was not so beautiful, and even Mu Qingcheng dressed up as a little girl every day. Except for Jiang Chuan and Su Jie, no one was willing to play with her. The 3 of them also played for 3 years, and left a deep affection for each other. Jiang Chuan also had some different feelings for Mu Qingcheng at that time, but later in college, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng lost contact. Unexpectedly, when they met again, Mu Qingcheng had changed drastically. Old Jiang, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Mu Qingcheng looked at him cunningly with her big, lively eyes, and asked with a chuckle. Of course I know you, it's been a long time. Jiang Chuan responded with a smile. His voice was gentle and kind, as if time had not left too many traces between them. Mu Qingcheng looked at the man in front of her, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She thought of the boy who stood up for him 7 years ago, and that day, he protected her from being hurt. Okay, now that everyone is here, let's go in and eat and chat. Su Jie looked at this scene and said to everyone with a smile. His eyes swept over Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, and a trace of subtle cunning flashed in his eyes. Then, he took the lead and walked into the box. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng followed behind, and they walked side by side, and their figures looked particularly harmonious under the lights. At this moment, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng looked like a pair of golden boys and jade girls, very well matched. However, since they had not seen each other for many years, the 2 of them did not know where to start. Oh my God, who is this beauty? She is so beautiful. Is this handsome guy also a classmate of ours? Why haven't I seen him before? Mr. Su, who are this beauty and handsome guy? When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng walked into the box, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The classmates exclaimed and curiously asked about their identities. The whole box instantly became lively and the atmosphere was extremely active. Zhou Kexin also looked over and saw Mu Qingcheng's appearance. She couldn't help showing jealousy and hatred in her eyes. When Mu Qingcheng didn't come, she was the focus of the whole box. When Mu Qingcheng came, she instantly became a green leaf and a foil. What's so surprising? Technology is so advanced nowadays, maybe she used technology on her face. I don't know this woman, but I know Jiang Chuan. When we met 3 years ago, he was very ordinary. It's only been 3 years since we last met, so he can't be so handsome. He must have used technology. Zhou Kexin glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely, as if she wanted to vent her unwillingness. After Zhou Kexin said this, Su Jie, who was sitting in the main seat, looked ugly instantly. He didn't expect Zhou Kexin to embarrass Jiang Chuan in front of the whole class. Isn't this making things difficult for him? When he was about to speak for Jiang Chuan, Mu Qingcheng's eyes fell on Zhou Kexin. Mu Qingcheng looked at Zhou Kexin and smiled coldly. I didn't see whether Lao Zhang had surgery on his face, but I saw it on your face. You had surgery on your nose and double eyelids, but I don't know whether you had surgery on other parts of your body. Swish! Zhou Kexin's face suddenly changed when she heard Mu Qingcheng's words. She didn't expect Mu Qingcheng to see at a glance that she had surgery, and what Mu Qingcheng said was true. She was extremely shocked. Who are you? You said I had surgery, so I had surgery? I said you had surgery on your entire face. Zhou Kexin looked at Mu Qingcheng fiercely when she heard Mu Qingcheng's words, and said this viciously. Hee hee. Mu Qingcheng laughed coldly when she heard Zhou Kexin's words. She didn't continue to speak, but proved it directly with her actions. She pinched her face hard with her hands, her nose, and double eyelids, and her face didn't change at all. You know, if you had surgery, it would be deformed if you pinched it hard. Obviously, Mu Qingcheng didn't have surgery. The classmates in the class saw this scene and understood that Mu Qingcheng had proved everything with her actions. Their eyes fell on Zhou Kexin's face, looking forward to her performance. Chapter 24. Zhou Kexin felt everyone's eyes on her, and her face changed drastically. She didn't dare to prove it with her actions because she had undergone surgery. She glared at Mu Qingcheng fiercely and directly shifted the battlefield to Jiang Chuan. You haven't had surgery, can you represent that another person hasn't had surgery? How could such a big change happen in 3 years? Zhou Kexin's words really made all the classmates' eyes fall on Jiang Chuan. Many girls in this society love beauty and start to get beautiful with surgery, which many people can accept. But many people still can't accept a boy who goes under the knife to become handsome, especially boys. Jiang Chuan didn't expect Zhou Kexin to transfer the conflict to him again. From the beginning at the hotel entrance, to entering the box, and now to transferring the conflict to him, Jiang Chuan's anger also broke out. He looked at Zhou Kexin coldly and said indifferently, "Are you a dog? Did I eat your food or drink your water? I have been targeting me since the hotel entrance. Do I need to prove to you whether I have used a knife or not? You dare to scold me?" Zhou Kexin looked at Jiang Chuan in shock, with an expression of disbelief on her face. "Scold you? I told you to get out of here. There is no place for you here. Get out now." Jiang Chuan heard Zhou Kexin's words, with a trace of disdain and disgust on his face, and laughed coldly. After that, he walked straight to Zhou Kexin and took away the chair she was sitting on without hesitation. Zhou Kexin was caught off guard, and she fell heavily to the ground with a painful scream. What's worse is that her nose accidentally touched the table, and her entire nose was twisted and deformed in an instant, which was terrible. The classmates in the class couldn't help laughing when they saw this scene. Some people sarcastically said, "Fuck, you said others had surgery, but didn't you also have surgery? Why laugh at others? This is the first time I've seen someone's nose deformed so badly." When Zhou Kexin heard these words, she quickly touched her nose with her hand, and she felt that it was seriously deformed. She was so angry that her face turned red. She got up from the ground angrily, glared at the classmates in the class, and said with gritted teeth, "Very good, I will remember you, one by one. If you have the ability, don't leave, I will make you pay for it." After that, she covered her face and slammed the door angrily. The classmates in the class didn't take this seriously and didn't take it to heart. "I heard that Zhou Kexin seems to be with a rich second-generation man who is very capable. I have also heard about this matter. It is said that the reason why the company Zhou Kexin founded is developing better and better is that rich second-generation man helping her behind the scenes. Mr. Su, we are all from a small family, but we can't afford to offend Zhou Kexin, so we will leave first. That's right, Mr. Su, we will get together again at the next class reunion, and we will leave first. Some people who knew part of Zhou Kexin's affairs discussed it quietly. Although the voice was very low, the students in the whole box knew about it. For a while, the students in the class left here directly for various reasons. Obviously, they didn't dare to stay and offend Zhou Kexin completely. With the departure of the whole class, only Jiang Chuan, Su Jie, and Mu Qingcheng were left in the whole box. Old Su, I'm sorry to disrupt your class reunion. Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie with an apologetic look as he watched the classmates in the class leave. It's okay. You know that I have other intentions for this class reunion. I just didn't expect that she would have changed so much in 7 years. Fortunately, she showed it. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable for me to be with her. Su Jie heard Jiang Chuan's apology, but he didn't care. Instead, he said thankfully, "Don't pay attention to them. The three of us will stay here and chat while drinking. We haven't seen each other for 7 years. We must get together today. I will handle anything." Su Jie was particularly disappointed with Zhou Kexin's expression. The white moonlight in his heart just passed away. There was not much sadness on his face, but more of indifference. He smiled and said to Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, "Okay." Jiang Chuan didn't take Zhou Kexin's threat to heart at all, and was not afraid that the other party would call anyone. Mu Qingcheng didn't say much. The three of them sat together, eating delicious food, drinking beer, and recounting what happened that year. The three of them ate a full 2 hours for a meal. Mu Qingcheng also had some drunk. She looked at Jiang Chuan with a hazy look, and her expression became gentle and full of apology, saying, "Old Jiang, I'm very sorry. If it weren't for me 7 years ago, you wouldn't have been able to get only 2 colleges. Ah? What's the situation? Old Jiang only got a 2nd-tier college, and his grades are the best in number 3 middle school. Did something happen?" Su Jie heard Mu Qingcheng's words, and looked at Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng in confusion and asked. Although the three of them are all school bullies in number 3 middle school, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng are real academic bullies, who have always been ranked first and second in the grade. He didn't know that Jiang Chuan only got an ordinary 2nd-tier college. The reason why Su Jie went abroad was naturally because his grades were too bad. "You are drunk." Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words, looked at her blurred eyes and rosy face, and whispered to her, intending to let her not take it to heart and go home. "Don't talk, I'm not drunk. I've been holding this in my heart for 7 years, and I have to speak out today." Mu Qingcheng gave Jiang Chuan a vicious look, without any threat, but Jiang Chuan felt cute. "Old Su, do you know? When you left China and went abroad, I was surrounded by a group of people outside the school. At that time, old Jiang just appeared in front of me to protect me. He was seriously injured and eventually lay in bed for 3 months. Although old Jiang finally insisted on taking the college entrance examination under the pretext of illness, he performed poorly and only got a 2nd-tier university. Old Jiang, I'm sorry, it's me who hurt you. I owe you a thank you for what happened back then. If it weren't for you, I might have been ruined." Mu Qingcheng directly told the story of that year, and her tears couldn't help but flow from her eyes. "What? I left and these things didn't happen. Where are those people now? Today I will go to seek justice for you." Su Jie learned about this and was instantly furious. He planned to take Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng back for revenge. "It's okay, those people have received the punishment they deserve. Qingcheng, you are drunk, where is your home? I'll take you back." Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie who stood up in anger, smiled bitterly, and then looked at the drowsy Mu Qingcheng and asked with a bitter smile. "Dear, it's this box, you must stand up for me." When Jiang Chuan's voice fell, Zhou Kexin's voice sounded outside the box, and then their box was violently pushed open. Chapter 25. Bang! When the door was violently opened, Jiang Chuan and Su Jie looked over at the same time. Mu Qingcheng was also going to stand up, but she was already drunk, so Jiang Chuan could only temporarily support her on the table and whispered, "You take a good rest, let us handle this matter." "It's you." When Jiang Chuan supported Mu Qingcheng on the table, his eyes turned to the people Zhou Kexin called. When he saw the young man coming over, a trace of cold anger flashed in his eyes. This young man didn't look outstanding, but his clothes looked very luxurious, with a brand name clothing, obviously a rich kid. And there were more than a dozen young companions beside him, all staring at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie, ready to take action at any time. "Old Jiang, do you know him?" Su Jie heard Jiang Chuan's words and asked in confusion. 7 years ago, he led people to block Qingcheng. I was severely injured and hospitalized for 3 months. I even performed poorly in the college entrance examination. He was the leader. Jiang Chuan explained to Su Jie beside him that he was the culprit who surrounded Mu Qingcheng that year. The young man in front of him was called Li Kai. A rich second-generation school bully in No. 5 middle school. At that time, his girlfriend and Mu Qingcheng had some conflicts outside. Li Kai learned about this and directly called a dozen people to surround Mu Qingcheng. Fortunately, Jiang Chuan discovered it in time, so Mu Qingcheng was not disabled. "You are the guy who was hospitalized that year. I didn't expect us to meet again. In that case, let's settle new and old grudges together today." Li Kai also heard Jiang Chuan's words. He looked at Jiang Chuan deeply and finally recognized that the other party was the boy who protected Mu Qingcheng that year. His eyes became fierce and his face became more and more indifferent. Li Kai was sentenced for that incident that year. Although Li Kai finally paid to get out, he was detained for a period of time, so that his personality became more distorted. Now he met the place that put him in prison again, and Li Kai's anger could not be suppressed. "Fuck him for me, as long as you don't beat him to death, you can do whatever you want." Li Kai said this coldly, and took Zhou Kexin to the back, leaving the rest to the thugs he brought. Jiang Chuan looked at the thugs coming towards them, his face was calm, he had exchanged for the physical fitness of the game world, let alone these thugs, even the world's soldier king, he was not afraid. "Leave it to me." Jiang Chuan glanced at Su Jie beside him, staggered to his side, intending to fight side by side with him, and said with a smile, "It's okay, I can still do it." Su Jie's head was dizzy at this moment, and he said stubbornly while resisting the discomfort, "Get lost, don't hold me back." Jiang Chuan cursed with a smile, and kicked Su Jie on the buttocks, making him roll aside to watch his heroic figure. "You all come together." Jiang Chuan glanced coldly at the dozen thugs approaching him, and said this coldly. "Do it." The thugs decisively took out the batons from their clothes, and rushed towards Jiang Chuan fiercely without saying a word. Jiang Chuan looked at the batons in their hands indifferently, just looked at them coldly, and the next moment he saw Jiang Chuan moving. He swung gently and successfully avoided the attack of a thug. He quickly threw a right swing punch and hit the waist of this thug directly. The huge force directly penetrated his body. This thug lay on the ground and wailed in pain. The other thugs also rushed up and attacked Jiang Chuan instantly. Facing the baton, Jiang Chuan rushed towards a thug and knocked him down with great force, thus avoiding the attacks of other thugs. Bang! The thug that Jiang Chuan knocked away wanted to resist, but he knocked him out with one punch. Bang! 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 In 2 minutes, Jiang Chuan killed all the thugs brought by Li Kai. How is this possible? Li Kai looked at Jiang Chuan in shock as he saw that all the thugs he brought were killed. He couldn't believe it. These thugs were all ruthless people he knew in prison. After they were released from prison, they became his gold medal thugs. He asked these thugs to help him solve troublesome things every time, and he was always successful. He didn't expect to meet Jiang Chuan this time and collapsed directly. "Fuck, old Jiang, your skills have become more and more terrible over the years. I am no match for you. Su Jie watched Jiang Chuan kill more than a dozen thugs with ease, couldn't help but debut in amazement, and even didn't forget to flatter himself. Jiang Chuan also heard Su Jie's words, and he was immediately in tears. He extracted the physical fitness of the game and directly became the world's strongest soldier. Su Jie was just a little stronger than ordinary people, how could he compare with him? What do you want to do? Now it's a society ruled by law. Believe it or not, we called the police. Zhou Kexin didn't expect Jiang Chuan to have such a terrifying skill, and easily solved the thugs brought by Li Kai. He watched Jiang Chuan approach them step by step, with fear on his face, and said loudly in fear. Snap! Jiang Chuan didn't have time to speak, Li Kai slapped Zhou Kexin in the face. Zhou Kexin looked at Li Kai beside her in disbelief, not understanding why he hit her. Stupid, don't you know that I don't want to deal with those people? You are still planning to call the police, are you going to let me go in again? Li Kai glared at Zhou Kexin fiercely and asked coldly. Brother Kai, how could it be possible? I just want him to be locked up inside. Zhou Kexin covered her red face and said to Li Kai with a wronged look. Get out of here, these rubbish can't deal with him, I will deal with him myself. Boy, 7 years ago, I was forced to enter inside by you. In the past 7 years, I have been exercising and even spent a lot of money to hire a teacher to teach me martial arts. Today, I will settle the new and old hatreds from 7 years ago together. Li Kai looked at Jiang Chuan who was approaching him indifferently and took a fighting stance. Swish! Jiang Chuan looked at this scene and laughed disdainfully. He bent down and swung quickly in an instant. So fast! Li Kai looked at Jiang Chuan who was moving, but he couldn't see his figure clearly. When Li Kai reacted, Jiang Chuan had come to him and hit his abdomen directly with his fist. The huge force made Li Kai retreat continuously, and then he knelt on one knee on the ground, vomited violently, and lost his fighting ability. Old Zhang Niu. I thought he was so strong, but he's just pretending to be so powerful. Su Jie watched Jiang Chuan kill Li Kai with one punch, and shouted excitedly, while mocking Li Kai. You! Li Kai heard Su Jie's words, raised his head and looked at him angrily, and fainted directly from anger. Chapter 26. Jiang Chuan looked at Li Kai who had fainted and shook his head in disappointment. You should stay here first. Jiang Chuan looked at Zhou Kexin who was about to leave, he smiled coldly and detained Zhou Kexin in front of him. Jiang Chuan called the police immediately. Jiangbei Police Station sent police officers here immediately. Uncle Police, this is evidence. Su Jie knew why Jiang Chuan asked him to roll aside, the purpose was to collect evidence. He quickly took out his mobile phone and proved that Jiang Chuan was acting in self-defense. Okay, we still need you to cooperate with us, sir. The young police officer who came here saw Jiang Chuan here. He didn't know Jiang Chuan's true identity, but he knew that Jiang Chuan's identity was very complicated, so he said respectfully. Okay. Jiang Chuan accompanied them to the police station to take notes. When he returned to Jiangbei Hotel again, Su Jie and Mu Qingcheng were still in the box. Didn't I tell you to take Qingcheng to the hotel to rest? Jiang Chuan looked at the two of them still here, and couldn't help but glared at Su Jie and said something. I want to, but Qingcheng doesn't want me to accompany her, so why don't you go and try? Faced with Jiang Chuan's complaints, Su Jie spread his hands helplessly and said with a wry smile. Okay, I'll try. Jiang Chuan heard Su Jie's words and came to Mu Qingcheng's side. Mu Qingcheng raised her eyelids and saw Jiang Chuan coming to her side. She gave up resistance and let Jiang Chuan take her away from here. You are still awesome. Let's go, I have already opened the hotel room. Su Jie gave a thumbs up and said to Jiang Chuan, and led Jiang Chuan directly to the outside of a room in the hotel. He handed the room card to Jiang Chuan and told him directly that he was drunk and needed to rest. Jiang Chuan looked at Sujia who was leaving and secretly cursed him for being disloyal. Looking at Mu Qingcheng hanging on him, he could only take her to the hotel room and wanted to put her down. Don't go. When Jiang Chuan finally let go of Mu Qingcheng and was about to leave, Mu Qingcheng opened her eyes and looked at him charmingly, hoping that he would not leave the room and stay with her. Seeing this look, Jiang Chuan's heart could not help but soften. He sighed and said to Mu Qingcheng, I won't leave. I'll be on the sofa next to you. You should have a good rest. If you have anything to say, we'll talk tomorrow. Okay. Mu Qingcheng was relieved to see that Jiang Chuan would not leave. She was indeed drunk at the moment and fell asleep. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng who was so drunk and promised her not to leave. He could only reluctantly stay on the sofa for one night. Old Lu, help me do something. If there is any problem, let them never come out again. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng who fell asleep, came to the balcony, lit a cigarette, called Lu Yang, and asked him to deal with this matter as soon as possible. I understand, Mr. Jiang, I will deal with it as soon as possible. Lu Yang understood what Jiang Chuan meant and replied respectfully. Big Boss 13, are you going to play games today? Big Boss 13, the family members in the group are waiting for you. Big Boss 13, did my little brother make you angry? Can you reply to my message? Big Boss 13, I was wrong, please forgive me. Jiang Chuan didn't have time to check his phone all day, and found that the King of Guns sent him countless messages while he was eating, but he was busy and didn't have time to check them until this time. He checked the messages in his phone and found that the King of Guns sent hundreds of messages. Lao Gang had something to do today and didn't see your message. Tell the family members that we will play games together tomorrow. Is there something wrong with you sending me so many messages? Jiang Chuan was also very satisfied with the King of Guns, so he smiled and replied to his 3 messages. Boss, you finally replied to my message. Did I not make you angry? Boss, I will tell my family to play games together tomorrow. Boss, I do have something I want to ask you for help. When the King of Guns saw Jiang Chuan reply to his message, he was so excited that he replied more than a dozen messages in a row, most of which were asking Jiang Chuan if he did not make him angry. I am not angry. Just tell me what's the matter. Jiang Chuan looked at the message sent by the King of Guns and was immediately amused and asked the other party what the matter was. Boss, when I said in the anchor room that as long as my fans can enjoy the benefits brought by the boss, they can get 500 yuan by entering the game and sincerely thanking the boss? After this matter fermented, in just 2 days, I gained 100 fans 10,000. Some anchors are jealous of me and plan to PK with me. The loser needs to quit the internet permanently, so I wonder if you can help me. Gang Jiangwang saw the message sent by Jiang Chuan and embarrassedly told the whole story. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Gang Jiangwang himself was to blame for this matter. He just wanted to get a wave of Jiang Chuan's traffic, but he didn't expect to get too much traffic. He gained millions of fans in 2 days, so that many other anchors were jealous and thought that Gang Jiangwang had eaten too much cake alone, and planned to force Gang Jiangwang to quit the internet. When will the PK be played? Jiang Chuan frowned when he heard this and asked Gang Jiangwang directly about the specific time. Gang Jiangwang is behind him, and the other party dares to PK with him. Obviously, the other party is not only targeting Gang Jiangwang, but also him. Faced with the provocation of others, Jiang Chuan will not surrender, so he will fight back fiercely. There is still half an hour, and the official PK will start at 12 o'clock. When the King of Steel Guns saw the news, he instantly became excited. As long as the 13 big brothers were willing to help him, he would not necessarily lose, even if the other party had the support of 7 Duyan super rich people. The King of Steel Guns was very confident in Jiang Chuan, and believed that Jiang Chuan, a super rich man, could sweep all the super rich people in Duyan. Okay, I got it. I will enter your live broadcast room at that time. Jiang Chuan heard what the King of Steel Guns said and told him to rest assured that he could just live broadcast normally. At the same time, he told the family members of the Steel Gun Army to continue the game tomorrow. He would tell the specific time in the group at that time, and they just needed to pay attention to it at that time. Jiang Chuan knew that the King of Steel Guns was about to play PK. Since the other party was targeting the King of Steel Guns and him at the same time, it was obvious that the other party was well prepared. Jiang Chuan looked at the Douyin balance, which was only 20 million. Enough. Knowing that there was still a full half an hour, he laughed easily. Congratulations on your success in getting 1 million yuan. Congratulations on your success in getting 1 million yuan. Congratulations on your success in getting 1 million yuan. Jiang Chuan began to replenish his balance frantically to prepare for the next PK. Chapter 27. Boss Xiao, the super-rich Ping Danshizhen has replenished 100 million at one time. Boss Xiao, the super-rich Ping Danshizhen has replenished 200 million at one time. Boss Xiao, the super-rich Ping Danshizhen has replenished 500 million at one time. When the staff of Douyin's official backstage saw Jiang Chuan constantly replenishing his balance, when he replenished 100 million, the official staff directly called their person in charge and told him the news. What? 500 million? Boss Xiao was completely shocked when he heard what the staff said. Is this true? Boss Xiao confirmed again and again. Boss Xiao, this is true. The sufficient balance has been deposited into the company's account. The staff of Douyin's backstage said affirmatively. I understand, you will immediately give Mr. Jiang, named Ping Danshizhen, 50 million Douyin diamonds. At the same time, immediately upgrade Mr. Jiang's title and upgrade him to the only exclusive title of Douyin, the Supreme Super Rich. Boss Xiao knew that the staff of Douyin's backstage would not dare to lie to him. After all, this matter could be checked at any time, so he immediately issued 2 orders. Okay, Mr. Xiao. The staff of Douyin's backstage immediately agreed respectfully. Beep beep, beep beep. Jiang Chuan finished the recharge and felt that his fingers were about to be broken. He planned to take a break. After all, he would have to give crazy rewards later. Suddenly, he received a call from Douyin. Dear Mr. Jiang, because you have recharged 50 million at one time, our Douyin official gave you 50 million diamonds for free. Thank you for your support of Douyin. At the same time, our backstage has upgraded your title to the only exclusive title Supreme Godly Rich. Because you are now the Supreme Godly Rich, you can call this number at any time in the future. We will handle your affairs as soon as possible. The staff of Douyin contacted Jiang Chuan in a very friendly manner. Okay, thank you. Jiang Chuan heard the phone call from the official staff. He didn't expect that the other party would give him diamonds for free, upgrade his title, and provide him with separate services in the future. He smiled and said, Then we won't bother you anymore. I wish you a happy life. The official staff also ended the call immediately and did not continue to disturb Jiang Chuan. 12 o'clock. Jiang Chuan also entered the live broadcast room of the King of Guns as soon as possible. Welcome the respected Supreme Godly Rich Ping Dan 13 to the live broadcast room. When Jiang Chuan entered the live broadcast room, the special effect of the Immortal King's 9th life directly lit up the entire screen, and a female voice slowly sounded. What the hell is the Supreme Godly Rich? Does Douyin still have the title of Supreme Godly Rich? Oh my god, how much money does the Supreme Godly Rich have to have this title? Isn't the most awesome title on Douyin the Godly Rich? The fans and water friends in the King of Guns live broadcast room were stunned when they saw Jiang Chuan's title of Supreme Godly Rich. They commented frantically to see if anyone knew. But no one answered. They didn't know there was such a title as Supreme Godly Rich. Thank you for coming, Big 13. Gun King also reacted immediately and shouted excitedly. Gun King saw that Jiang Chuan's title was changed to Supreme Godly Rich, and he knew that this time it was safe. He had heard rumors that as long as he had enough 500 million Chinese yuan on Douyin at one time, he could get the title of Supreme Godly Rich. Jiang Chuan now has the only exclusive title on Douyin, Supreme Godly Rich, and it is obvious that Jiang Chuan has enough 500 million at one time. Whatever the title, Big 13, do you want to continue playing the game tomorrow? Big 13, I am a new fan of Gun King. I heard that if I play games with you, I can get 500 yuan just by saying thank you to you. Big 13, are you sick? Why didn't you play games today? As the voice of Gun King sounded, his fans directly ignored the title of Supreme Godly Rich and asked Jiang Chuan instead. I'm fine, don't worry. I didn't play the game today because of something, but I'll continue the game tomorrow. It's still the same old rule. As long as the family members who play games with me sincerely thank me, they can get 500 yuan. Jiang Chuan looked at the comments of the fans in the live broadcast room and explained with a smile. Okay, Boss 13, you must take care of yourself. Boss 13, I'm looking forward to playing games with you tomorrow. Boss 13, I've resigned to play games with you. The fans in the King of Steel's live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Jiang Chuan's comments, and left a message one after another. Comments from each other. Have you heard? A Supreme Godly Rich title has appeared on Douyin. Supreme Godly Rich? Does Douyin have such a title? Brother, are you kidding? I've been playing Douyin for so long, and I didn't even know there was such a title. You still don't believe it? Go to the live broadcast room of the King of Guns and take a look. The first place in the reward list, Pingdon 13, has the title of Supreme Godly Rich. The fact that Jiang Chuan had the title of Supreme Godly Rich began to ferment in just a few minutes, and countless anchors of all sizes knew about it. In fact, they also knew that many anchors were jealous of the King of Guns, and now the alliance was together to suppress the King of Guns and make him quit the internet. Even these anchors have won over the big guys behind them, and they plan to work together to make the King of Guns quit the internet. If Pingdon 13 really becomes the Supreme Godly King, can so many of them really beat the other party in PK? I'm the strongest in the game and connect with the anchor. At 12:10, an anchor finally took the initiative to connect with the King of Guns. Jiang Chuan also saw another anchor. This anchor was good-looking and fair-skinned, but he looked like he had just reached adulthood. This anchor should be a guy pushed out by many anchors to avoid disaster. Even if he lost the game, it would not matter if he permanently quit the internet. Steel Gun King, you should know our conditions, right? This time we will PK for half an hour, and whoever loses will be permanently kicked out of the internet. Game I'm the strongest said this to the Steel Gun King in a rebellious manner. Okay. The Steel Gun King also knew that this new anchor of Game I'm the strongest was a little guy pushed out to avoid disaster, but he wanted to continue to mix in the anchor circle, so he naturally couldn't offend all the anchors behind him, so he could only agree. Well, let's start the PK. Game I'm the strongest just said this sentence and started the formal PK. My dear family members, let's get rid of the Gun King together and make him quit the internet forever. Game I'm the strongest kept shouting, and for a while, people kept giving rewards to Game I'm the strongest. This time, he had 7 super rich people behind him. These 7 super rich people were the big guys behind some big anchors. With their support, they had the confidence to fight against Jiang Chuan and make the Gun King quit the internet completely. Chapter 28. Fuck, Lao Gang's opponent is too strong. In 3 seconds, the gifts have exceeded 1 million. Lao Gang, the opponent is too strong. We are no match at all. In 1 minute, the reward has reached 10 million. The fans in the King of Steel Guns live broadcast room saw that the opponent's PK bar directly exceeded the King of Steel Guns 10 million. You know, only 1 minute has passed. They are completely scared. There is no comparison at all. Don't worry, family members, our 13th brother has not done anything yet. That's right, 13th brother is in our live broadcast room. No matter how many people come from the opposite side, we are not afraid. 13th brother alone is enough to stop millions of troops. Some old fans in the live broadcast room knew that the King of Steel Guns invited Jiang Chuan this time, and they also knew what the title of Supreme Godly Rich meant. They smiled and commented, asking them not to worry. Don't worry, let the bullets fly for a while. Jiang Chuan looked at some fans in the King of Steel Guns live broadcast room who couldn't hold their breath, smiled and said to them, asking them not to worry. Big 13 is right. Let them be happy for a while. They will cry later. We support Big 13. As long as you are in Laogang's live broadcast room, you will have confidence. The fans in the live broadcast room of Gangqiang breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chuan's comment of Supreme Godly Rich. No one was nervous. Is the other party's Supreme Godly Rich fake? We have already scored 100 million points and the other party is indifferent. I think it is also fake. Who would make 500 million at a time just to get the title of Supreme Godly Rich? I think so too. This title of Supreme Godly Rich should be a fake title, a gimmick used by Douyin officials to deceive. In a small group of 7 godly rich people, 7 godly rich people who support major anchors discussed with each other. Seeing that Gangqiang only had tens of thousands of points, they immediately laughed at him with disdain. The PK between Gangqiang and the anchor of Game I'm the Strongest also attracted all the anchors of Douyin. These anchors watched this PK. They all got some news. The Gun King got too much cake this time. Many people were not satisfied. They organized this PK together. The purpose was to make the Gun King quit the internet and let the other party withdraw the cake without reservation. So these big and small anchors invited 7 Douyin masters to support them. Of course, if the 7 masters cannot defeat the Gun King this time, the Gun King's position in Douyin will be unshakable in the future. He may even become the real number 1 in Douyin, because he has Jiang Chuan, a supreme master, behind him. Douyin officials also knew the news, and naturally promoted this PK. No matter who wins or loses in the end, it will not harm Douyin at all. Instead, it can attract traffic and let Douyin let more people know. It's only 1 billion points in 10 minutes, the opponent is too weak. Family members in our live broadcast room, please go to the other side's live broadcast room and tell them to prepare for the battle. If they can only score 1 billion points, let them go back and eat shit. Jiang Chuan watched the PK for 10 minutes, and the PK line of the Steel Gun King was only tens of thousands of points, while the opponent's score only reached 1 billion points. He immediately commented disappointedly. Okay, Boss 13, I'll go over right away. I'm the best in the world at mocking people. Brother upstairs, give me this opportunity. Boss 13, I'll go over first. The fans in the Steel Gun King's live broadcast room saw Jiang Chuan's comments and became excited. They knew that Jiang Chuan was going to take action, and they all went to the other side's live broadcast room. Oh my god, the other side's supreme rich man is too weak, only tens of thousands of points in 10 minutes. Are they eating shit? It's really funny, they dare to PK with us, too weak. Everyone in this live broadcast room, pay attention, the 13th boss asked me to tell you, only 10 billion points in 10 minutes, you are weak, if you can only score 10 billion points, go back and eat shit. That's right, the 13th boss looks down on so many of you, if you have the guts, fight the 13th boss together. Don't you have money? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a boss on the internet. The fans in the Steel Gun King's live broadcast room were ridiculed to the maximum, completely angering everyone in the entire live broadcast room. You should know that the number of people in this live broadcast room has reached millions, and these people are fans of major anchors. They came here to support their anchors and let the Steel Gun King quit the internet. After hearing this, some of them began to ridicule, saying that the Steel Gun King only had tens of thousands of points, and some people directly proved it with actions, and soon the PK line reached 5 billion points. Old Steel, Prepare to witness. Is it a miracle? Jiang Chuan naturally didn't know what happened in the other party's live broadcast room, and just commented with a smile. Okay, Big Boss 13. Gang Jiangwang saw Jiang Chuan's comment and became excited. He swallowed his saliva and stared at the screen in front of him, staring at his PK line. The Supreme Rich Man Pingdon 13 rewarded the anchor with 999 exclusive gifts. At this moment, countless exclusive special effects popped up in Gang Jiangwang's live broadcast room, and the special effects could not dissipate for a long time. 999 exclusive gifts. My God, this is 50 million. As expected of Big Boss 13, 50 million is rewarded. Look at the PK line, Lao Gang directly reached 50 billion at one time, and the PK line on the opposite side is almost gone. Jiang Chuan directly rewarded 999 exclusive gifts. At this moment, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked, and everyone in the other live broadcast room was dumbfounded. 50 billion park line, is this guy crazy? A one-time reward of 50 million. Fuck, the opponent's 13 big guys are too powerful, directly rewarding two super rich people. The legendary Supreme Super Rich is well deserved, too scary. It seems that this PK is no suspense. I am the strongest in the game. Seeing that the PK line of the Steel Gun King surpassed him at one time, his face turned pale and his eyes became ugly. Don't worry, little brother, it's only 50 million. The 7 of us are fully prepared this time and will not let you lose. That's right, we can get 50 billion in minutes. Brothers can exert their strength and let the opponent's parallel import super rich see our strength. The rich man in the strongest live broadcast room of the game saw the face of the anchor changed and smiled and commented, asking him to relax. Oh my God, it's too strong. A one-time reward of 50 million yuan. It seems that the Steel Gun King has a good relationship with this 13th big boss, and we must win over the Steel Gun King. That's right, go and help the Steel Gun King to play PK, maybe you can get in touch with this 13th big boss. Su Baobao rewarded the anchor with 10 Duyan no 1s. Daxian rewarded the anchor with 10 Duyan no 1s. Countless anchors in Duyan who did not participate in the fight on the opposite side came to the Steel Gun King's live broadcast room and began to give gifts. The Steel Gun King saw this scene and laughed happily. He knew that as long as he won the PK this time, his rise would be unstoppable. He also knew that all this today was because of Jiang Chuan, and he would remember it in his heart for the rest of his life. Chapter 29. Brothers, don't stop giving gifts. The other side is overtaking us. That's right. All the brothers in my live broadcast room went to the live broadcast room of the King of Steel Guns to give gifts. The babies of the Immortal Army, enter the live broadcast room of the King of Steel Guns together. We can't let him lose this time. The anchors of Duyan also invited their families to come to the live broadcast room of the King of Steel Guns to give gifts. Don't come, it's too slow. Jiang Chuan obviously felt that there were too many people in the live broadcast room of the King of Steel Guns, so he asked them not to enter the live broadcast room. Don't give gifts, keep the money for yourself. The other side's group of small vegetables, I am enough. Jiang Chuan continued to comment, asking the people who came to the live broadcast room not to continue giving gifts. The gifts they gave were too small and had no effect at all. Soon the opponent's PK line had reached 100 billion, which directly broke the record of Duyan PK. Brothers, continue to witness the miracle and beat them. After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, he smiled and said to the family members in the live broadcast room. The Supreme Rich Ping Danchizan rewarded the anchor with 999 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan saw that the PK line was still being overtaken by the opponent, and directly rewarded 999 exclusive gifts again. The Supreme Rich Ping Danchizan rewarded the anchor with 999 exclusive gifts. The Supreme Rich Ping Danchizan rewarded the anchor with 999 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan saw that the PK line was almost there, and he rewarded 999 exclusive gifts twice again. This time, the PK line of the Steel Gun King surpassed the opponent again. Fuck, the 13th brother is too powerful. He directly rewarded 200 million tonight. I'll go to the other side to taunt, you guys watch here first. Don't worry, wait for me. The fans in the Steel Gun King's live broadcast room were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. In just 5 minutes, Jiang Chuan directly rewarded 150 million Chinese yuan, which completely shocked all the anchors and everyone in the live broadcast room. Thank you, Big 13. Thank you, Dad 13, I will always follow you. Gun King was completely excited at this moment. He didn't expect to become a billionaire at one time. The share of the reward King got this time was enough to reach 100 million. Fuck, I envy this kid Gun King so much. The reward gifts he got this time are more than what I earn in a year. Ah, people are so annoying. Who let Gun King get to know Big 13 first? Big 13 is too fierce. He rewarded 200 million at one time. Although the other party has 7 rich people, they are rich, but they are not willing to spend so much money. They lost. When the anchors of Douyin saw Jiang Chuan directly reward 150 million at one time, they knew that the outcome of this PK was already determined. At the same time, they also knew that Gun King had Jiang Chuan's support and his rise was unstoppable. Why did your live broadcast room go out? You are actually playing PK. Big 13 asked me to come and tell you that everyone present is a loser. You are not worthy of being his opponent. Big 13 asked me to tell you how much you can fight. Big 13 took it all. The fans of King of Steel Guns came to another live broadcast room and mocked directly. The whole live broadcast room was completely quiet. Only the fans of King of Steel Guns were still commenting. Others, including the 7 rich people, left the live broadcast room in disgrace. Soon, only dozens of people were left in the live broadcast room of the anchor. I am the strongest in the game. I will leave first, Lao Gang, you can take the money for the gift and reward yourself, just work hard for me in the future, and the game will continue tomorrow. Jiang Chuan also learned from the comments of the fans that everyone in the other live broadcast room had run away. Knowing that he was not needed now, he decisively left the live broadcast room of King of Steel Guns. Okay, thank you Big 13, I will definitely do my best to do things well. King of Steel Guns gratefully promised. Jiang Chuan left the live broadcast room of the King of Guns, but did not close Douyin. Instead, he entered the live broadcast room of the anchors who helped the King of Guns in PK. Say thank you and give me 10 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan came to Su Baobao's live broadcast room and said with a smile. Thank you, Ping Dan Chizan. Although Su Baobao had never received any reward from Jiang Chuan, he witnessed Jiang Chuan's financial resources today and knew that Jiang Chuan was called thank you brother, so he sincerely thanked him. The supreme godly rich Ping Dan Chizan gave the anchor 10 exclusive gifts. Next time, Jiang Chuan got the system's prompt and understood that he had received sincere thanks. He gave 10 exclusive gifts without hesitation and left Su Baobao's live broadcast room directly, entered Daxian's live broadcast room. Thank you, I'll give you 10 exclusive gifts. Thank you, Pingdan 13. Daxian said thank you without hesitation, and Jiang Chuan directly rewarded 10 exclusive gifts. In an hour, Jiang Chuan visited hundreds of anchors' live broadcast rooms. Some people rewarded 10 exclusive gifts, and some people rewarded 1 exclusive gift. Anyway, he received sincere thanks every time, and he was very satisfied. Rest. Jiang Chuan saw that it was very late, and he fell directly on the sofa and fell asleep. Beep beep. The next day, when Jiang Chuan was sleeping, he felt someone poking his face with a finger. He opened his eyes sleepily and saw a fair face in front of him. He was so scared that he shouted, "Ghost! Ching Cheng, don't you know? People who scare others will scare them to death." Jiang Chuan also reacted. The other party was not a ghost, but Mu Qingcheng's face. He glared at Mu Qingcheng, who was smiling awkwardly, and said, "I didn't know you were so timid now." Mu Qingcheng was scolded by Jiang Chuan and said this with a wronged look. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng's aggrieved expression, and his eyes were rolling in his eye sockets. He was speechless, so he could only comfort the other party. In order to prevent the other party from crying, Jiang Chuan directly promised to agree to any request. As long as the request is not illegal, he will agree to any request. "Are you serious?" Mu Qingcheng heard Jiang Chuan's words, and the aggrieved expression disappeared instantly. She looked at Jiang Chuan with a happy face and asked excitedly, "Did you do this on purpose?" Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng, who was performing magic tricks, thinking about getting angry, but thinking that Mu Qingcheng's acting was indeed too real, he could only look at her helplessly and ask. Mu Qingcheng did not answer, but just smiled at him. "Really, as long as it is not illegal, I will agree to anything you ask." Jiang Chuan was stared at by Mu Qingcheng, feeling a little uncomfortable, and could only look elsewhere, and said to her. Chapter 30. Don't worry, I will never let you do anything illegal. Mu Qingcheng saw Jiang Chuan's alert face and hurriedly explained. She muttered to herself, "Why is this man so cautious? It's really a headache." However, she decided to make it clear to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. "What is it?" Jiang Chuan asked doubtfully. He really couldn't think of what Mu Qingcheng wanted. He secretly guessed in his heart, could it be that he wanted him to help buy some valuables? Or help her solve some troubles? "You just need to accompany me to participate in a variety show." Mu Qingcheng finally stated her conditions. Her tone was relaxed, but her eyes revealed a hint of expectation and nervousness. After all, she didn't know whether Jiang Chuan would agree to her request. What? Participate in a variety show? Jiang Chuan heard this and showed a surprised expression on his face. He never expected that Mu Qingcheng would make such a request. "Are you going to enter the entertainment industry?" Jiang Chuan frowned and looked at Mu Qingcheng in confusion. He knew something about the entertainment industry, and knew that it was a mixed bag, and it was not suitable for Mu Qingcheng in front of him. Moreover, Mu Qingcheng did not look like the kind of person who was keen on fame and fortune, so why did she suddenly want to participate in a variety show? "Well, actually, I entered the entertainment industry and became a singer after graduating from college, but my songs were popular but I was not. This time, in order to increase my fame, the company asked me to participate in a blind date variety show to hype CP and expose my popularity. The boss of the company is one of my sisters, and I had no way to refuse, so I had to participate." Mu Qingcheng said helplessly. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice, but she was helpless. "Oh, so that's the case." Jiang Chuan nodded in sudden enlightenment. He understood why Mu Qingcheng asked him for help. It turned out that she had to participate in this variety show because of work. Looking at Mu Qingcheng's pitiful appearance, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. "But I have never participated in a variety show, and I can't receive an invitation from the program team, right?" Jiang Chuan found that Mu Qingcheng was looking at her expectantly and passionately, and he could only answer with a wry smile. Although he tried to find a way, he was not familiar with the entertainment industry, and the program team would invite him. "I'll take care of this matter, you just need to participate." Mu Qingcheng heard Jiang Chuan's words and knew that there was a play, and looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile. "Okay, but how long will this love variety show take to shoot? Can I do my own thing in the variety show?" Jiang Chuan felt Mu Qingcheng's fiery gaze and knew that he should participate in this variety show, so he just asked with a smile. "This variety show takes a month to shoot. The whole variety show is very relaxing. You can do whatever you want and no one will disturb you." "That's good, you can do your own thing, then sign up for me." Jiang Chuan couldn't help frowning when he knew it would take a month, but he was relieved when he thought he could do his own thing, which was also considered to be agreeing to Mu Qingcheng's conditions. Okay. Mu Qingcheng smiled happily when she heard Jiang Chuan agreed. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan and smiled happily. This time, she had her own plans for entering the love variety show. In fact, Mu Qingcheng did not plan to participate in this love variety show this time, but planned to participate in another program to increase her exposure. However, after meeting Jiang Chuan this time, Mu Qingcheng was not prepared to miss this opportunity again. Okay. Jiang Chuan did not refuse this time, and agreed with a smile. The two left the hotel room and just saw Sujia coming out of his room. Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng walking out of the room together, looking at the two with a smirk on his face. Those who understand that look will understand. Jiang Chuan felt Sujia's eyes and glared at him fiercely, asking him not to misunderstand. Mu Qingcheng felt the other party's eyes but faced it calmly, not caring at all. Old Su, we were just about to call you for dinner. Today I'll treat you to the old place. Mu Qingcheng looked at Sujia and said hello with a smile. Okay. Sujia agreed with a smile, and when he walked to Jiang Chuan, he didn't forget to wink at him. Get out of here, you idiot, there is nothing going on between us. Jiang Chuan watched Sujia constantly communicate with him through eye contact, and he finally couldn't help it. The three of them came to the basement, and he beat him up. Old Jiang, you are going to rebel, what did I say? You dare to hit me, I will destroy you. Su. Ji resisted decisively, and the two of them started to wrestle without any image. Jiang Chuan naturally showed mercy, otherwise Sujia would have been defeated long ago. Both of them were measured in their attacks, and the force was very light. They just looked embarrassed, but there was no injury. Mu Qingcheng couldn't help laughing when she saw the two wrestling, and dreamed of returning to high school. Okay, we're late, be careful that there's no food. Mu Qingcheng saw that the two were still fighting, and couldn't help but remind them. I'll let you go today. Sujia heard this and let go of Jiang Chuan first. He looked at Jiang Chuan fiercely, and couldn't help muttering in his heart, Lao Jiang is too strong. Has Lao Jiang taken the powerful King Kong pills in recent years? My car can only take one person, Qingcheng, are you with me? Sujia quickly took out his law fight, looked at Jiang Chuan provocatively, and looked at Mu Qingcheng with a smile on his face. Mu Qingcheng saw Sujia driving a law fight and glared at Sujia fiercely. Sujia also reacted and knew that Jiang Chuan was just an ordinary person. He drove a LaFerrari and now looked at Jiang Chuan provocatively, which would definitely hit Jiang Chuan's self-esteem. When he was about to explain, Jiang Chuan walked in front of a supercar. This is the sound of the night. When Jiang Chuan walked in front of the supercar, Sujia also looked over. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. This night color was sold for hundreds of millions of Chinese yuan. There is only one in the world. I didn't expect that this car was actually from China. I don't know which big guy drove this car. I really want to drive it once and try it. Sujia looked at the night sound in front of Jiang Chuan and was instantly fascinated. Just like looking at his wife, he carefully enjoyed the whole car body and couldn't help sighing. Did he? Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's words and unlocked it directly with the key, looking at Sujia with a smile. Fuck, old Jiang, you won't tell me that this car is yours, right? Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan's provocative eyes, shocked, and said this to Jiang Chuan in disbelief. His voice was trembling. Jiang Chuan smiled slightly, and did not answer Sujia's question, but opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. He started the engine, and the engine made a low and powerful roar, which made people feel a strong force. Sujia widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chuan sitting in the car, knowing that this one and only sound of the night in the world was Jiang Chuan's beloved car in front of him. At this moment, Sujia understood that invisible pretense was the most deadly. He was severely pretentious by Jiang Chuan today. Chapter 31. Old Jiang, did you rob a bank? After 7 years, you have become more outstanding, and now you have the world's only sound of the night. Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan in the car and felt a little strange, so he asked carefully. Get out, are you allowed to grow? But I can't grow. I started my business 10 years ago, but the company was very small at that time, so I was embarrassed to tell you. Now 10 years have passed, the company has developed very well, and I have naturally achieved financial freedom. Jiang Chuan laughed when he heard Sujia's words. That's right, you have your own ideas since you were young, and you are also capable. I can understand what you have today. And get up quickly, this car is mine, you drive that car. I haven't driven the sound of the night yet. Sujia believed Jiang Chuan's words without hesitation, only Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan deeply. She felt that Jiang Chuan was not telling the truth, but everyone has secrets, so she didn't say much. Jiang Chuan was pulled out of the car by Sujia. He sat in the passenger seat without hesitation and stepped on the accelerator. A pleasant roar sounded, and Sujia showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. That's the feeling. It's worthy of being the world's top sports car, worthy of being the only sports car in the world. Sujia's excitement was not concealed at all. He closed the door and drove out of the basement. He planned to drive this sound of the night to the street and enjoy the attention of everyone. Let's take this one. Jiang Chuan watched Sujia drive away directly, and immediately looked at Mu Qingcheng with a smile. Okay. Mu Qingcheng also smiled, and she came to the passenger seat and sat down. Where are we going? Jiang Chuan watched Mu Qingcheng sit in the car, turned his head to look at her, accidentally saw a touch of spring light, quickly turned his head to the front, and asked a question. Mu Qingcheng noticed Jiang Chuan's eyes shifting quickly. She glanced at her chest, smiled and didn't say much. Instead, she said to Jiang Chuan, the old restaurant at the gate of number 3 middle school has not opened yet. It is only open until noon every day. If we go there now, we should be able to eat there. I went there to eat there last time. It tasted the same as when we were in school. Okay. Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words, and his eyes also showed a nostalgic look. He drove the Lei Fa directly to number 3 middle school. Where have you been? We are in this old restaurant at number 3 middle school. Come over immediately. If you come late, there will be no food. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng came to the gate of number 3 middle school. Seeing that Sujia had not come yet, he had to call again to ask where the other party was. I was blocked by someone and couldn't come for the time being. Sujia heard Jiang Chuan's call again and said with a wry smile. What? Where are you? We'll come right over. Jiang Chuan heard what Sujia said and asked loudly, then called Mu Qingcheng and the two of them left the old restaurant directly. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Mu, you haven't eaten yet, why are you leaving? The owner of the old restaurant was an old man in his 50s or 60s. He saw Jiang Chuan and the others leave and couldn't help shouting loudly. Uncle Guo, something happened to old Su. We need to go over and take a look. We may not be able to have dinner with you today. Ah. Then you guys hurry over. I'll close later today. Then we'll have a drink together. Okay, Uncle Guo, we'll come right over after we've dealt with it. Jiang Chuan heard what Uncle Guo said and agreed with a smile. He drove Sujia's LaFerrari to the place Sujia said as soon as possible. Sujia parked the sound of the night to the side at this moment. He saw a young man wearing sunglasses coming down from another big bull and looking at the sound of the night. Sujia frowned and opened the car door and walked out directly. Fuck, it's worthy of being the voice of the night, the lines of the car, the color. Sujia heard the young man constantly looking at the voice of the night, and after hearing what he said, he looked at the young man in front of him with a friendlier look. The fact that he could say these words proved that the young man in front of him was also a car lover and a car expert. Brother, from what you said, you are also a car lover. Seeing that you forced me to stop just to appreciate the voice of the night, I forgive you, but I have something else to do and need to leave. Sujia smiled and said to the young man wearing sunglasses, and was about to turn around and leave. The young man in sunglasses heard Sujia, and as soon as he was about to leave, he looked at Sujia. Soon, the young man in sunglasses widened his eyes, took off his sunglasses and shouted in disbelief, "Fuck, Brother Su! Brother Wang!" Sujia recognized the other party when he took off his sunglasses and shouted in shock. Sujia knew the young man in sunglasses in front of him. This man was a senior he met when he was studying abroad. He was from a wealthy family. He was the son of the richest man in the past and the son of the second richest man in China. His name was Wang Kong. "Brother Su, is this car yours?" Wang Kong looked at Sujia in front of him with surprise, his eyes flashing with excitement. He never dreamed that he would really see the legendary voice of the night in Jiangbei City. Some time ago, when he learned that the voice of the night appeared in China, he was so excited that he couldn't describe it. That night, he was so excited that he tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. So, he drove straight to Jiangbei City without hesitation, just to find the mysterious owner of the voice of the night, hoping to buy or borrow this dream sports car from him, even if it was only for a few days. "Brother Wang, this car is not mine, it's my brother's." Sujia knew that Wang Kong loved cars, and heard what he said, and said with a wry smile, "I wonder if Brother Su can introduce your brother to me. I want to buy this car or rent it. As long as it's within 200 million, I can accept it." Wang Kong was too excited and hoped that Sujia could help. "Brother Wang, my brother will be here soon, you can talk to him yourself." Sujia heard Wang Kong's words, looked at the other party's excited expression, and said with a wry smile, "Okay." Wang Kong knew that Sujia's brother was coming soon, and he was about to meet the owner of the voice of the night. He was even more excited. Standing in front of the voice of the night, the two waited for Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng to arrive together. Half an hour later, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng finally drove the LaFerrari here. Wang Kong looked at Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, who got out of the car excitedly. "Qingcheng, why are you here?" Wang Kong saw Mu Qingcheng getting out of the passenger seat and looked at her in surprise. Chapter 32. Jiang Chuan found that Wang Kong looked at Mu Qingcheng with a wrong look in his eyes, and he felt uncomfortable. He didn't like the way Wang Kong looked at Mu Qingcheng. "Brother Wang, why are you here?" Mu Qingcheng didn't expect to meet Wang Kong in Jiangbei City, and couldn't help asking. "Some time ago, I saw someone driving a black night voice on Douyin, but I couldn't sleep all night, so I drove to Jiangbei City without saying anything, just to find the owner of the black night voice, and wanted to buy or rent the car from him." Wang Kong also smiled and explained why he was in Jiangbei City. "Brother, you should be the owner of the black night voice, right?" Wang Kong's eyes fell on Jiang Chuan, and he asked with a smile. "Well, this car will not be sold to you, let alone rented to you, you can leave." Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Kong with an unhappy look and said this coldly. Wang Kong felt Jiang Chuan's hostility towards him and frowned. He looked at Jiang Chuan in front of him and didn't know him. They met for the first time, and he didn't know where Jiang Chuan's hostility came from. "Brother, I don't know you, don't try to make connections." Wang Kong wanted to persuade Jiang Chuan again, but Jiang Chuan's cold voice reached his ears. Swish! Wang Kong's face turned ugly when he heard Jiang Chuan's impolite words. "Brother Wang, Lao Jiang always says this, don't take it to heart." "That's right, Brother Wang, Lao Jiang is such a person, don't worry." Sujia and Mu Qingcheng noticed the change in Wang Kong's face, and realized that Wang Kong might be angry, so they immediately explained. They all knew that Wang Kong's family background was not simple. His father was the richest man in China 10 years ago. Although he was deprived of the position of the richest man in recent years, his wealth still ranked second only to the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Tianxia Group. Swish! When Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingqian's words to Wang Kong, his face turned even colder and he looked at Wang Kong. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other with sharp eyes. Don't you know who I am? Wang Kong stared at Jiang Chuan with cold eyes, looked at him with a smile and asked this question. Are you qualified to let me know who you are? Jiang Chuan felt the coldness in Wang Kong's eyes, smiled disdainfully, and asked back. Okay, I'll order this car, and then I'll see if you can keep it. Wang Kong laughed in anger, said this to Jiang Chuan coldly, and turned around and left here. Brother Wang, don't be angry, Lao Jiang is like this, there is no malice, don't be angry with him. Mu Qingqiang saw that Wang Kong was really angry, and came to Wang Kong to persuade him immediately. That's right, Brother Wang. Old Jiang is this kind of person. You don't need to get angry with him. Don't worry. I'm in charge of this car. You can drive it and play as long as you want. Sujia also saw that Wang Kong was angry, and also came to Wang Kong and persuaded him. Old Su, Qingqiang, come back. I want to see how he snatches this car from me. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingqiang and Sujia, who actually spoke well for him. This was completely unnecessary. He came directly to the two people, held them, and let Wang Kong leave. I believe we will meet soon. Wang Kong left this sentence, turned around and left here and returned to the car. He decisively made a phone call. Old Jiang, you are too impulsive. Do you know who he is? He is the second richest man in China and the only son of Mr. Wang. Yes, Old Jiang, you are definitely impulsive. Our family has some relationship with Brother Wang's family. He has watched me grow up since I was a child and has always treated me as a sister. I believe he can let you go for my family and my face. Sujia looked at Wang Kong, who was leaving, and said with a wry smile. The industry in his family and that in Wang Kong's family were completely incomparable. Jiang Chuan didn't take it seriously. Instead, it was Mu Qingqian's words that made Jiang Chuan understand that he had misunderstood the relationship between the two. You and him are just siblings. Does he not like you? Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingqiang and found that he was about to call and couldn't help asking. Well, Brother Wang likes internet celebrities, not my type. He has always treated me as a sister and treated me very well. The relationship between our two families is also very good. Mu Qingqiang glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely, realizing that Jiang Chuan had misunderstood their relationship, and explained it again. Mu Qingqiang called Wang Kong immediately and found that Wang Kong's phone was busy. Her face turned ugly. Let go. Don't worry, leave this matter to me, don't worry, nothing will happen. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingqian's ugly face and smiled to comfort her. He walked to the side and called Lu Yang, asking him to contact Mr. Wang. There were some unpleasant things between him and Mr. Wang. He hoped that Mr. Wang would persuade Mr. Wang to avoid escalation of the conflict, which would be difficult to deal with at that time. Mr. Wang also knew what Lu Yang meant, and called his son Wang Kong as soon as possible. What? I know, Dad, I will handle this matter. Wang Kong also received a call from President Wang at the first time. He learned from President Wang that Jiang Chuan was actually the real boss behind Tianxia Group. He immediately laughed bitterly. He didn't expect that the person he threatened today was actually the boss of Tianxia Group, and the other party was so young. Wang Kong is also a reasonable person. President Wang called him to let him go back and apologize, so that Jiang Chuan would not be angry and prevent Jiang Chuan from taking action against Wang Group. After all, Tianxia Group has taken action against many companies during this period, although those things are not as good as Wang Group. But Wang Kong knows that Tianxia Group is the world's #1 group. If it really takes action against Wang Group, Wang Group can't stop it. I'm pretending to be big this time. It seems that I will be embarrassed when the time comes. Wang Kong couldn't help laughing bitterly. Brother Kong, what's wrong? The female internet celebrity sitting in the co-pilot saw Wang Kong's embarrassed expression for the first time, and couldn't help asking with concern. You go back first, I still have something to deal with. Wang Kong said to the female internet celebrity indifferently, and then called Mu Qingcheng immediately. Knowing that they were still there, he drove over quickly. Jiang. Brother Wang, I'm very sorry for misunderstanding the relationship between you and Qingcheng. Don't tell them my identity for the time being. Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Kong, who was walking over, greeted him with a smile, and whispered the last sentence. Brother Jiang is really sorry for not recognizing you before, and caused misunderstandings between us. When Wang Kong heard the word Qingcheng, he glanced at Mu Qingcheng, then at Jiang Chuan, and instantly understood why the other party was hostile to him. At this moment, the contradiction was resolved, and Wang Kong also said what Jiang Chuan said. Chapter 33. Old Jiang, do you know Brother Wang? Mu Qingcheng and Sujia looked at the close expressions of the two and asked in surprise. I have met Brother Wang several times before, but Brother Wang's memory is not very good and he didn't recognize me. Maybe he remembered who I was later, and the misunderstanding between us was naturally resolved. Jiang Chuan explained to the two with a smile on his face. Mu Qingcheng and Sujia heard Jiang Chuan's explanation, and naturally didn't believe what he said, but seeing that the relationship between the two was really good, they didn't say much. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, all this is enough. Brother Wang, since you like this car, then you can discuss it with old Su, and you can take turns driving it when the time comes. As for buying or renting a car, don't say this, I have other cars. Jiang Chuan also smiled and changed the subject, looking at Wang Kong and said this. Well, thank you Brother Jiang. Wang Kong heard Jiang Chuan's words and understood that the misunderstanding between the two was really resolved. He also smiled sincerely and thanked him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a sincere thank you. The system prompt sound also sounded at this moment. Jiang Chuan looked at Wang Kong beside him. He didn't expect that the other party would thank him sincerely so easily. Brother Wang, since the misunderstanding between you and Lao Jiang has been resolved, we plan to go to dinner next. You can come with us to eat. The food there can be said to be unique in the whole Jiangbei city. That's right, Brother Wang, you can go with us. This night voice is for you to drive, and I will drive your Danyu. Mu Qingcheng and Sujia also looked at Wang Kong with a smile and said with a smile. Wang Kong didn't speak, but looked at Jiang Chuan. Brother Wang, let's go together. Jiang Chuan also laughed and invited Wang Kong to go to dinner together. Mu Qingcheng and Sujia also saw that Wang Kong actually needed to ask Jiang Chuan's opinion. At this moment, they were more curious about who Jiang Chuan called, but Wang Kong was in this place, so they didn't ask too much. Okay, let's go and have dinner together. Wang Kong also laughed happily and followed Jiang Chuan and the others to the gate of number 3 middle school. Uncle Guo, we are here. When Jiang Chuan and the others arrived at the old restaurant, they found that Uncle Guo had not closed the door yet and had not received any guests. He was waiting for them to come back. Jiang Chuan and the others shouted happily. You idiots, you are finally here. I can't wait any longer. You sit down first. I will cook some of my specialties. Have a few drinks with you today. When Uncle Guo saw Jiang Chuan and the other three coming here, he smiled and said. He turned and went into the kitchen and started cooking. In half an hour, Uncle Guo cooked 5 or 6 specialties and took out a bottle of good wine, pouring a glass for everyone. While eating and drinking, everyone listened to Uncle Guo talking about the embarrassing things of the three of them. Jiang Chuan and the other three couldn't help but blush and became embarrassed. After the meal, Guo Bo was drunk. His family came to pick him up and closed the door. Jiang Chuan also paid Guobo 10,000 yuan directly, and the four of them left. Brother Jiang, I'll drive this car away. Call me anytime you need it, and I'll send it to you at any time. It's okay, Brother Wang, you can drive as long as you want, I have other cars. Wang Kong was also a little drunk at this moment, but his nightlife had just begun, so he asked a designated driver to drive away the voice of the night. Old Jiang, tell me honestly, who did you call, and why did Brother Wang's attitude towards you change? Mu Qingcheng was also drunk at this moment, her face flushed, and she looked at Jiang Chuan deeply and questioned. Although Su Jie didn't speak, his eyes were staring at him. I called Mr. Wang. Tisk. Jiang Chuan told the truth, but the two of them didn't believe it at all, thinking he was lying. Jiang Chuan had no other choice. They didn't believe him at all when he told the truth, and he wanted to confess his identity. But the two of them wouldn't believe it, so he didn't plan to confess his identity directly. Even if he did, they wouldn't believe it, so he asked Wang Kong not to tell it at the beginning. Okay, everyone is drunk, everyone go back and have a good rest, I also want to go home today. Jiang Chuan looked at the two of them, said to them, and planned to take a car home. Old Jiang, I don't want to stay in a hotel, and there is only one person in my family, I'm scared. Can I go to your house and stay together for one night, and I haven't seen my little sister for many years, I want to see what changes have happened to my little sister. Mu Qingcheng was drunk at the moment, staring at Jiang Chuan, without any hesitation she said these words, but when she finished, her face became even more rosy, but her eyes did not move away. Hey, are you planning to meet the parents? Su Jie heard Mu Qingcheng's words and couldn't help but tease them. He knew that Mu Qingcheng had always been nice to Jiang Chuan. They were both school bullies and academic bullies, and they had a lot of common topics. Su Jie also knew that Jiang Chuan was also interested in Mu Qingcheng, but Mu Qingcheng's family background was very mysterious, so Jiang Chuan never dared to say it out loud. Get out! Mu Qingcheng's face became even more rosy when she heard Su Jie's joke, and she glared at Su Jie fiercely. Su Jie quickly raised his hands to attack, and directly called a designated driver to send him home. Let's go home too. Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie who was leaving, and then looked at Mu Qingcheng. Even if she didn't agree, Mu Qingcheng would leave with him, so he said with a wry smile. Okay. Mu Qingcheng laughed happily, and the two of them called a car and headed straight for Tenglong Community. Do you really live in Tenglong Community? Mu Qingcheng thought Tenglong Community was just a community with the same name, but when she saw the villa complex in front of her, she looked at Jiang Chuan in shock. What? Are you surprised? I do live here. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Mu Qingcheng still couldn't believe her eyes. She widened her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and showed a look of astonishment on her face. Let's go. Jiang Chuan smiled, and the two of them entered Tenglong Community together. They walked along the path and soon came to a luxurious villa. Is villa number 1 your home? Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan taking her to villa number 1, she was even more shocked and asked loudly. Yes. Jiang Chuan nodded in agreement. Is it true that you said you called Uncle Wang today? Mu Qingcheng remembered what Jiang Chuan had said before. Of course it's true. Jiang Chuan smiled. Old Jiang, what is your real identity? Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan and thought of what he said today. She looked at Jiang Chuan and asked him deeply. I am the real boss behind Tianxia Group. Faced with Mu Qingcheng's question, Jiang Chuan said his real identity without any hesitation. Old Jiang, this joke is not funny. Forget it. You have your own secrets. I won't ask you any more. As long as you live well, that's enough. Mu Qingcheng didn't believe Jiang Chuan's words at all. She didn't continue to ask Jiang Chuan's specific identity. She just left this sentence and entered the villa first. Are you Sister Qingcheng? When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng entered the villa, Lin Xiaoxiao heard someone coming in. She ran downstairs quickly and saw Mu Qingcheng. Although she hadn't seen him for many years, Mu Qingcheng had changed a lot. Lin Xiaoxiao still recognized him at a glance and asked without confirming. Xiaoxiao, long time no see. Mu Qingcheng recognized Lin Xiaoxiao at the first sight and smiled happily. The two girls left here together and returned to their boudoir. Chapter 34. Jiang Chuan watched Mu Qingcheng and Xiaoxiao return to their room together. He returned to his room without saying anything. Boss 13, is there something going on today? The family is waiting for you. Boss 13, are you angry with me? Boss 13, did you spend too much money yesterday? I will return it all to you, shall I? Jiang Chuan returned home and washed up, feeling much more energetic. He opened WeChat immediately and found that Gun King had sent countless text messages. There are indeed some things today. Let's do this. Tell the family members in the group if they have time at this time. If they do, let them enter the game. Jiang Chuan felt embarrassed for having stood up for 2 days, so he could only resist the drunkenness and said to Gun King. Okay, 13th brother, I will tell the family members in the group right away. Family members, 13th brother is online. Those who want benefits, get ready to enter the game. Gang Jiangwang was broadcasting live at the moment. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Jiang Chuan replying to his message. He said it in the live broadcast room as soon as possible, and went to the fan group to tell all the family members. 13th brother is finally going to play the game. I have been waiting in the game for a long time. I hope I can play a game with 13th brother today. I just want to play a game with 13th brother, not to make the 500 yuan. The fans in the live broadcast room got excited when they heard the news, and entered the game as soon as possible. Family members, get ready. Gang Jiangwang saw that Jiang Chuan and he had successfully teamed up. He looked at the number of people in the live broadcast room and said loudly. Enter the game. After Gang Jiangwang's words fell, everyone entered the game one after another. The families of the Steel Gun Army line up and thank our 13th master one by one. The Steel Gun King opened all the channels and said to everyone. Thanks to the plain 13th master. Thanks to the plain 13th master. Thanks to the plain 13th master. There were almost 20 people playing the game together this time. Jiang Chuan received more than 20 sincere thanks. Seeing that the plane had not appeared yet, he smiled and quit the game without hesitation. The Steel Gun King saw Jiang Chuan leave the game and understood that everyone had met the standard. He directly ordered several assistants to count these thanked people as soon as possible and send their benefits to each other as soon as possible. Family members, get ready, we are about to start the game. Family members are about to leave, and those who have not received benefits should hurry up. Are there any family members? Come in quickly, the opportunity will not come again. The Steel Gun King kept shouting, asking the families of the Steel Gun Army to match and get benefits as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 sincere thanks and getting a chance to extract the game. Jiang Chuan saw that it was already 4 or 5 in the morning. He was also tired, so he told King Gun to continue working hard tomorrow and take a rest. Okay, Boss 13, you have a good rest, I will tell my family about this. King Gun heard Jiang Chuan's words and replied respectfully. Family members who have not received benefits will not be discouraged, there are still opportunities every day. Family members who have received benefits can continue to work hard, our benefits are available every day, forever limited. King Gun also said to the family members in the live broadcast room and the family members in the group. He was also very tired. After saying this, he ended the live broadcast directly and fell asleep. Rolls-Royce Fantasy Dragon can be extracted. Boeing 747-400 private jet can be extracted. Dream Dragon private cruise ship can be extracted. 1,000 acres of oil fields can be extracted. A gold mine in South Africa can be extracted. A natural diamond mine in South Africa can be extracted. Super bodyguard dragon soul can be extracted. Tan Palace number 1 villa can be extracted. Promise Manor in the United States can be extracted. Pacific Whale Island can be extracted. 1,000-acre farm in the United States can be extracted. Jiang Chuan also came into the game, looking at the various things that can be extracted, and extracted the private plane. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the Boeing 747-400 private plane. The private plane is now parked at the airport. The sound of the system prompt also rang in Jiang Chuan's ears. You can rest now. Jiang Chuan heard the system prompt and smiled happily. After a while, he fell into a beautiful dream. Old Jiang, get up. The next day, Mu Qingchen's voice reached his ears, and Jiang Chuan was also awakened. He opened the door with sleepy eyes, and then went to the bathroom and started to wash. Mu Qingchen didn't say much, but admired Jiang Chuan's room by himself. Jiang Chuan's room was very simple, just a straight man's room, without much to admire. Old Jiang, when did your figure become so good? Mu Qingchen came to the bathroom and accidentally saw Jiang Chuan's figure. He couldn't help swallowing and asked in surprise. Hurry up! Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingchen's words and saw that the other party was actually looking straight at his body. He even swallowed his saliva. He pushed Mu Qingchen aside, returned to the bathroom and closed the door directly. He was definitely not going to let this female hooligan continue to admire his figure. Mr. Jiang has such a great figure, 8-pack ABS. Mu Qingchen's eyes lit up at this moment, and she couldn't help muttering to herself. After 10 minutes, Jiang Chuan finished washing up and found that Mu Qingchen was actually looking at him straight, which made Jiang Chuan blush. He glared at her, and the two of them went to the kitchen together and ate the breakfast made by Changbo. You can leave now. Jiang Chuan watched Mu Qingchen finish her breakfast, but he couldn't stand this female hooligan, so he smiled bitterly at her. Why should I leave? I've been resting during this period and don't need to go back to work in the company. And I told my younger sister that you would participate in a variety show with me, and my younger sister agreed to let me stay here, and then we will leave Jiangbei City together to participate in the variety show. Mu Qingchen heard that Jiang Chuan was going to let her leave, and she looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile on her face. She didn't plan to leave at all, but planned to stay until the variety show started, and then the two of them would leave Jiangbei City together. Whatever you want, I have to go back to work, you can do your work. Jiang Chuan saw Mu Qingchen was about to stay, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he himself didn't realize it. He left these words and went back to his room to start today's work. Chapter 35. Jiang Chuan returned to the room and opened Duyan immediately. He knew that the Gun King was still resting at the moment, so he did not disturb him. He would contact him to start the game as soon as he was rested. The Supreme Godly Rich Ping Dan 13 has come to the live broadcast room. Welcome Big 13. Thank you Ping Dan 13. Jiang Chuan had just entered the live broadcast room of a female anchor. She saw Jiang Chuan's arrival, excitedly welcomed Jiang Chuan's arrival, and expressed her gratitude immediately. Little sister, very good, I will reward you with an exclusive gift first. The Supreme Godly Rich Ping Dan 13 rewards an immortal King Lin Jushi. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you Big 13, thank you Big 13. The female anchor thanked Jiang Chuan even more vigorously. Little sister, do you have any talents? Show them. If you show good talents, I will continue to reward you with 4 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan had nothing to do at the moment. Many Douyin anchors had not started broadcasting yet. Only some small anchors were working hard at the moment. He asked with a smile. Some 13, how about I give you a section of subject 3? The female anchor became even more excited after hearing Jiang Chuan's words. Okay. Jiang Chuan also laughed after hearing the female anchor's words and let her play freely. The female anchor got Jiang Chuan's consent and gave a feast for the eyes of subject 3. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction and continued to reward 4 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan didn't know at this moment that Mu Qingcheng was standing behind him and watching everything he did. Thank you 13. Xiao Qi has made some progress. Knowing that I came to the anchor room, she thanked me. Perform a talent, and I will reward you with 5 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan came to the room of a familiar female anchor named Xiao Qi and commented with a smile. Okay, brother 13. I'll show you a dance. I learned it just for you. Xiao Qi started dancing decisively, and Jiang Chuan almost had a nosebleed. Xiao Qi was also warned by the official. Fortunately, she was only locked in the small dark room for a few minutes before coming out. I'm sorry, brother 13, the official doesn't allow me to continue dancing. If I continue dancing, I will be banned. It's okay. Brother will reward you with exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan heard Xiao Qi's pitiful voice, smiled and said something to her, and directly rewarded 5 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan watched more than a dozen female anchors in an hour and received more than a dozen sincere thanks. Why does the air conditioner feel colder and colder? Is my air conditioner turned on very low? Oh my god, why are you here? Jiang Chuan felt his body getting colder and colder, and he decided to adjust the air conditioner temperature. At this moment, he suddenly saw Mu Qingcheng standing quietly behind him, with a cold expression on his face, staring at him without emotion. These cold eyes made Jiang Chuan shudder. Brother, didn't you notice I was here? Brother, am I pretty? Brother, is the dance pretty? Brother, is this your job? As the questions were asked one by one, Mu Qingcheng's face became colder, and murderous intent was revealed in her eyes. Jiang Chuan felt that the whole room seemed to have fallen into absolute zero. Qingcheng, listen to my excuses. Bah! Listen to my explanation. Jiang Chuan was stared at by Mu Qingcheng, and his hair stood on end. He looked at her in fear and said softly. Okay, I'll listen to your excuses. Ah! Mu Qingcheng suddenly smiled gently, but this smile made people shudder. Soon Jiang Chuan's screams rang out in the room. Qingcheng, after so many years, you are still so violent. Jiang Chuan was sitting there with a bruised face, looking at Mu Qingcheng with a wronged look, staring at her fiercely and saying this. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan's aggrieved expression, and saw that he looked very miserable with bruises all over his body. He couldn't help but laugh happily, and glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely and said, Who told you to watch these female anchors and interact with them so frequently? Who are you to me? Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words, and couldn't help but say it loudly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. This is my job, you don't understand. Jiang Chuan just said this calmly. He must be thanked, otherwise how can he continue to extract things from the game? I don't understand? Then just let me understand it. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile, holding his hands together, crackling, and scared Jiang Chuan to tremble. He could only surrender and stop watching the live broadcast. He planned to play games. What are you playing? What? Game, I'll play with you. Mu Qingcheng obviously didn't believe Jiang Chuan, and smiled at Jiang Chuan and asked. Okay. Jiang Chuan heard what Mu Qingcheng said and agreed without hesitation. Old gang, start playing games, don't sleep. Jiang Chuan didn't enter the game immediately, but called the King of Guns and asked him to start playing games as soon as possible. Okay, 13th brother, I'll enter the game right away, and let the family get ready at the same time. The King of Guns received Jiang Chuan's call and woke up from his sleepiness. He said to Jiang Chuan immediately. Okay, I'm attentive. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction and told the King of Guns that he would wait for him in the game. Come in. Jiang Chuan glanced at Mu Qingcheng who was sitting next to him and said to her. Okay. Mu Qingcheng watched Jiang Chuan enter the chicken game and also opened the chicken game. She really had these games and liked to play them very much. Let's start. Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan teamed up together and she urged. There is still a friend who hasn't come in yet, wait a minute. Okay. Mu Qingcheng smiled happily when she heard that Jiang Chuan was going to recruit people, but this smile scared Jiang Chuan. In 5 minutes, the King of Guns not only started the live broadcast, but also told his family members in the group that those who wanted benefits should quickly enter the game online. Boss 13, who is this? Gun King was invited to join the team, and he asked in confusion. Gun King was also alert at this moment. Did 13th brother dislike him? Was he going to change someone to play the game? Or did 13th brother want to kick him away? He would not be able to hold on to this thigh in the future. In just a few seconds, countless images emerged in the mind of Gun King. He is a friend of mine, don't worry about her, let's get our people ready. Jiang Chuan heard what Gun King said and laughed casually. Mu Qingcheng saw that Jiang Chuan invited a man and didn't say anything. Family members, get ready and enter the game. Gun King didn't ask much, as long as Jiang Chuan didn't abandon him, he said to the live broadcast room and the group. In an instant, everyone entered the live broadcast room. Line up and thank 13th brother together. Thanks to the plain 13th brother. Thanks to the plain 13th brother. Thanks to the plain 13th brother. When Jiang Chuan and the others entered the game, Mu Qingcheng heard the voice of the Steel Spear King, and then countless people began to express their gratitude to Jiang Chuan, which shocked Mu Qingcheng, and she looked at Jiang Chuan beside her with a puzzled look. Chapter 36. Okay, let's start the next round. Jiang Chuan saw that everyone expressed their gratitude to him, and said to the King of Guns with satisfaction. Okay, 13th Master. The King of Guns heard Jiang Chuan's words and replied respectfully. What are you looking at? Don't you want to play a game with me? We're starting the next round, are you coming? Jiang Chuan noticed that Mu Qingcheng was looking at him in surprise, and stared at her and said something. Is this the game you play? Enter the game for 1 minute, and quit the game directly after listening to others thanks to you. Mu Qingcheng ignored Jiang Chuan's impatience, looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise and asked. Isn't this okay? I play this game just to listen to others thank me. Jiang Chuan asked as a matter of course. You are not sick, right? Do you want me to take you to see a psychologist? You are sick, your whole family is sick. Jiang Chuan glared at Mu Qingcheng fiercely and said this viciously. What did you say? Say it again. Did I give you face? Mu Qingcheng's eyes suddenly turned cold when she heard Jiang Chuan's words, and she looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile. Fuck, who is this person? She actually suppressed the 13th brother. This person is a girl, she should be the girlfriend or wife of the 13th brother. I didn't expect that the 13th brother's wife is actually a henpecked husband. The 13th brother has everything he wants in the online world, but he didn't expect his status in the real world to be so low. Everyone heard the conversation between Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, and they couldn't help but talk quietly. Jiang Chuan's face became more and more ugly when he heard their discussion. His face became ferocious and he shouted loudly, Shut up, everyone! I heard everything. Be careful that I will deduct your benefits and make it impossible for you to enjoy the benefits. Sorry, Boss 13, I'm leaving first. Boss 13, I didn't mean to say that. Boss 13, calm down, I'm leaving right away. The family members of the Steel Gun Army heard Jiang Chuan's angry roar and immediately quit the game. The Steel Gun King also quietly quit the game. You have ruined my reputation. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng, who was sitting next to him with a smile on her face, and said this viciously. It's ruined. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan and said this with a smile. Jiang Chuan saw that his threat had no effect on Mu Qingcheng, so he could only smile bitterly. You play the game by yourself. I have to work. Jiang Chuan also quit the game and returned to the entry interface. Tell those guys to shut up. Be careful that I will make them unable to speak for the rest of their lives. Jiang Chuan and the King of Guns stayed in the same room. This time, Mu Qingcheng did not continue to enter the game together. He threatened the King of Guns viciously. Boss 13, please rest assured as soon as possible. I know what to do. The King of Guns heard Jiang Chuan's threat and understood it instantly. I watch you play games. Mu Qingcheng did not leave the room or continue to play games. Instead, he sat next to Jiang Chuan and watched him play games. Mu Qingcheng watched for an hour, watching Jiang Chuan repeatedly enter the game. It was only a minute before and after. In the last 2 minutes, Jiang Chuan was thanked by others, and he quit the game without hesitation and started a new game. Do you call this playing games? You call this destroying the game experience? Mu Qingcheng was bored after watching for an hour, and couldn't help but say this to Jiang Chuan. I don't blame you for not understanding. If you have nothing to do, you can go out and play by yourself. Jiang Chuan ignored Mu Qingcheng's words, chuckled, and continued his gaming career. Mu Qingcheng found that Jiang Chuan would not do anything else, so she left the room with peace of mind and planned to relax. Jiang Chuan played for a whole day. During this day, they did not have any rest. His game had lifted all restrictions. He could play as long as he wanted. The Gun King changed several accounts. Finally, in just one day, Jiang Chuan actually received 5,000 thanks. Congratulations to the host for getting an extraction opportunity once. Friendly reminder, the host will refresh the number of thanks after receiving 10,000 thanks next time. The system voice also sounded in Jiang Chuan's mind. Tongzi is the highest index of thanks 10,000 thanks. Jiang Chuan heard that the number of thanks would be refreshed, and he instantly became excited and asked. No host. The first refresh is when the host reaches 10,000 sincere thanks, the next refresh requires the host to reach 100,000 sincere thanks, and so on. Tongzi heard Jiang Chuan's question and explained it to Jiang Chuan. The more times you extract, the more difficult it is to refresh. Jiang Chuan also understood what Tongzi meant, curled his lips, and said nothing more. Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon can be extracted. 30% of Walter Company's shares can be extracted. Private cruise ship Dream Dragon can be extracted. 1,000-acre oil field can be extracted. A gold mine in South Africa can be extracted. A natural diamond mine in South Africa can be extracted. Super Bodyguard Dragon Soul can be extracted. Tan Palace No. 1 Villa can be extracted. Promise Manor in the United States can be extracted. Pacific Whale Island can be extracted. 1,000-acre farm in the United States can be extracted. Jiang Chuan looked at the things that could be extracted and directly extracted the Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon. Next he will get a refresh opportunity, and then he can easily get multiple extraction opportunities, so he temporarily extracted a special car. Is it so late? Jiang Chuan didn't feel hungry all day, and didn't leave the room. He opened the curtains and found that it was already dark outside. Suddenly, a feeling of hunger came over him. Qingcheng, little sister, I'm a little hungry. Let's go out to eat something and call Lao Su by the way. Jiang Chuan knew that Mu Qingcheng and Lin Xiaoxiao lived together, and the relationship between the two sisters was getting better and better. He came to their room and shouted. Okay. Mu Qingcheng heard that Jiang Chuan was going out for a midnight snack and agreed with a smile. Where's my little sister? Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng walking out alone and asked in confusion. My little sister thinks it's too late. She has to go to school tomorrow, so she won't go out with us. Let's go. Mu Qingcheng heard what Jiang Chuan said and said to him. Okay, let's go drive first. Jiang Chuan didn't say much, and the two came to the underground parking garage and planned to drive away. Mu Qingcheng looked at a Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon parked in the underground parking garage. The whole car seemed to be engraved with a golden dragon, which looked very beautiful. She was also quite surprised that Jiang Chuan had such a collection. Mu Qingcheng was not familiar with cars and didn't think anything of it. She sat in the passenger seat, and Jiang Chuan drove to a time-honored late-night snack shop. Chapter 37. Jiang Chuan parked the Rolls-Royce Phantom Dragon in a parking lot, and the two of them walked towards the location of the late-night snack shop. This guy is still so showy. When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng arrived at the late-night snack shop, they found that Sujia was standing next to his Rafa. Countless young women approached him to take pictures, and some bold girls even asked for his prestige directly, and he accepted all of them. That's true. Mu Qingcheng also nodded and agreed with Jiang Chuan's statement. Hey, old Jiang, who beat you up? You look so embarrassed. Sujia also saw the arrival of Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, and smiled and said to these young girls that he would treat them to dinner when the time comes, and he had something to do. These young girls saw Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng and didn't say much, and turned and left. Sujia walked over and saw Jiang Chuan's face with blue and purple patches, and couldn't help but tease him. Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's words and looked at Mu Qingcheng beside him with a resentful look. Mu Qingcheng felt Jiang Chuan's gaze and laughed awkwardly. She turned her head and dared not look Jiang Chuan in the eye. Sujia also saw the two's actions and understood the whole story. He gave Jiang Chuan a look to take care of himself. The three of them came to the late-night snack shop and sat down. Boss, serve me all your signature dishes and 3 boxes of ice beer. After Sujia sat down, he said loudly to the boss. Okay. The boss heard Sujia's words and replied loudly. The barbecue was not served yet, and the three of them drank a box of wine each. Sujia was obviously a little drunk. He looked at Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng and joked with a smile, saying, You two have met your parents and live together. When will you make your relationship public? Shut up. Mu Qingcheng didn't say anything and looked at Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan ignored Mu Qingcheng's eyes and glared at Sujia fiercely and scolded. Although he had a good impression of Mu Qingcheng, this guy Mu Qingcheng was still as violent as before. Although he looked better, although he looked approachable, although he had the type in his heart, he wanted to live a few more years and didn't dare to be with her. Xiaozhang, you are here too. I will send you 2 big kidneys when the time comes. The boss finally brought up the barbecue ordered by Jiang Chuan and his friends. After seeing Jiang Chuan, the boss chuckled and said. After the boss finished speaking, Jiang Chuan felt a ray of death falling on him. Ah! Jiang Chuan suddenly screamed violently. There was a slender hand on his waist, pinching his softest waist meat. Even if he was the world's soldier king, he couldn't stop it. You often eat big kidneys. What did you do? Mu Qingcheng's half-smile voice reached Jiang Chuan's ears. I used to have a colleague named Shenhao who likes to eat kidneys, but I don't. If you don't believe me, I can watch the video to verify it. Jiang Chuan felt the pain in his waist and said with a bitter smile. Sujia looked at the two people flirting with each other, and his eyes were still a little envious, but more of a gloating. Eat something. Mu Qingcheng let go of Jiang Chuan's waist, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and directly lowered his head to eat without talking. Old Jiang, don't just focus on eating, continue drinking. Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan's current appearance like an ostrich, and said with a smile and joked. Okay. Jiang Chuan was about to scold the other party, but he immediately agreed with a smile when he felt Mu Qingcheng's gaze. The three of them ate and drank, reminiscing about the past. After eating for several hours, Mu Qingcheng fell down first and fell asleep directly on Jiang Chuan. Sujia was also drowsy at this moment, and could barely stay awake. "Old Jiang, what car did you drive today?" Sujia was about to ask a designated driver to leave, but suddenly he thought of the sound of the night that Jiang Chuan drove. Maybe there would be a limited edition car this time, and he could take one, so he asked with a smile. "Rolls-Royce." Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's words and said it with a smile without hiding anything. "That's fine, you guys hurry up and ask the designated driver to take you back, I want to go home too." Sujia lost interest in the car when he heard it. He only wanted a sports car, and he didn't dare to be interested in other cars. "If you can't drink, don't drink so much." Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng on his body and couldn't help complaining. Mu Qingcheng heard Jiang Chuan's words and suddenly snorted, which scared him. Fortunately, the other party didn't wake up, and he was relieved. The designated driver sent Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng home. Jiang Chuan also carried Mu Qingcheng to his father, and he went to his father's room to sleep all night. The next day, Jiang Chuan continued to be busy with his work. This time, Mu Qingcheng did not disturb Jiang Chuan's work. Instead, she sat beside Jiang Chuan and played other games. This time, Jiang Chuan did not play for a whole day, but for half a day, and planned to have a good rest. He played too long yesterday and drank a lot of alcohol, which caused some discomfort in his shoulders and neck today. He planned to go out for a massage. "I made an appointment with Lao Su to go out and play today, you should rest early." Jiang Chuan finished dinner and said to Mu Qingcheng and Lin Xiaoxiao. "Okay, second brother." Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and agreed without saying much. "You only made an appointment with Lao Su, not me, do you look down on me?" "I'll go with you." Mu Qingcheng did not agree, but looked at Jiang Chuan with a sneer. Jiang Chuan felt Mu Qingcheng's eyes, and he felt guilty. He didn't dare to look directly at her. Instead, he lowered his head and didn't answer her. "Let's go." Mu Qingcheng came directly to Jiang Chuan's side, looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile and said something. "Okay." Jiang Chuan answered with a stiff face, and Jiang Chuan continued to drive. Mu Qingcheng sat in the co-pilot and came to a large foot bath shop. "That's it." Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan and brought him to the foot bath shop. When Jiang Chuan thought that the other party would be angry, Mu Qingcheng said disdainfully. "Ah." Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng in surprise, and didn't expect that the other party was not angry. "Come out for a massage to relax. I often come here when I'm at work." "It's nothing." Mu Qingcheng smiled indifferently, and the two entered the foot bath shop together. Sujia was chatting with the lady at the front desk at the moment. Seeing Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng coming, he winked at Jiang Chuan and asked. "Old Su, are you stupid? I can also talk with my eyes. This is a unique skill for the three of us." Mu Qingcheng looked at Sujia, who kept winking and making eyes. Jiang Chuan did not respond. He was a little anxious. Mu Qingcheng's cold voice reached his ears. Sujia suddenly remembered that Mu Qingcheng also knew this trick and smiled awkwardly. Chapter 38. "Let's go, I'll ask them to change a 3-person room for us," Sujia said to Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng, and the three of them came to a 3-person private room. Sujia and Jiang Chuan stayed outside to change clothes, and Mu Qingcheng went into the city alone to change clothes. "Aren't you here alone? Why did this old man come here?" Sujia asked Jiang Chuan in a low voice. "What can I do? She's staying in my house. If she wants to come over, do I dare to say anything?" Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's words, glared at him fiercely, and said helplessly. "That's true." Sujia nodded in approval, and watched Mu Qingcheng come out of the bathroom after changing clothes, and immediately shut up and dared not speak. The two of them couldn't help but look at Mu Qingcheng. Mu Qingcheng is really very attractive now, with a curvy figure, curvy where it should be, and big where it should be big, and there is no flaw to be found. Old Su, if you look at me again, I will kill you. Mu Qingcheng felt the eyes of Jiang Chuan and Su Jie. She looked at Su Jie coldly and threatened directly. Cough cough cough. Su Jie coughed violently and instantly retracted his gaze. He didn't dare to look or say anything. He was afraid of being beaten. The wound on Jiang Chuan's face had not healed yet. He didn't dare to offend this female Tyrannosaurus. Good evening, VIP. Can number 8, number 18, and number 98 serve you? The technicians quickly entered the room, and the three of them said to Jiang Chuan and the others. Jiang Chuan didn't care about the technicians. As long as the massage was comfortable, he would not care about their appearance. Number 8, come and give me a massage. Su Jie directly chose the best-looking technician number 8 among the three, and Jiang Chuan randomly chose a technician. After the three of them enjoyed a 2-hour massage, Su Jie also suggested eating and drinking here today and going home tomorrow. Sure. Jiang Chuan followed Su Jie and Mu Qingcheng to the buffet area. Looking at the dazzling array of food and various levels of drinks, Jiang Chuan couldn't help but smack his lips. It was the first time he knew that a foot bath shop actually had such a high-end buffet restaurant. If he didn't know Su Jie or had so much money now, he really wouldn't want to come here to spend money. After all, the consumption of 3 people for one night would cost tens of thousands of dollars. Oh my god, there are hairy crabs here. Old Jiang, take more. If it's not enough, come and get more. Anyway, it's free. Ching Cheng, what kind of drinks do you need? I'll get them for you. Su Jie and Jiang Chuan acted very casually. The two of them came directly to their table with a lot of things. Su Jie suddenly saw the hairy crabs and shouted loudly to Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng. Su Jie's voice fell directly into the ears of the guests around him. Su Jie didn't care at all, and Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng didn't care either. It's just that they are not embarrassed, but others are embarrassed. Okay, I'm coming. Jiang Chuan responded loudly to Su Jie and walked over directly. Old Jiang, bring me the ice beer I usually drink. Okay. Jiang Chuan and Su Jie brought a lot of things to the dining table, and suddenly heard a disdainful voice at this time, a bunch of bumpkins. Hey! Su Jie frowned when he heard this, and looked at a middle-aged fat man with a big belly. The greasy face of this middle-aged fat man made people feel nauseous. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you bumpkins. The middle-aged man noticed Su Jie's gaze and glared at him fiercely, scolding. Hey! The middle-aged man suddenly saw Mu Qingcheng, and his eyes lit up instantly, as if he saw prey, and he walked towards Jiang Chuan and the others with a big belly. Jiang Chuan and Su Jie also noticed that the middle-aged man looked at Mu Qingcheng differently. They looked at each other with a praying face and kept their mouths shut without intending to speak. Beauty, can I invite you out for dinner? The middle-aged man made a pose that he thought was very cool and invited Mu Qingcheng to leave here and go out for dinner. You are worthy of inviting me to dinner. I feel sick when I see you, get out of here immediately. Mu Qingcheng heard the words of the middle-aged man, and felt nauseous when she saw the image of the middle-aged man, and scolded him coldly. What did you say? Bitch, believe it or not, I will wait a while and let you kneel down and sing conquer for me. The middle-aged man did not expect Mu Qingcheng to give him such a face, and he was not going to pretend to be a gentleman. He looked at Mu Qingcheng with gloomy eyes and said coldly. Oh, if you can send these 2 men away, I might really kneel down and sing conquer for you. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie, who actually retreated to the side, and looked at them fiercely. Suddenly, a plan came to her mind. She looked at the middle-aged man delicately and said softly. Although the middle-aged man knew that Mu Qingcheng had insulted him before, he didn't care. As long as he could spend a night with the woman in front of him, nothing else mattered. He looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie, and suddenly became indifferent, "You two boys, get out of here immediately, otherwise I will make you pay for it." "Old Jiang, is this guy mentally retarded? He asked us to get out with just one sentence." "I think so too. Do you think we are your father? Even if we are your father, the son can't order the father to leave." Sujia and Jiang Chuan laughed angrily when they heard the middle-aged man's words, and directly mocked him. "Call your manager here immediately." When the middle-aged man heard that the two young men dared to mock him, he shouted to the waiters around him. A few minutes later, the manager came here with more than a dozen security guards. "Fork him out for me, don't let anyone in the future, it will affect my appetite." When the middle-aged man saw the manager coming and was about to show his charm and make Mu Qingcheng completely convinced, Sujia said coldly to the manager. "Okay, second master Su, I will fork him out immediately." When the manager heard Sujia's words, he said respectfully, and with a look, a group of security guards used steel forks to fork the middle-aged man in front of them without saying a word. "You are crazy, you dare to attack me, do you know that your boss Su Jiang and I are brothers? You are finished, you dare to fork me out, you can wait to lose your job." The middle-aged man didn't expect the script to not go as he expected, and he roared angrily, but no one paid attention to him. He was thrown out in a mess, and his clothes were thrown out the door, like a stray dog. "Is it yours?" Jiang Chuan heard the manager address Su Jie, smiled and looked at the other party and asked. "My cousin opened it, it doesn't cost money here, build it as soon as possible." Su Jie said with a happy smile. Chapter 39. Qing Cheng, I heard that you and Lao Zhang are going to participate in a love show. Can you see if I can participate as well? Jiang Chuan also told Sujia yesterday that they were going to participate in a love show. Sujia always remembered this matter. The next day, when he saw Mu Qingcheng wake up, he came to her side to please her. "Why are you participating in a love show?" Mu Qingcheng frowned and asked when she heard Sujia's words. "Of course it's for love and marriage. My family has been urging me to get married. I want to participate in a love show to see if I can find the one I like." Sujia said these words as a matter of course. "Get out of here quickly. Don't I know you? Do you want to participate in a love show to increase your exposure so that more girls can know you, a rich second generation?" Mu Qingcheng laughed sarcastically. How could he not know Sujia's thoughts? "Just tell me if I can participate in this love show, will you help me?" Sujia found that his thoughts were seen through, and asked Mu Qingcheng directly. "You can't participate, and I can't help you. If you want to participate in this love show, you have to find a way yourself." Mu Qingcheng didn't give Sujia any face at all, and decisively refused. Sujia looked at Mu Qingcheng who didn't give him any face at all, gritted his teeth and looked at Mu Qingcheng, and finally snorted coldly and said, "Find a way yourself. Sister me, I know. I will ask Jiang Chuan to go to Nanhai with me." Just as Sujia left, Mu Qingcheng's phone rang. She answered the phone and smiled at the first time. "Well, the love show will start in 3 days. You go over and familiarize yourself with the script first, and don't make any mistakes." Yang Mi did not forget to remind Mu Qingcheng not to miss this variety show. "I know, Sister Mi, don't worry." Mu Qingcheng has her own plan for participating in the love show this time, so naturally she can't miss this love show. "Old Jiang, I also want to participate in this love variety show. Please help me talk to Qingcheng and let me participate." Sujia knew that Mu Qingcheng would not be able to convince him, so he went straight to Jiang Chuan and forced him to ask Mu Qingcheng to let him participate in this variety show together. You have no hope in this episode. The love variety show will officially start in 3 days. The identity of the guest has been determined. If you really want to go, you can only wait for the next episode. Mu Qingcheng was going to come and tell Jiang Chuan the good news. She just heard Sujia's words and said it with a smile. "Then I can't participate in the same variety show with you." Are you two really cruel to let the three musketeers lack one person? Heartless. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng heard Su Jia's heartbroken words and said two words in unison. You can be sad here alone. We will go to the South China Sea first. Mu Qingcheng said to Jiang Chuan, and the two were ready to leave. Before leaving, Mu Qingcheng did not forget to make up. Humph, you can go to Nanhai, and I can go to Nanhai too. Su Jia looked at the two people who left, snorted coldly, and also left the foot bath shop, preparing to live in Nanhai for a while. Let's go directly? Isn't there still 3 days? Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng and asked him to go to the airport and rush to Nanhai directly, and he asked in confusion. We need to go to the Love Variety show in advance to familiarize ourselves with the script to avoid mistakes. This time the Love Variety show is in the form of live broadcast. If there is a mistake, it may cause the entire program to be suspended. Okay. Jiang Chuan is not clear about the Love Variety show, but he still understands the script. Basically every variety show has a script, and it needs to be rehearsed in advance to avoid accidents. He can understand all this. How about this, we will rush over later, and I will tell my little sister when the time comes. Jiang Chuan thought about it and finally decided to rush over later. He also needed to tell Lin Xiao. Okay. Mu Qingcheng heard Jiang Chuan's words and agreed directly. In the afternoon, Jiang Chuan told Lin Xiao that he needed to leave for a month to participate in a dating show, and Lin Xiao needed to be alone at home during this month. Second brother, don't worry, you and sister Qingcheng will participate in the dating show as soon as possible, I will stay at home and won't walk around. Lin Xiao smiled and let Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng leave without worry. No need to pack anything, the program team will prepare everything for us. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan who was about to pack his things, and she smiled and said. Okay. This was Jiang Chuan's first time participating in a dating show, and he would do whatever Mu Qingcheng said. What to do, when the program group didn't arrange anything, he could just buy it himself, anyway, it wouldn't cost much, the most important thing is that he has money. Let's go then. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng and said with a smile. The two did not drive away, but took a car to the General Aviation Airport. When Jiang Chuan went to the General Aviation Airport, he also made a call in advance and asked them to prepare a private plane, he needed to use it. Old Jiang, this is not the route to the airport, right? Don't worry, I won't sell you out, just follow me. Jiang Chuan heard what Mu Qingcheng said, smiled, and said to her. The two soon arrived at the General Aviation Airport. What is this? Private plane. Old Jiang, when did you buy a private plane? When Mu Qingcheng came here, she instantly understood that Jiang Chuan had a private person in this place. After all, his father also had a private plane, which was usually placed at the General Aviation Airport, and he would only come here to take a private plane to leave when needed. It's not long since I bought it. Come with me. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Mu Qingcheng, and the two came to the Boeing 747-400 private plane together. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the captain of your private plane this time. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am the flight attendant of your private plane this time. You can find me if you need anything. The captain and the flight attendants said respectfully to Jiang Chuan. They had seen Jiang Chuan's photo and knew that the young man in front of them was the owner of this private plane. Well, get ready to take off and send us to the South China Sea. Jiang Chuan nodded and said to the captain and the flight attendants, and he and Mu Qingcheng also entered the private plane. The interior of this private plane is luxuriously decorated and fully equipped. The first thing that comes into view is a spacious and bright living room with comfortable sofas and coffee tables. There is a small bar next to the living room, with a variety of fine wines that can be enjoyed at any time. A few steps further, there is a spacious bedroom with a soft bed where people can rest and relax. In addition, there is a fully equipped bathroom on the plane, providing a comfortable bathing environment. The entire cabin is filled with a faint fragrance, creating a tranquil and luxurious atmosphere. The crew members are also well trained, and the service is thoughtful and meticulous, allowing passengers to feel meticulous care. After Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng entered the plane, they sat on the sofa and began to enjoy this pleasant journey. While tasting delicious food, they admired the beautiful scenery outside the window and felt the unique experience brought by high-altitude flight. Chapter 40. 2 hours. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng arrived at the South China Sea smoothly. This was Jiang Chuan's first time to this place. He walked out of the private plane and immediately felt a unique breath. It was the taste of the sea, salty and fresh, accompanied by the sea breeze gently blowing across his face. At the same time, he also felt an obvious burning sensation. The temperature in the South China Sea is much higher than that in the inland, and the direct sunlight makes people feel hot and unbearable. This sun is too hot. Jiang Chuan was hot all over at this moment, and couldn't help but sigh. The South China Sea is the only tropical weather in China. The temperature here is high all year round, especially now it is summer, the temperature is even higher. Jiang Chuan can't adapt at all. Let's go, I have asked the agent to pick us up, and then we will go to the villa arranged by the program group. Mu Qingcheng also felt the heat of the sun and said to Jiang Chuan with a smile. The two left the airport, and a business car was parked outside. Qingcheng, we are here. Two women got off the business car. One woman was older and was Mu Qingcheng's agent, called Sister Hong. The other woman was younger and was Mu Qingcheng's assistant, called Xiaok. Sister Hong and Xiaok quickly walked towards Mu Qingcheng, holding parasols in their hands to prevent the hot sun from damaging Mu Qingcheng's skin. No thanks. Xiaok was only 1.6 meters tall. She wanted to hold an umbrella for Jiang Chuan but found it was completely out of reach. He smiled and said. The four of them quickly walked onto the business car, and the scorching heat outside disappeared immediately. The cool air conditioning made them feel very comfortable. Sister Hong, Xiaok, this is the friend I mentioned, Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan, this is my agent Sister Hong, and assistant Xiaok. Jiang Chuan and the others walked into the business car, and Mu Qingcheng also introduced them to each other. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you want to develop in the entertainment industry. Your hard conditions are too good. As long as you are willing to develop in the entertainment industry, I will definitely make you the top star in China. Sister Hong looked at Jiang Chuan with fiery eyes since she got on the car. Now that she knows Jiang Chuan's name, Sister Hong can't wait to attract Jiang Chuan to enter the entertainment industry and become an artist under him. Sister Hong, he won't enter the entertainment industry. That's right, Sister Hong, I'm very sorry, I'm not particularly interested in your circle, I'm very satisfied with my current life. Mu Qingcheng heard Sister Hong invite Jiang Chuan to enter the entertainment industry, and immediately smiled and said. Jiang Chuan hurriedly agreed. That's a pity, Mr. Jiang, your image is too good, completely beats the group of young and handsome guys in the entertainment industry today. As long as you enter the entertainment industry and follow our boss to participate in a TV series, I guarantee that you will be popular in China. Sister Hong heard what Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan said, still not giving up, want to continue to persuade. What? Mu Qingcheng knew that Sister Hong was attracted by Jiang Chuan's image and knew that Sister Hong would not give up easily. She could only whisper in Sister Hong's ear that there was a private jet belonging to Jiang Chuan. Sister Hong was completely shocked and looked at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. At his age, he actually had his own private jet. There is only one way for this situation to happen, that is, Jiang Chuan's identity and background are not simple, and it is absolutely impossible for him to enter the entertainment industry. Mr. Jiang, I am rude. Sister Hong imagined Jiang Chuan's identity and said this apologetically. Sister Hong, don't be so polite. You are Qingcheng's agent and her elder, and also my elder. You can call me Xiao Zhang or Xiao Chuan. Although Jiang Chuan didn't know what Mu Qingcheng and Sister Hong said, he smiled when he heard Sister Hong suddenly respect him so much. Sister Hong didn't answer Jiang Chuan immediately, but looked at Mu Qingcheng. Sister Hong knew that Mu Qingcheng's background was not simple. After getting Mu Qingcheng's affirmation, Sister Hong breathed a sigh of relief and called out with a smile, Xiao Chuan. Yet, Jiang Chuan also smiled. Master Wu, I need you to take us to the villa of the love show. Sister Hong also found that the business car had not left at this moment. She smiled awkwardly and said to Master Wu. Okay, Xiao Hong. Master Wu was a middle-aged man who looked very mature and steady. After hearing this, he said to Sister Hong and drove directly to the scene of the love show. Xiao Chuan, Qingcheng. All of your love shows this time will be broadcast live, so you need to be careful at all times and don't make mistakes. Once you are led by others, it will have a great impact on you. And for this love show, the program team also added 2 bodies. There is a super rich man among the male guests and an artist among the female guests. You are the artist among the female guests, and the other 3 female guests are all amateurs. As for who the super rich man among the male guests is, I don't know. Xiao Chuan is just an ordinary person. Netizens can observe for a month and get the grand prize given by the program team as long as they find out who is the artist among the female guests. At the same time, they can also get the grand prize given by the program team if they find the super rich man among the male guests. This time the program team has a lot of gimmicks, and I believe it will attract many people to watch. You must be careful at that time, especially Qingcheng must not be discovered. As long as you or the super rich male guests are not discovered, you will have a mysterious grand prize. Sister Hong also told Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng that this time the program team has 2 gimmick identities. As long as the identity is not discovered, the person with the identity can get the grand prize. If the identity is discovered, the netizen will get the mysterious grand prize. I know, Sister Hong, don't worry. Although this is my first time participating in a variety show, I have also heard Sister Mi talk about this experience. I will guide Lao Zhang more when the time comes. Although Mu Qingcheng is also participating in a variety show for the first time, Yang Mi often discusses acting and variety shows with her, so she is more or less familiar with these. Well, you just need to know it. Xiao Chuan, you just need to learn more from Qingcheng when the time comes. Sister Hong heard what Mu Qingcheng said, knowing the relationship between Mu Qingcheng and Boss Yang, she nodded, and then looked at Jiang Chuan and said with a smile. Okay, Sister Hong, I know. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Sister Hong, telling her to rest assured. Xiao Hong, we are here. Master Wu drove the car to the villa of Lianzong and said to Sister Hong behind him with a smile. Okay, Master Wu, please wait for us in the car, and we will need you to take us to the hotel when the time comes. Sister Hong heard what Master Wu said and said to him. Jiang Chuan, Mu Qingcheng, and the other 3 got out of the car together. Chapter 41. Director Jiang, this is Mu Qingcheng from our company. This is the guest Jiang Chuan this time. Sister Hua took Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan to find the director. The director is called Director Jiang, a middle-aged man who looks no more than 40 years old. He has short hair, a kind face, and his eyes are full of wisdom and calmness. He smiled and stood up to greet them, and shook hands with Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan to express his welcome. After Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng met Director Jiang also told them that there was no script for this love variety show. The only script was that they would issue many tasks, and they just needed to cooperate to complete the tasks. Director Jiang, is there really no script? I heard from Sister Mi that she has a different script every time she participates in a variety show. Mu Qingcheng couldn't help asking her own questions. Teacher Mu, we actually prepared a script. But we rejected it in the end because we thought that this time we were going to broadcast live on the entire network. You should also know that various situations may occur during live broadcasts. If there is a script, it will not be real, and the audience will not like it. So when you broadcast live, just show your truest side, maybe there will be a good effect. Director Jiang heard what Mu Qingcheng said and explained with a smile. Mu Qingcheng also nodded. Live broadcast is indeed different from recording variety shows. If you are not satisfied with recording variety shows, you can adjust it at any time, and even delete it at any time after the recording is over. But there is no way to do it during live broadcast. Once it happens, it really happens. There is no way to adjust it or delete it. Well, Director Jiang, we will leave first and come back in 3 days. Mu Qingcheng was relieved to know that there was no script this time. In fact, if she was asked to go by the script, she would be uncomfortable. Okay. Director Jiang also smiled and didn't say much. They still needed to install various cameras and layouts for this villa. Let's go to the South China Sea. Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan left the villa together. She looked at Jiang Chuan beside her and asked with a smile. Okay, this is my first time to the beach. Let's go to the beach to take a look. Jiang Chuan heard what Mu Qingcheng said and agreed with a smile. There are still 3 days before the love show officially starts. In these 3 days, they can have a good time. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng came to the beach. The image of the two people was very good, and they immediately gained the attention of countless people. I know a good seafood restaurant. I'll take you there. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng were tired of shopping, and the sky gradually darkened. She smiled and said to Jiang Chuan beside her. Okay. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng came to a seafood stall not far from the beach. Seeing that the seafood stall was almost full, he couldn't help but smack his lips. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng came to a place outside the seafood stall and ordered some signature dishes. When the two were ready to eat and drink, Jiang Chuan's voice rang. Where are you? Jiang Chuan saw Sujia calling, answered the phone decisively, and then heard Sujia ask directly. Seafood food stall. Jiang Chuan didn't understand why Sujia called. Wait for me for 10 minutes, I'll come right over in 10 minutes. Sujia just said one sentence, hung up the phone, and then drove to the seafood food stall. What are you doing here? Even if you come to Nanhai, you can't participate in the variety show. Mu Qingcheng saw Sujia coming, looked at him with disgust, and said it directly. Can't I come out to play? Sujia didn't care about Mu Qingcheng, just took a bottle of wine and gulped it, and then laughed casually. Okay, come here, it's not bad for the 3 of us to eat and drink, and when we participate in the variety show, you can go and play by yourself. Jiang Chuan knew that if he didn't stop it, Mu Qingcheng would definitely confront Sujia, so he immediately smiled and made peace. The 3 of them talked and laughed while eating delicious seafood, drinking cool beer, and enjoying the sea breeze. It was very comfortable. 3 days passed in a flash. Jiang Chuan successfully received 5,000 thanks in 3 days, which was half of the thanks. There were only 5,000 thanks left, and he would have another chance to thank. Old Su, you can have fun by yourself. We are going to participate in the variety show. When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng left, they also said to Sujia. Okay. Sujia replied sleepily and continued to fall asleep. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng rested in Sujia's villa for 3 days. This guy, the villa is not far from the villa where they participate in the love variety show, which is very convenient. The love variety show Signal of Heart started to be promoted a month ago. In the past few days, the promotion has been more extensive, and many people know about this love variety show. The reason why everyone knows this love variety show is that the program group uses the anchor as a gimmick, so many people are looking forward to this love variety show. Welcome to watch the Signal of Heart. I am the host Mo Wen. I am the Heart Observer, Xia Ki. I am the Heart Observer, Meng Fei. I am the Heart Observer, Dami. I am the heart observer, Teacher Wang. I am the heart observer, Yang Mi. When the signal of heart was broadcast, the live broadcast was also turned on immediately. The host Mo Wen took the lead in introducing herself, and the camera also turned to the 5 heart observers. The 5 heart observers include the network matchmaker, Xia Ki, a cute girl. The love host, Meng Fei. The psychological expert Hai Tao. The emotional expert Teacher Wang. Artist Yang Mi. Oh my god, this show is amazing. They actually invited my Mimi to participate in a dating show. Oh my god, I don't need to watch the guests. Just give Mimi more shots. Mimi, I want to be your husband. When the live broadcast started, everyone saw that the host and the other 4 observers were actually unfamiliar to them, but when Yang Mi appeared, the live broadcast became completely popular. Yang Mi is a first-line actress in China. At the age of only 30, she has become a top star in China and even the boss of an entertainment company. Both her ability and career are flourishing at this moment. It seems that everyone knows our heartbeat observer. Next, let's invite our number 1 male guest. Director Zhang watched countless people pour into the live broadcast room. Most of them came to watch Yang Mi, so the live broadcast room naturally gave Yang Mi more shots. Mo Wen also knew her responsibilities and announced the first male guest. Chapter 42. I don't want to watch the male guest, I just want to watch my Mimi. That's right, director, the camera cuts to Mimi, I like Mimi so much. When the host's voice fell, the camera also switched to the first male guest, and the netizens in the live broadcast room suddenly became noisy. Director Zhang also saw this scene, and he naturally did not switch the camera. After all, this is a love variety show, and Yang Mi is just a heartbeat observer, so the camera naturally needs to be used more on the guests. The camera slowly fell on the first male guest, and the picture slowly moved up from his feet. The first thing that caught my eye was the pair of shiny black leather shoes on his feet, followed by the matching black casual pants, and then the snow-white short shirt. The male guest has a very handsome appearance, giving people a kind of friendly feeling, just like the big brother next door. When he started to introduce himself, his voice was clear and loud. Hello everyone, I am the first male guest, my name is Su Wei, my friends like to call me Dai. I am 22 years old and I am a senior at Hawking University. Oh my god, this little brother is so clean, he is my type. Do you have any contact information? I want to have a deep exchange with you. I didn't expect that the little brother is so handsome and is also a top student at Hawking University. After Su Wei finished his self-introduction, many female netizens in the live broadcast room also made their own comments and asked for Su Wei's contact information. Welcome Brother Su Wei to our heartbeat signal, we have 6 rooms here, Brother Su Wei is the first to arrive, you can choose at will. Mo Wen also welcomed Su Wei's arrival, pointing to the villa behind him, and told the other party that the villa has 4 floors, the first floor is the public area, and there are 2 rooms on the 2nd to 4th floors. Su Wei is the first to arrive, but he has the right to choose a room. Okay, thank you Sister Wen. Su Wei smiled and thanked Mo Wen after hearing her words. Su Wei also came to the 2nd floor and planned to see the specific room. Su Wei opened the first room, which looked very simple and elegant. He closed the door directly. Su Wei came to the 2nd room. He saw that the color of the room on the 2nd floor was too dark, and he didn't like it very much. Su Wei then came to the first room on the 3rd floor. This room was well decorated and not simple. Su Wei was quite satisfied with this room, but he didn't stop. Instead, he planned to look at other rooms and finally make a choice. He didn't choose the room directly, but continued to the 2nd room on the 3rd floor. This room was all pink, and he left without hesitation. Su Wei finally came to the 4th floor. He opened the first room and found that there were many fitness equipment in the room. The whole room looked dirty and messy. He obviously flashed some disgust in his eyes and turned away directly. Su Wei came to the last room on the 4th floor. Seeing that this room was full of plants, he didn't like it either, and finally returned to the first room on the 3rd floor. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Next, welcome our first female guest. After Su Wei chose his room, Emma Wenwen also announced the first female guest to enter. As her voice fell, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited, and the audience looked at the stage entrance expectantly. When this female guest entered, the entire live broadcast room also sounded rhythmic dance music. As the camera moved, netizens in the live broadcast room soon saw a girl wearing cool clothes and a mask appear in the center of the stage. She is tall, with long legs, wearing a black short skirt and high heels, and the whole person exudes a mysterious and charming atmosphere. Amid the music, the female guest began to dance a hot dance. Her movements are smooth and powerful, and every movement is full of passion and vitality. Wow, this young lady is so amazing. I feel like my eyes are almost not enough. With this dance, I already love it. Does the young lady have a boyfriend? Can I be your boyfriend? Countless barrages popped up in the live broadcast room, hoping to become the boyfriend of the first female guest in front of them. At the end of a hot dance, the first female guest slowly took off her mask. This female guest is very beautiful, with phoenix eyes, a high nose bridge, a cherry mouth, and skin as white as snow, giving people a fresh and refined feeling. She smiled and greeted the camera. Hello everyone, I am the first female guest Jiang Chuan, 24 years old, from the capital, and currently a professional dancer. Welcome Jiang Chuan, you can choose a room without a sign. Emma Wenwen is also Jiang Chuan was asked to choose her own room, and she finally chose the room on the 3rd floor with a youthful feel. The second male guest also appeared on the scene. His name is Ai Yi, and he is a fitness coach. He was wearing a set of fitness clothes, which made him look very casual and comfortable, but his tendon meat was unconcealed in front of the camera, which made people unable to ignore it. He has a handsome face, with a hint of unruly and free and easy, giving people a unique sense of handsomeness. After viewing the room, he walked to the gym on the 4th floor without hesitation. The second female guest also walked into the scene slowly. Her name is Chu Xin, and she is a high school teacher. She was wearing a fresh and natural green dress. Her long hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slightly curled hair added a bit of playfulness and cuteness. Chu Xin looks beautiful and sweet, with delicate features and a pair of smart eyes. Her smile gives people a warm and kind feeling, as if the sunshine in spring can dispel all the haze. It is also like a gentle breeze that can wipe away the troubles in people's hearts. Chu Xin finally chose the room with plants on the 4th floor. Next, let's invite our last male guest. Emma Wenwen looked at the 4 guests who had already arrived and said with a chuckle. As Emma Wenwen's voice fell, Jiang Chuan also slowly appeared in the camera. Jiang Chuan was still dressed casually today, with a white t-shirt on the upper body, a pair of light blue jeans on the lower body, and a pair of white sneakers on his feet. The overall outfit was simple and comfortable. He didn't look like he was here to participate in a variety show, but rather to go on vacation. Wow! This little brother is so handsome, completely surpassing the previous 2 little brothers. Little brother, can I be your girlfriend? Get lost, he is my husband, and it is impossible for him to marry you. However, some female netizens were dissatisfied with Jiang Chuan's dress, thinking that he did not take this show seriously enough. But when they saw Jiang Chuan's handsome face, all their dissatisfaction disappeared. Jiang Chuan has a delicate appearance, with sculpture-like facial features, deep eyes, a high nose bridge, slightly upturned thin lips, and a smile as gentle as spring breeze, which makes people unable to look away. His hair is slightly messy, but it adds a sense of casualness and unruliness. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Chuan, I am 25 years old this year, and an ordinary office worker. Jiang Chuan looked at the camera in front of him and casually said hello, and decisively chose the simplest room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 43. Next, welcome our last female guest. Mo Wenwen looked at Jiang Chuan and said softly with a charming smile. As her voice fell, a cappella singing sounded in the entire live broadcast room. The singing sounded like the sound of nature, as if it could penetrate people's hearts and make people involuntarily indulge in it. The camera slowly moved and finally stopped on Mu Qingcheng. Mu Qingcheng was wearing a snow-white dress today, like a fairy descending to the earth. Her delicate face and perfect facial features were particularly dazzling in this dress, like a beautiful painting displayed in front of everyone. Is this the fairy in the legend? This young lady's song Love in a Fallen City is so beautiful, I feel like she is the original singer. I declare that there is one more goddess in my heart. Mu Qingcheng appeared in the camera, and both boys and girls were attracted to her, especially the boys who had already regarded Mu Qingcheng as their goddess. Hello everyone, my name is Mu Qingcheng, I am 25 years old this year, and I am a game enthusiast. Mu Qingcheng smiled sweetly at the camera, and then chose the last room on the second floor. Welcome 6 guests to our Heartbeat House. You will need to spend a month here. I hope you can cherish this month. After all the guests chose their rooms, they came to the lobby on the first floor, and Mo Wenwen also expressed her welcome to all the guests. Okay, now it's time for everyone to get to know each other. Mo Wenwen also smiled and told everyone that they could get to know each other at this moment. Hello, everyone. I'm Mu Qingcheng. Hello, everyone. I'm Jiang Chuan. The 6 male and female guests also got to know each other. In the heartbeat observation room, the 5 observers carefully watched the expressions of each guest. I feel that Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng have a play. They often communicate with each other through eye contact. I think so too. Mu Qingcheng's eyes looking at Jiang Chuan are full of love. I am so satisfied. The 5 observers also expressed their observations. Yang Mi watched Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan talking and laughing in the love variety show. At this moment, Yang Mi finally understood why Mu Qingcheng wanted to participate in the love variety show with Jiang Chuan. It seems that everyone knows each other. Next I will tell you about the matching. By choosing their own floor, each guest will automatically match the person they will spend the next month with. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng on the second floor have been successfully matched. Next, the 2 of you will become temporary lovers in the program group. I hope that after a month, you will be able to fall in love with each other and become real lovers. Su Wei and Qin Shui on the third floor have been successfully matched. Next, the 2 of you will become temporary lovers. Ai Yi and Chu Xin on the fourth floor, congratulations on your matching and becoming temporary lovers. Mo Wenwen also told the 6 guests that the grouping was successful. The 6 guests did not expect that the program group asked them to choose a room, but in fact, they finally chose their own temporary lovers. The 6 guests were quite satisfied with each other's temporary lovers. Especially Mu Qingcheng was very happy. The 6 guests have become 3 temporary couples. Next, we will issue various tasks. As long as the 3 temporary couples complete the tasks, they will be able to obtain the corresponding money and food. The 6 people participating in the love show are prohibited from using any money other than the program team. They need to complete tasks from the program team to obtain money or food, which is also to cultivate their relationship. Today is the first time for everyone to come to the program team, so our program team has also enthusiastically prepared a sumptuous meal for everyone. All guests can use all the food to make a sumptuous dinner. Mo Wenwen also pointed to the refrigerator and said this to the 6 guests with a smile. Who of you can cook? After Mo Wenwen left, Mu Qingcheng looked at the others and asked with a smile. I can't cook. I can't cook either. After Mu Qingcheng's voice fell, except for Jiang Chuan, the other 4 male and female guests said that they couldn't cook. I am dying of laughter. None of the 4 guests participating in the show can cook. Do you think there is a possibility that all the guests cannot cook, and they cannot use the free ingredients they enjoy today, and can only eat instant noodles. It is possible. There are fewer and fewer people who can cook nowadays. Anyway, I can't cook, I always order takeout. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw that no one could cook, and couldn't help but laugh and make their own comments. I'll do it. Jiang Chuan didn't expect that no one could cook. He knew that Mu Qingcheng really couldn't cook, and the food Mu Qingcheng cooked could poison people. Okay, Jiang Chuan, you cook, and we'll help you. Mu Qingcheng knew that Jiang Chuan could cook, and she laughed happily when she heard his words. At the same time, like a big sister, she made a direct conclusion. Mu Qingcheng is too domineering, she didn't even ask for other people's opinions, and made a decision directly. That's right, I don't like Mu Qingcheng's personality. Mu Qingcheng's performance immediately attracted the dissatisfaction of many female netizens, who thought that Mu Qingcheng's personality was too arbitrary and domineering, and she didn't even ask for the opinions of other guests. The other 4 guests heard Mu Qingcheng's words and didn't object. They all couldn't cook. Now only Jiang Chuan could cook, and they could only help. The 6 people quickly came to the kitchen. The kitchen was very large and could accommodate 6 people. Jiang Chuan, which seasoning salt are you talking about? Jiang Chuan, should I wash vegetables like this? Jiang Chuan, I'm sorry, I broke a plate. Jiang Chuan, is this the dish you want? After the 6 people entered the room, they helped with the clacking. They didn't know anything, but they kept destroying things in the kitchen. Seeing this scene, the netizens in the live broadcast room were very happy and left comments. Oh my god, are these people entering the kitchen to destroy or help? I'm sure these 5 people really can't cook. They didn't enter the kitchen to help, they entered the kitchen just to prevent Jiang Chuan from cooking. Do you think this is okay? You can go wait outside the kitchen. I think one person can do it. Jiang Chuan looked at the other 5 people who didn't help him, but kept destroying things, and said this tiredly. Okay. After hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the 5 people felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They realized that they could not help Jiang Chuan, so they could only quickly leave the kitchen and leave the entire kitchen to Jiang Chuan. Chapter 44. Jiang Chuan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw everyone leave the kitchen. Although he was the only one in the kitchen, his movements did not slow down, but became faster. After all, no one affected his performance. Jiang Chuan is a veteran, and he is very familiar with the kitchen. Jiang Chuan's cooking is so cool, I really want to eat the food made by Jiang Chuan. Without the help of others, Jiang Chuan is simply possessed by the god of cooking. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the other 5 people leave the kitchen, and Jiang Chuan's cooking speed became faster. Oh my god, Jiang Chuan's mapo tofu looks delicious. This pickled fish looks very delicious. Is this stir-fried pork intestines? I like this dish the most. Isn't this a love show? Why did it become a food show? I just finished my meal, and now I'm suddenly hungry again. Jiang Chuan cooks very quickly, and one classic dish after another that looks very delicious is made by Jiang Chuan. Smells so good. Wow! Looks so appetizing. Brother Jiang, you are so amazing. You are just a little older than us, but I didn't expect you to have such good cooking skills. That's right, Brother Jiang, this mapo tofu looks delicious. The smell of the food also attracted Mu Qingcheng and the others to the kitchen. Seeing Jiang Chuan cooking more than a dozen dishes, they looked at the various classic dishes in front of them, couldn't help swallowing their saliva, and exclaimed. Swish! Mu Qingcheng heard Qin Shui call Brother Jiang, and instantly looked at Qin Shui coldly, as if he wanted to eat Qin Shui alive. Oh my god, is the Shura field going to appear? I like the Shura field so much, I wonder if Mu Qingcheng and Qin Shui will fight. It will be interesting if they really fight. The netizens in the live broadcast room also saw the look in Mu Qingcheng's eyes when he looked at Qin Shui, and they were instantly excited, looking forward to the next Shura field. Sister Qing Cheng, what's wrong? Qin Shui also noticed that Mu Qing Cheng was looking at her, and she couldn't help but shuddered and asked in a puzzled manner. Nothing. Mu Qingcheng's expression changed instantly, and the coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by a gentle smile. Mu Qingcheng's expression change speed is too fast. Amazing, Mu Qingcheng doesn't go to act, but she loses a talent. I thought there would be a Shura field, but it seems that it won't appear. Netizens couldn't help but marvel at the speed of Mu Qingcheng's expression change. Okay, everyone is ready to eat. Da-yi, ai-yi, you serve the dishes. Qing Cheng, you girls, wash the dishes and prepare to eat. Jiang Chuan finished the last braised pork and said to everyone with a smile. Okay, brother Jiang. Everyone happily agreed to Jiang Chuan's words. This time, the division of labor was clear and all the food was quickly served to the table. You guys eat first, I'll clean the kitchen. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng and the others and saw that none of them were eating, but were waiting for him. Jiang Chuan chuckled and said to them. I see Jiang Chuan is too hygienic. He actually cleaned the kitchen first. Jiang Chuan is right. The kitchen is too greasy. If it is not cleaned in time, it will be easy to clean it later. That's right. I often cook. After the meal is ready, I will clean the kitchen first. Okay. Mu Qingcheng heard what Jiang Chuan said and started eating without hesitation. When the others saw Mu Qingcheng started eating, they hesitated and started eating too. Why is Mu Qingcheng like this? Brother Jiang hasn't even sat down yet. He just said something politely, but she ate first. That's right. Mu Qingcheng is so hateful. I dislike her more and more. I hope the program team can replace her. Did your heads get stuck in the door? Jiang Chuan has already said that he has to clean the kitchen and let others eat first. Many female netizens in the live broadcast room saw that Mu Qingcheng really ate first and started to attack her. Of course, there were also people who defended Mu Qingcheng, most of whom were spectators. Brother Jiang, your mapo tofu is so delicious. Can you teach me when the time comes? Qin Shui took a bite of the mapo tofu and instantly felt that it was so delicious. She looked at Jiang Chuan who was cleaning and asked softly. Swish. After Qin Shui finished her words, Mu Qingcheng's face changed, and Su Wei, who was sitting next to Qin Shui, also changed. Okay. Jiang Chuan was cleaning the kitchen at the moment and didn't know what happened. He just answered symbolically. Mu Qingcheng heard Jiang Chuan actually answer. She agreed and became even angrier, but she also knew that she was filming a variety show at the moment, so she could only put her anger on the food in her hand. She started eating like crazy, not intending to leave any for Jiang Chuan. Su Wei's face was ugly because Qin Shui was now his temporary girlfriend. She actually praised other boys, so Su Wei naturally felt bad. But thinking that the food he ate was made by Jiang Chuan alone, and he didn't help, he ate the food with an ugly face, thinking about letting Qin Shui admire him later. Jiang Chuan cleaned the kitchen and returned to the dining table. He noticed that Mu Qingcheng's face was very ugly. He didn't know what happened, and used eye contact to communicate, but Mu Qingcheng completely pretended not to see it, and even kicked Jiang Chuan's bench. Inexplicable. Jiang Chuan shook his head, not understanding what happened to Mu Qingcheng, and muttered softly. This Jiang Chuan is definitely a straight man. You can't tell that Mu Qingcheng is angry. In fact, if Jiang Chuan didn't answer Qin Shui's question at first, Mu Qingcheng would never be so angry. The observers in the heartbeat observation room also heard Jiang Chuan's muttering. Yang Mi and others shook their heads and expressed their opinions. The meal took 2 hours. During this period, Mu Qingcheng's face became more and more ugly, and so did Su Wei. Because Qin Shui kept praising Jiang Chuan's excellent cooking skills and hoped to learn cooking from Jiang Chuan. Even though Jiang Chuan was a straight man, he understood why Mu Qingcheng was angry at this time. Sorry, I don't cook often, so I may not be able to teach you. Jiang Chuan told Qin Shui directly that he would not teach her to cook, so that she would give up. When Mu Qingcheng heard this, the ugliness on her face disappeared for the most part, and even a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After the meal, Jiang Chuan cleaned up the dishes and chopsticks, and Mu Qingcheng decisively helped. Qin Shui was ready to help, but was stopped by Jiang Chuan, who told him that the two of them were enough. Su Wei's face became more and more ugly. He didn't expect that his temporary girlfriend would not give him face and instead kept trying to curry favor with Jiang Chuan, which hit him hard. Chapter 45. After the meal, Su Wei suggested that everyone play games together, but Jiang Chuan decisively refused. The reason was very good. Cooking was too tiring, so he was ready to take a break. After hearing Jiang Chuan's reason, everyone felt it was difficult to ask Jiang Chuan to play games, so only 5 people played Truth or Dare. Jiang Chuan took out his mobile phone and directly found the Gun King, asking him to call his family to start scoring. Jiang Chuan sat alone and played the chicken game. Mu Qingcheng and the other 5 played Truth or Dare, and the whole night passed. The next day, Emma Wenwen came to the Heartbeat House and began to issue tasks to 3 couples. Jiang Chuan, Mu Qingcheng, your task is to help out at a charity restaurant. You will get a reward of 500 yuan if you complete the task. Su Wei, Qin Shui, you need to go to an orphanage and teach these orphans for a day. You will get a reward of 500 yuan if you complete the task. Ai Yi, Chu Xin, you need to go to a nursing home and volunteer for a day. You will get a reward of 500 yuan if you complete the task. Okay, Sister Wenwen. The 3 couples got their respective tasks and took the vehicles arranged by the program team to their respective task locations. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng came to the charity restaurant. Jiang Chuan was arranged to cook, and Mu Qingcheng was arranged to prepare disposable bowls and chopsticks, some ice water and medicines to cool down, and help with chores. Su Wei and Qin Shui came to the orphanage and were welcomed by the children in the orphanage. Su Wei taught these orphans to read and write, and Qin Shui taught these children to dance. Ai Yi and Chu Xin also came to the nursing home. Ai Yi helped the elderly with massages, and Chu Xin helped the elderly who could not move to wash their bodies. The tasks of the 3 couples were not difficult, and each couple team carried out their respective tasks in an orderly manner. Uncle Guo, how many dishes do we need to cook today? Jiang Chuan came to the kitchen, looked at the big pot in front of him and got familiar with it. He used it very smoothly. He couldn't help but look at the only chef beside him and asked with a smile. Uncle Guo is a middle-aged man in his 50s. He is honest and simple. He has opened this charity restaurant for almost 10 years. In these 10 years, Uncle Guo has gone from the initial 100 bowls of charity meals to the current unlimited quantity. In these 10 years, Uncle Guo has also spent a lot of money. Fortunately, there are often people in the society who help Uncle Guo's charity restaurant. Otherwise, with Uncle Guo alone, this restaurant would have closed long ago. I don't know, at least 500 servings. Uncle Guo smiled and said to Jiang Chuan after hearing what he said. Xiao Chuan, it's almost time. We need to cook. There will be a lot of people coming to eat at noon. Uncle Guo saw that it was already 10 o'clock in the afternoon, and he smiled and said to Jiang Chuan. Okay, Uncle Guo. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Uncle Guo. The 2 of them used 2 large pots to stir-fry different dishes. Oh my god, Jiang Chuan actually knows how to use a large pot to cook. Has Jiang Chuan been a chef? Why does he look so skilled? I think Jiang Chuan should have been a chef. It's impossible for him to have a secret identity. The netizens in the live broadcast room also knew that the program team set a secret identity for the male and female guests respectively. As long as the first person who voted to find the secret identity after the love show ended, he would be able to get the mysterious prize. Therefore, the netizens watching the live broadcast room became more careful and wanted to know the clues. At 12 o'clock, Jiang Chuan and Uncle Guo directly fried more than a dozen dishes, each of which was enough for 500 people. Uncle Guo, many of these people don't look like poor people. Is it really okay for them to come here to eat? Jiang Chuan and Uncle Guo also walked outside with a box lunch. While eating the box lunch, Jiang Chuan looked at the people who received the love box lunch. Most of these people were disabled people, and there were many elderly people. At the same time, Jiang Chuan also saw some young people in formal clothes and sweating profusely. He couldn't help but ask Uncle Guo. Xiao Chuan, there are more good people in this world after all. Although these young people don't look poor, they may have encountered difficulties and don't have any money. What's wrong with coming here to have a meal? As long as they don't waste food, our efforts will not be in vain. And who can guarantee that bad news will not fall on their heads one day, so as long as someone comes to eat, we will give him a love meal, just to help him, so that he can get through the difficulties and not lose hope in life. Uncle Guo heard Jiang Chuan's words and chuckled. Igo, Uncle Guo said it so brilliantly. Who can guarantee that bad news will not fall on themselves? Maybe a charity meal can give people hope again. At first, I thought it was shameful for these young people who had hands and feet and were not very old to go to charity meals. Now I heard what Uncle Guo said, and I understood it instantly. Today's young people are actually under great pressure. If they fail to complete their work, their wages will be deducted. There are also various rents, car loans. The burden of life falls on them. Maybe they are not the relief personnel, but a simple charity meal can make them feel warm and make them full of more hope for life. The netizens in the live broadcast room heard the conversation between Jiang Chuan and Uncle Guo, and they all praised Uncle Guo for his transparent life. Xiao Chuan, have you finished eating? If you have finished, we need to continue working. Uncle Guo ate very quickly. A bowl of lunch box was solved in about 5 minutes. After he finished eating, he looked at Jiang Chuan beside him and asked with a smile. Okay, Uncle Guo. Jiang Chuan also quickly ate the last of the food and went directly to the kitchen to help Uncle Guo cook. Although Jiang Chuan didn't know why Uncle Guo was still cooking, he didn't ask much, but continued to cook for hundreds of people. Soon Jiang Chuan saw several volunteers taking the food away. After asking Uncle Guo, he learned that the food was for the volunteers, cleaners, and people who silently contributed to the city. After a day, Jiang Chuan felt that his entire arm was going to be useless. He couldn't bear to cook all day from morning to night, but Jiang Chuan didn't complain at all and completed the day's work with difficulty. Uncle Guo, this is my support for the Love Restaurant. I hope you can accept it. At the same time, I also hope you can help more people. Before Jiang Chuan left, he also left a bank card. He handed the bank card to Uncle Guo and told Uncle Guo that this was his support for the Love Restaurant and a return to the society. Chapter 46. Thank you for your hard work. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan, who was about to collapse. She knew that Jiang Chuan had worked very hard today, and said with a chuckle. It's okay. What we did today is very meaningful. I want to open a charity restaurant when I return to Jiangbei. Jiang Chuan heard what Mu Qingcheng said and said with a chuckle. The two returned to the villa, talking and laughing. When the two returned to the villa, the other 4 people were lying on the ground without any image. Although this day was very fulfilling and meaningful, it was too tiring. I cooked for a whole day today, and I really don't have the strength in my hands. It just so happens that each of our couples teams got 500 yuan. Each of us will take out 200 yuan and order some takeout directly. Jiang Chuan looked at everyone who wanted to eat the food he cooked, and immediately said it with a wry smile. The 2 couples heard that Jiang Chuan had cooked for a day and did not ask him to continue cooking. Everyone agreed. The 3 couples were really tired today. After eating and drinking, they returned to the room early to rest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting another chance to extract. After so many days, Jiang Chuan finally completed 10,000 sincere thanks and got the chance to extract from the game. Nanhai Shenlong Bay Villa No. 1, available for extraction. 30% of Walter Company's shares, available for extraction. Dream Dragon Private Cruise Ship, available for extraction. 1,000-acre oil field, available for extraction. A South African gold mine, available for extraction. A South African natural diamond mine, available for extraction. Super Bodyguard Dragon Soul, available for extraction. Tan Palace Villa No. 1, available for extraction, available for extraction. Promise Manor in the United States, available for extraction. Pacific Whale Island, available for extraction. 1,000-acre farm in the United States, available for extraction. Jiang Chuan looked at the things that could be extracted. He thought for a moment and finally proposed the Dream Dragon private cruise ship. He is now in the South China Sea. He plans to take a private cruise to the sea after the love show ends. Jiang Chuan used his extraction opportunity and fell asleep directly. The next day, Jiang Chuan woke up very early, entered the Douyin live broadcast, rewarded dozens of anchors, and received dozens of sincere thanks. The opportunity to extract again was within reach. This time, the thank you opportunity was refreshed. Now he only needs to get 100 sincere thanks to get a chance to extract. He has already thought about what to extract this time. I believe everyone worked hard on yesterday's task, so today our program team invites everyone to relax for a day. Thank the program team. The program team is so good to us. After Mo Wen finished speaking, the three couple teams all thanked the program team very much. Of course, in order to make couples more intimate, we will use a 20 cm red rope to tie you together, and you cannot untie it unless necessary. At the same time, our program team has also prepared a date place for you. All three teams must complete all the game items. If one game item is not completed, 300 yuan will be deducted, and today's dinner will be arranged by yourself. Mo Wen looked at the gratitude of the three couple teams and immediately said the next content. Ah! Sister Wen, you are cheating us in disguise. Sister Wen, what are these game items? Will it be difficult? If it is difficult, we can't complete it. Everyone was shocked when they heard Mo Wen's words and began to ask Mo Wen whether the game content was difficult. Everyone will know when you get there. Mo Wen just smiled and then said to the three couple teams. Is this an amusement park? The three couple teams were relieved when they arrived at the amusement park, but Mu Qingcheng was eager to try. This was the first time she and Jiang Chuan came to the amusement park, and it was very memorable. She did not hesitate to ask Jiang Chuan to pose with her as a souvenir. Mu Qingcheng, let go of your hand and don't put it on my brother Jiang. Brother Jiang, she is a bad woman, don't get close to her. Brother Jiang, you are mine, and you can't let other women touch you. The female netizens in the live broadcast room saw Mu Qingcheng's hand on Jiang Chuan, which immediately aroused the anger of a group of female black fans. Jiang Chuan, what project shall we play first? Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan left a souvenir, and she happily looked at Jiang Chuan beside her and asked. I'm fine, what do you want to play? I'll accompany you. Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words and smiled. He was not particularly interested in the game projects in the amusement park. Let's go play the roller coaster, bungee jumping, pendulum, high-speed jumping machine. Mu Qingcheng laughed happily after hearing Jiang Chuan's words, and kept talking about various exciting games. Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words and just smiled. He heard that the other two teams started with non-exciting games, while Mu Qingcheng played whatever was exciting. I don't believe Mu Qingcheng dares to play these games. That's right, I, a grown man, don't dare to play these exciting projects. Mu Qingcheng is just a mouth cannon. Mu Qingqian's words were naturally heard by everyone through the live broadcast, and countless black fans immediately rushed into the live broadcast room and made crazy comments. Ah! Old Jiang, the roller coaster is so interesting. Old Jiang, this bungee jumping is so fun, I want to play it again. Old Jiang's pendulum is also very interesting. Do you want to do it again? Anyway, we don't have to spend money. Mu Qingqian's next behavior severely slapped the faces of those black fans who thought Mu Qingqiang didn't dare to go. Seeing Mu Qingqiang playing these exciting projects without any fear, they became more and more excited. They were silent and didn't continue to criticize Mu Qingqiang. This day, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingqian's couple team was the only one to complete the task, and the other two teams did not complete the task. Brother Jiang, we have no money and no dinner today. Can you treat us to dinner together? Qin Shui played for a day and was now deducted money. There was no dinner yet. Everyone returned to the villa. She learned that Jiang Chuan and his team were not deducted money, but got a lot of barbecue ingredients instead. She immediately asked Jiang Chuan pitifully. Everyone is tired today. It just so happens that we got a lot of barbecue ingredients from the program group. Let's have barbecue today. When we have no food next time, you must help us too. Jiang Chuan didn't dare to continue answering Qin Shui, and looked at Su Wei and Ai Yi. Okay, thank you, Brother Jiang. The two couples expressed their gratitude, and Jiang Chuan also asked the program crew for barbecue. At the same time, he used the 300 yuan left to buy beer and drinks and have a barbecue in the evening. Chapter 47. Everyone was very happy at this barbecue. Everyone sang and danced, ate barbecue, drank beer and talked about life. I was so envious of them eating barbecue. Brother upstairs, I ordered barbecue now, drank beer and watched the show. Although I didn't eat barbecue, I ate pig's trotters today. Netizens in the live broadcast room looked at the three couples in the love show, and they couldn't help but show envy in their eyes. Time passed day by day. The program team was still quite humane. As long as they completed the task of the day, they would go out to relax the next day, and would not let them continue to complete the task with their tired bodies. As the time of 1 month approached, the relationship between the couples also heated up. Jiang Chuan actually knew Mu Qingqian's feelings, and he pretended not to know if Mu Qingqiang didn't say it. When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingqiang were doing the task, their bodies also touched dozens of times. At the beginning, their faces were still red and warm, but they got used to it later. Ai Yi and Chu Xin rarely communicate, and their relationship is pretty good. At the end of the show, they should be attracted to each other. Su Wei and Qin Shui's relationship is just average, and they stay together just to complete the task. Qin Shui has always been obsessed with Jiang Chuan and has always hoped to get his favor, but Jiang Chuan never gave her a chance, and he didn't dare to give her a chance. 1 month is finally coming to an end. Today, the program team also prepared the last dinner for the 6 guests. After the last dinner, the 6 guests will leave the villa and return to their own lives the next day. The program team of Heart Signal also started voting on the internet. Whoever guesses the hidden identity of the male and female guests first will get the mysterious prize. Congratulations to the 3 couples for completing a month of getting along. I believe that in this month, you have also learned something about your other half. Today, the program team has arranged a final dinner for you. After the dinner, you can send your other half a heartbeat. As long as both parties are moved, congratulations on becoming a real couple. Mo Wen also came to the final dinner scene and said with a chuckle. The final dinner has officially begun. Everyone ate the sumptuous dinner prepared by the program team and talked about the interesting things that happened this month. Everyone was a little sad about parting soon. After the dinner, the final heartbeat session also began. Heartbeat signal observation room. Do you think that their couple can succeed? Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingqiang should be able to succeed. We all see the relationship between them. Sister Mi is right. This couple should be able to make it to the end. The 5 guests also expressed their guesses. As for which of the 3 couples will make it to the end, no one knows. It's been a month, is this love show going to end? I wonder which of the 3 couples will make it to the end. I hope Jiang Mu CP can make it to the end. They have been so sweet in this month. Yes, after a month of observation, I really know Mu Qing Cheng. I have changed from a black fan to a real fan. This girl is not pretentious, dares to act and dares to take responsibility, like a chivalrous woman, the girl I want to be. I also like Jiang Mu CP very much, and hope they can make it to the end. After a month of observation, many netizens of Heart Signal have become fans of these guests, and the ones with the most fans are naturally Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng. Especially after a month, Mu Qing Cheng used her personal charm to successfully convert those black fans into fans. Netizens and observers were discussing that the 3 couples also came to the Heart House to make their first and last confession. Old Jiang, we have known each other for 10 years. 7 years ago, you lived in my heart. This time, the reason why I am willing to participate in this love show is because you will also come, so I want to express my feelings with a song. Mu Qing Cheng and Jiang Chuan came to the Heartbeat House. She looked at Jiang Chuan boldly and said this without any pretense. Oh my God, this is the first time I know that they have known each other for 10 years. Are Jiang Mu CP childhood sweethearts? Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng have indeed known each other for 10 years. They have known each other since Jiangbei No. 3 Middle School. After Mu Qing Cheng finished speaking, the people in the entire live broadcast room were completely boiling. They did not expect these 2 people actually knew each other for a full 10 years. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Sister Mi, do you know about this? The observers in the observation room couldn't help but look at Yang Mi and asked with a smile. Yet, Yang Mi saw the surprise of the other observers and nodded with a smile. They couldn't help but take a breath. They really didn't realize that these 2 people had known each other for a full 7 years. Since fate brought us together. Your smile makes me obsessed. My heart and dreams are all about you. As long as you don't leave me, I will never give up. As long as you don't leave me, I will never give up. Mu Qing Cheng looked at Jiang Chuan affectionately and sang the song slowly. This song expressed his feelings very directly. When Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qing Cheng's tank and the love song she sang, he was also stunned. He didn't expect Mu Qing Cheng to be so proactive and confessed to him directly in the love variety show. Together. 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 Sister, you are so handsome. You need to be brave to seize the person you like. Sister, I want to learn from you. I am also going to confess to my boyfriend directly. Sister, you are my idol for life. Mu Qing Cheng took the initiative to confess, and the live broadcast room was filled with together and admiring comments. Mu Qing Cheng's initiative told all the female fans in the live broadcast room that girls can also be very proactive for the people they like. Qing Cheng, I'm sorry. Okay, don't say it, I understand. Mu Qing Cheng's voice trembled, as if she had used up all her strength to squeeze out this sentence. Tears slid down her cheeks, and her eyes were full of sadness. She didn't speak, and the pain in her heart made her unable to breathe. What? Jiang Chuan actually rejected Sister Qing Cheng. Sister Qing Cheng, don't cry. Jiang Chuan rejected you. It's his loss. He will definitely regret it. I really didn't expect Jiang Chuan to reject Mu Qing Cheng. Is this the script of the program team? The observers also looked at Jiang Mu CP in disbelief. Yang Mi didn't say anything, but looked at Jiang Chuan with cold eyes. Qing Cheng, you misunderstood me. Don't you know who I am? I said sorry because I asked you to take the initiative to confess. This matter should be done by me. Qing Cheng, in fact, when we met you 10 years ago, I had a good impression of you. It's just that I was inferior at that time and didn't have the ability to give you a better life. The last time we met, I was actually very happy in my heart, and I also had the ability to stand by your side. So after this period of time together, Qing Cheng, are you willing to be my girlfriend? Jiang Chuan saw Mu Qing Cheng crying sadly, and he couldn't help but feel distressed, and said to Mu Qing Cheng softly. Ah! Oh my god, Jiang Chuan's amazing reversal. Jiang Chuan's amazing operation is amazing. Mu Qing Cheng stopped crying after hearing what Jiang Chuan said next. She looked at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. Seeing Jiang Chuan kneeling on one knee, Mu Qing Cheng burst into tears of joy and happily agreed. The netizens in the live broadcast room and the observers in the observation room were also speechless by Jiang Chuan's amazing operation. Chapter 48. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng fell in love with each other. Finally they became a couple. Old Jiang and Qing Cheng can be considered a couple who finally get married. Sujia was also watching the love show Heart Signal. Seeing Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng hugging each other, his eyes were full of envy. He sincerely wished the two of them to be together. It ended at 12 o'clock. Heart Signal, this show officially ended. Among the three couples, only Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng successfully fell in love and became a couple. At 12 o'clock, the official Heart Signal also announced the hidden identity of the people. Among the male guests, the person with a hidden identity is Ai Yi, he is an entrepreneur with assets of over 100 million. Among the female guests, the person with a hidden identity is Mu Qing Cheng, she is a singer, and her stage name is King Xin. Oh my god, she is the singer King Xin. Why does Mu Qing Cheng sing exactly like King Xin? King Xin is so pretty. King Xin, I want to be your fan for life. Jiang Entertainment Company also disclosed Mu Qingcheng's identity as soon as possible. She is the new generation singer whose songs are popular but she is not. After Mu Qingcheng's identity was exposed, more and more people knew her through the heartbeat signal, and her fame also increased. Her fans on Weibo are also growing wildly. Lao Zhang, my cousin is leaving Nanhai tomorrow, and she is going to treat us to a meal. Okay, I'll see if Lao Su is still here, and then we'll have a meal together. After the recording of the program was over, Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng's relationship was also made public, and the two of them got together. He agreed to Mu Qingcheng's cousin's invitation without hesitation. Okay. Sujia did not leave Nanhai. He is still playing in Nanhai. When he heard that Mu Qingcheng's cousin invited him to dinner, he agreed without hesitation. Who are you? Sister Mi. Sujia and Mu Qing Cheng left the villa where the recording was made. When they just entered Mu Qingcheng's business car, they saw a big star sitting inside. This top star is none other than Yang Mi, the hottest actress in China. She is also the boss of Jiang Entertainment. Yang Mi is 30 years old this year. She does not wear a mask or sunglasses. Her delicate face looks 4 or 5 years younger. She has fair skin, a pair of phoenix eyes, and slightly upturned corners of her eyes, revealing a charming charm. Her lips are painted with light lipstick, and the slightly upturned corners of her mouth are smiling, which makes people feel very cordial. She wears a white shirt, a black short skirt, and a pair of high heels. The whole person exudes an elegant temperament. Hello, Xiao Chuan. I'm Qingcheng's cousin. You can call me Sister Mi or Sister Cousin. Yang Mi also saw Jiang Chuan and Mu Qing Cheng open the car door and enter the car. She smiled and extended her right hand to introduce herself. Okay, Sister Mi. Jiang Chuan looked at Yang Mi so approachable, and smiled and shook the other's hand, and stopped. Master Long, please take us to Jiang Seafood Restaurant. Yang Mi smiled and said to the driver. Okay, Mr. Yang. Master Long heard Yang Mi's words and answered respectfully. The three of them went to Jiang Seafood Restaurant together. After the three got off the car, they also wore masks and sunglasses. Yang Mi is very famous, and Mu Qingcheng has also made his own name through the heartbeat signal. During this period, the traffic is very high, and many people know him. Jiang Chuan's fame can be said to be the least famous among the three, but through the heartbeat signal, he also has some small fame, and everyone knows that Mu Qingcheng and Jiang Chuan are together. Once someone knew that Jiang Chuan was here, others would naturally know that Mu Qingcheng was also here. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the three of them came to the box wearing masks. You can order whatever you want. Today is to celebrate your being together. When the three of them came to the box, Yang Mi also took off his mask and sunglasses and looked at the two with a smile on his face. Okay, Sister Mi, I won't be polite with you. Mu Qingcheng laughed happily and took the menu and ordered many signature seafood. Yang Mi just smiled and didn't say much. When the three of them were eating and laughing, Sujia also came to the box. You are Sister Mi? I didn't expect that I could see a living star. Sujia came to the box and saw Yang Mi. He was very excited and didn't think before speaking. Yang Mi heard Sujia's words, his face was dark and his face was a little ugly. Sister Mi, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that, I have only seen you on the internet before, and I didn't expect to meet you in real life. And I am your fan, I wonder if you can take a photo with me and get an autograph? Sujia also understood that what he said was a bit ambiguous, and immediately explained, hoping to get a photo and an autograph. Okay. Yang Mi's face was much relieved after hearing Sujia's explanation, and he agreed. The four of them sat in the box, talking and laughing. 2 hours later, the four of them also finished all the seafood on the table. Lao Zhang, Qingcheng, Sister Mi, I rented a yacht, how about we go out to sea together to relax tomorrow? When Sujia was full and satisfied, he looked at Jiang Chuan and the other two with a smile and asked. Go out to sea. Jiang Chuan and the other three heard Sujia's words and looked at him at the same time. Yet. Sujia smiled and nodded. Okay, I haven't been out to sea for a long time, cousin, you can go with us. Mu Qingcheng happily agreed and looked at Yang Mi expectantly, hoping that Yang Mi could go out to sea with them. But Yang Mi was actually a little excited when she heard about going out to sea, but there were still some things to be dealt with in the company, and she needed to leave the South China Sea tomorrow. Cousin, there are endless things to deal with, and it will take up to 1 day. At most, you can take Lao Jiang's private plane back to the Magic City when you come back. Mu Qingcheng also knew that Yang Mi was going back to the Magic City tomorrow, so she immediately came to her side, shaking her arm and acting coquettishly. Private plane. Yang Mi and Sujia looked at Jiang Chuan in shock when they heard what Mu Qingcheng said. Lao Jiang, when did you buy a private plane? Why didn't I know? Yes, Sister Mi, I have a private plane. You can take my private plane back to the Magic City later tomorrow. Jiang Chuan noticed Sujia's shock, but he didn't care about her. Instead, he said to Yang Mi with a smile on his face. Well, I'll go out to sea with you guys tomorrow to relax. Yang Mi watched Mu Qingcheng continue to act like a spoiled child. Jiang Chuan even prepared a private plane, so she didn't say anything more and agreed with a smile. Chapter 49. The next morning, the sun shone through the clouds, bringing brightness and warmth to the earth. Jiang Chuan and his 4 companions rode in Yang Mi's luxury business car and drove along the wide road to their destination. Along the way, the scenery was picturesque and the sea breeze was refreshing. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Nanhai International Cruise Club. The scene in front of them was amazing. This club was built in a magnificent style, like a palace on the sea. It is located on the coast of the South China Sea, surrounded by the blue sea and blue sky, which is beautiful. It not only has the most advanced facilities and services, but is also the largest private cruise club in the South China Sea, attracting many wealthy celebrities to come for leisure and entertainment. Hello, sir, this is a private club venue, and you need to show your membership. When the four were about to enter the club, they were stopped by a sweet-looking and friendly staff member. "This is my membership. My surname is Su. I booked a cruise 3 days ago. Please check it out." Sujia smiled when he heard the other party's words, and directly showed his membership and said his surname. "Okay, Mr. Su, please wait a moment." The staff looked at the membership that Sujia showed, and immediately took out the tablet to check Sujia's message. After confirming that Sujia had indeed booked a cruise ship, he personally took the four of them to the cruise terminal. There are hundreds of private cruise ships parked at the cruise terminal. These cruise ships are of different sizes and shapes. Some are extremely luxurious, while others are relatively simple, but each one exudes a unique charm. The staff quickly took Jiang Chuan and the other four to a private cruise ship. This private cruise ship looks very simple. It is just an ordinary cruise ship with only 2 floors and does not look luxurious. The exterior design of this cruise ship is simple and generous, without too much gorgeous decoration, but it gives people a low-key and comfortable feeling. The hull is mainly white, with black and gold lines, which looks very elegant. There are spacious decks on both sides of the ship, and observation decks are set at the bow and stern for taking pictures. What's going on? When Jiang Chuan and the other four arrived at the Black Shark, they saw that there were already people on the Black Shark. Jiang Chuan looked at Sujia beside him in confusion and asked, "I don't know either. Isn't this the cruise ship we rented?" Sujia shook his head, looked at the staff beside him and asked directly, "Mr. Su, I don't know what's going on either. I'll call and ask." The staff was also confused and didn't know why there were other people on the Black Shark. She apologized to Sujia and called the manager immediately. "Okay, Manager Yang, I understand." The staff heard what the manager said and understood it instantly. "Mr. Su, I'm very sorry. The owner of the Black Shark plans to use the cruise ship to go out to sea today, so there is no way to rent it to you for the time being. All the cruise ships that can be rented today have been rented out. Can you see if you can go out to sea tomorrow?" The staff looked at Sujia with an apologetic look and said embarrassedly, "What? Call your manager here." Sujia was furious when he heard this. "Forget it, use my private cruise ship." Jiang Chuan looked at the angry Sujia and said with a chuckle, "Ah." After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Mu Qingcheng, Sujia, and Yang Mi all looked at Jiang Chuan in shock, not knowing when he had bought a private cruise ship. "Take us to the Dream Dragon." Jiang Chuan smiled without much explanation, and said to the staff in front of him with a smile, "Dream Dragon." The staff heard Jiang Chuan's words and looked at him in shock. "Excuse me, are you Jiang Chuan, Mr. Jiang?" The staff heard the Dream Dragon, but they knew that a super luxurious private cruise ship had come to their club some time ago. It is said that the owner of this private cruise ship has a very powerful background, and even the Dream Dragon was docked alone. "Yes, it's me." Jiang Chuan smiled and told his membership, and the staff also checked Jiang Chuan's information immediately. "I'm very sorry, Mr. Jiang, your membership level is the highest level. I will contact Manager Yang immediately and let Manager Yang receive you in person." "Okay." Jiang Chuan didn't say much and smiled and agreed. "What? Mr. Jiang came to our club, I'll come right over." The staff also contacted Manager Yang immediately. 10 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a suit ran over panting, and their information was but there was a photo of Jiang Chuan, so Manager Yang recognized Jiang Chuan at the first time. "Mr. Jiang, welcome to your arrival. I will personally take you to the Fantasy Dragon." Manager Yang said to Jiang Chuan with a respectful face. "Okay, thank you." Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Manager Yang in front of him, "No trouble, it's my honor to serve Mr. Jiang." Manager Yang said with a smile. He personally took Jiang Chuan and others to a separate dock, where there was only one cruise ship. This cruise ship is very unique, with exquisite exterior design, and every detail shows luxury and exquisiteness. The shape of the entire cruise ship is like a swimming dragon, with a smooth and dynamic hull. The bow is high, as majestic as a dragon head, which reminds people of the legendary dragon-shaped warship. The surface of the hull is inlaid with golden decorative lines, shining with bright light, giving people a noble and mysterious feeling. The deck of the cruise ship is spacious and tidy, with comfortable lounge chairs and leisure tables and chairs, allowing passengers to enjoy the baptism of sunshine and sea breeze. There is a large swimming pool at the stern. The clear water and the blue sky and white clouds complement each other, making people want to jump in and swim. Walking into the cabin, a luxurious atmosphere hits you. The living room is magnificently decorated, with soft sofas, exquisite carpets, and advanced audio systems. The bedroom is warm and comfortable, with soft beds and a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery outside the window. The bathroom is made of top-quality materials and is equipped with modern shower equipment and a massage bathtub, which makes people linger. In general, this cruise ship exudes an unparalleled luxurious temperament in both appearance and interior, and is undoubtedly a work of art. Oh my God, Lao Zhang, your private cruise ship is too luxurious. Lao Zhang, when did you buy a private cruise ship? Why don't I know? The three were shocked when they saw the dream dragon in front of them. Whether it was outside or inside, it was too luxurious and shocking. Let's go. Jiang Chuan just chuckled. After Manager Yang arranged the ingredients, chefs, waiters, drivers, and sailors, the four of them boarded the dream dragon and left the dock, heading for the deep sea, intending to enjoy themselves. Chapter 50. Old Jiang, this cruise ship is so luxurious. I will use your cruise ship when I come to the South China Sea in the future. Sujia looked around the entire cruise ship with excitement. The cruise ship has everything, including bedrooms, living rooms, dining rooms. Oh my God, Old Jiang, your cruise ship actually has a Rollston fishing rod. Sujia looked around and found the place to store the fishing rod. Looking at the fishing rod in front of him, Sujia felt that Jiang Chuan was really rich and inhumane. The Rollston fishing rod is one of the most expensive fishing rods in the world, and one fishing rod is worth millions. Old Jiang, let's go sea fishing. Today, I will let you see my sea fishing skills. Sujia looked at the Rollston fishing rod in front of him and excitedly called Jiang Chuan to go sea fishing. Jiang Chuan looked at the excited Sujia and did not disappoint him. He smiled and agreed. Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi were also amazed at the luxury of the entire cruise ship. After visiting the cruise ship, Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi sat down. Yang Mi looked at Mu Qingcheng beside her and asked softly, Qingcheng, what is the identity of your boyfriend? He has a private jet and such a good private cruise ship. His identity must be extraordinary. Sister Mi, Lao Zhang told me his identity. He is the boss behind the Tianxia Group, but this is too ridiculous. When the Tianxia Group was established, Lao Zhang was only 15 years old. This is impossible. Mu Qingcheng smiled and shook her head, saying an identity, but she herself did not believe it. Yang Mi nodded in agreement after hearing what Mu Qingcheng said, and did not think Jiang Chuan was the boss behind the Tianxia Group. Tianxia Group, the world's #1 group. Everyone knows that there is a big boss behind the Tianxia Group, but no one knows his identity, even the top leaders of the country do not know. The big boss behind the Tianxia Group is very mysterious. Everyone speculated that the big boss behind Tianxia Group should be an old man or someone with a unique vision for business, otherwise it would be impossible for Tianxia Group to become the world's #1 in just 10 years. Didn't you ask about his true identity? Yang Mi couldn't help asking Mu Qingcheng. I asked, and Lao Zhang said every time that he was the boss behind Tianxia Group. I think Lao Zhang also has something to hide, so I didn't ask any more questions. The most important thing is that I like Lao Zhang as a person. I don't care whether he is poor or rich. Mu Qingcheng shook her head and said to Yang Mi. Okay, the identity of someone who can own a private jet or a private cruise ship cannot be simple. I will be relieved that you can live a good life in the future. Yang Mi didn't say anything more after hearing what Mu Qingcheng said. The two also asked the chef to prepare some food, and went directly to the deck to sunbathe and enjoy the rare leisure time. Jiang Chuan and Su Jie were fishing on another deck, but their luck was very bad and no fish was caught. The two had a good psychological quality and did not get angry at all. A few hours later, the cruise ship finally docked on the sea. The driver also found Jiang Chuan and said respectfully, "Boss, according to your instructions, we have come to a place with abundant fishing resources in the deep sea, but there may be some idle pirates in this place. I think it is more dangerous." Don't worry, Uncle Xiang, our luck should not be so bad, and we can find the pirate ship at a glance on the sea. At most, when we find the pirate ship, we will leave immediately. I believe that the idle pirate ship can't catch up with our cruise ship." Su Jie understood what Uncle Xiang said and smiled. He didn't think that his bad luck would allow him to meet pirates. Even if he met pirates, their cruise ship left at full speed and the pirates couldn't catch up. Okay. Uncle Xiang saw that the boss said this, and he didn't know how to persuade him. He left the deck and found the sailors and other staff on the cruise ship to keep an eye on the surroundings at any time. If they found the pirate ship, they would contact him immediately. They needed to leave here as soon as possible to avoid accidents. The sailors and staff on the cruise ship had also heard that there were idle pirates around the deep sea from time to time, and they understood Uncle Xiang's concerns and agreed. In fact, if it weren't for the high reward given by Jiang Chuan, they would not be willing to take the risk to come to the deep sea. The fish is coming. Only 5 minutes after the cruise ship docked in the deep sea, Jiang Chuan felt the fishing rod being pulled hard, and he shouted excitedly. "How fast?" Hearing this, Su Jie looked at the fishing rod in Jiang Chuan's hand, and indeed saw Jiang Chuan's fishing rod being pulled. He was not in the mood to continue fishing, and his eyes fell on Jiang Chuan's fishing rod. "Pick it up for me." Jiang Chuan could feel that the fish was very big. He played the fish for half an hour, and the fish was finally tired. Jiang Chuan pulled hard, and a big fish was caught by Jiang Chuan. The body of this fish is short and strong, with a tapered and slender body and a cross-shaped tail fin. The body color is distinctive, with bright colors from the bottom to the side of the body, dark blue on the upper body, dark fins, yellowish finlets, and black raised ridges on the caudal peduncle. This fish is covered with scales, has a fairly large mouth, small eyes, short pectoral fins, and the end does not reach the center of the first dorsal fin. "Fuck, Lao Zhang, you are so lucky, you actually caught a bluefin tuna, it's almost 2 meters long." Su Jie looked at the fish caught by Jiang Chuan and couldn't help exclaiming. "It's really lucky, today's lunch is here." Jiang Chuan couldn't help laughing at the bluefin tuna in front of him, and said to Su Jie beside him. "You fish first, I'll ask Master Guo to cook this one, we'll have something to eat and drink later." Jiang Chuan was carrying this bluefin tuna, which weighed about 200 kilograms. He picked it up and went to the kitchen. "Boss, you are so lucky. You caught such a big bluefin tuna. If you sell it, it can be sold for hundreds of thousands of yuan." Master Guo was shocked when he saw the bluefin tuna Jiang Chuan brought in. "Master Guo, this fish is for dinner today. I'll let you cook it when the time comes, so that everyone on the cruise ship can enjoy it." Jiang Chuan was in a good mood and told Master Guo. "Okay, boss, don't worry. I've cooked bluefin tuna and I'll definitely satisfy you." Master Guo was also very happy and patted his chest to assure. "Well, call us when it's ready." After saying this, Jiang Chuan returned to the deck and continued to fish with Su Jie. However, their luck was very bad this time, especially Su Jie, who caught some small fish every time but they were useless and finally threw them back into the sea. "Boss, you can come down to eat fish. The bluefin tuna is ready." Master Guo finished the bluefin tuna and shouted loudly to Jiang Chuan and Sujia on the deck. The two came to the restaurant together. At this moment, Mu Qingcheng, Yang Mi, and the staff on the cruise ship were already enjoying the bluefin tuna. Jiang Chuan smiled and took out a few bottles of champagne from the cruise ship for everyone to enjoy. Everyone ate fish and drank champagne together. How happy! Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.